When it comes to the classic stories that define an era, it is probably an easy reaction to go to things like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, 1984, Don Quixote, and of course, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. The last of which being a story about this long journey which even inspired the name for the new One Piece game. A name that is incredibly fitting because while One Piece might not be the perfect story, I think it is absolutely an important and monumental epic that will leave its mark on history. And so today I want to take a look back through the story and talk about why Eiichiro Oda's One Piece is the modern Odyssey. Now, I do kind of want to get ahead of things for all of the people who are about to comment that I'm giving One Piece too much credit and that it's just a manga and it could never be as important as one of the classics, especially considering One Piece is so silly and ridiculous and unrealistic. And let me tell you this as someone who has studied the classics and who has a degree in history, the Odyssey is plenty ridiculous itself. It involves a man being given a bag that contains the wind, men being turned into pigs, cyclopses, sirens, and a god going on a rampage because Odysseus's men ate his cow. Just because a story is fantastical and involves unrealistic elements does not mean that it doesn't hold value. For those who don't know, the Iliad and the Odyssey were written by Homer way back in ancient Greece. The Iliad is all about the ending of the 10-year-long Trojan War and the story of Achilles, while the Odyssey follows Odysseus on his journey home from that war, which thanks to the interference of the gods takes another 10 years. These stories have stood the test of time for several reasons. Firstly, they are absolute masterpieces focusing on some of the greatest of Greek heroes. But I would argue that the reason for their persistent values is the lens that they offer on humanity at the time they were written. The Iliad is a story all about duty, a quest for honor and glory, the importance of paying respect towards the gods, as well as themes of love, companionship, fate, and free will. To us, many of these ideas might seem a bit dated, or not very inspired to talk about at least, but at the time, these were the tenets of life that were pivotal to adhere to. You gotta remember, these were published in the 7th century BC. You have wars happening all the time. So themes like duty, defending your home, and winning glory are these tangible and very real ideas in the minds of the populace because at any point they could be forced onto them. Meanwhile, the Odyssey is coming home from that. Hospitality, loyalty, perseverance, and spiritual growth. While one story tells us about the hopes and fears of Greece at the time, the other focuses on the reality and work that's involved in growing as a person. And what's cool about all of this is that we can look back and despite living in very different circumstances and times, we can think, hey, these were people too, and they needed to grow. They needed to fight and work the same way that we do. And it's this very unique tie to the past through the lens of a 20-year-long journey. While One Piece might not be as serious as these stories were all the time, I think in a very similar way, it can be used to look back on the time that it was created in. This too is a journey that spans 2 decades, and the world that we began this journey on is drastically different than the one that we are continuing it through now. And as such, in a way, One Piece acts as a time capsule used to highlight our modern era. But to fully appreciate One Piece and why it's kept its relevance all this time, we need to go back to the beginning. Before we get into the actual video, this 6-hour behemoth took an entire 2 months of essentially non-stop work, and I won't spend a ton of time here, but if you do enjoy it, please consider leaving a like and subscribing, or if you want to go above and beyond, you can support the channel through checking out memberships or my Patreon. These projects are kind of insurmountable on their own, so this kind of support helps me to hire editors like Dakota, Broskie, and Kevin from Who Asked You, who helped me on the Alabasta, Skypiea, and Water 7 sections of this video, as well as Little Shellder, who helped me with some of my audio work. Links to all of their channels and my Patreon will be down in the description. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Shonen Jump, the magazine that One Piece would be released in, was in a bit of a transformative period in the mid to late 90s. With the end of Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball, a vacuum was left behind that was incredibly noticeable. Dragon Ball had elevated this magazine's popularity in a way that no series before had managed to do, and when the series finally met its end, there was no replacement to pick up that torch. Sure, Slam Dunk and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure were doing very well in their own right, but they were also fairly niche, with Slam Dunk focusing on basketball and JoJo's being, well, JoJo's. While both were great and were definitely the forerunners of what Shonen Jump had to offer at the time, they lacked the wide-ranged appeal that Dragon Ball had, and that's where Eiichiro Oda comes into the picture. Oda, since the age of 4, wanted to be a manga artist, being hugely influenced by Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball, however also taking an interest in pirates, which was sparked by the series Vicky the Viking. By 17, Oda had submitted his manga Wanted, which earned him several awards and ultimately opened the door for him to start a job at Weekly Shonen Jump as an assistant manga artist. Even as early as Wanted, you can tell that this is Oda. The line art is kinda rough, the visual quality definitely isn't where it would develop into, but you got that patented Oda paneling style, a very similar method of drawing characters, that classic Dawn effect, and a solid use of comedy to supplement the action. The most in-your-face thing that you'll notice though is this heavy reliance on speed lines that he would tone down in the future. But all the same, this was a great starting point for him. During his time here, he would work for a bunch of different series, such as Suizan Police Gang, Jungle King Tarchan, and Kappa Man, which all helped him develop his unique artistic style, with the most famous, or infamous, series that he helped on at the time being Rurouni Kenshin, which was great, of course, before you consider all of the, let's call them issues, that popped up with the series creator. Oda himself would go on to create God's Gift for the Future, Ikiyako, and 2 one-shots that would lead him towards beginning One Piece with Monster and Romance Dawn. Monster would focus on the character of Ryuma, a prototype for Zoro, while Romance Dawn had Anne, being a prelude for Nami, as well as a familiar main character in Monkey D. Luffy, the rubbery pirate who wore a straw hat. In this version, Luffy would be given his hat by his grandfather, and pirates would be split into 2 groups. The violent kind who attacked and pillaged, being called Morganeers, and the adventuring kind, Peacemains. These fought off the bad pirates and only wanted to travel around the world. With these series seeing some kind of success and acting as a rough pilot for One Piece, Oda would be ready to start serialization on One Piece through Weekly Shonen Jump in 1997. This was a story that he had been making notes for and planning since he was much younger. And it is told in an incredibly interesting way, making use of both long and short-form storytelling, being famous for foreshadowing and building of both the world and characters through these well-thought-out and emotional, impactful moments, all while holding true to a very strong sense of comedy. And this is the key to what makes One Piece such a great and accessible story. There is a seamless blending of humor, action, and depth. The last of which being my personal favorite element because One Piece is as deep a story as you want to make it. If you want it just to be a colorful, fun pirate adventure, it can be. But if you want more to the story, you can look into characters' names, as they're often inspired by real-life pirates. You have the themes of each island, which are more often inspired by different cultures, nations, and architecture. The message of each arc, which always focuses on a new topic or perspective, or even the design of its characters, which are often modeled after famous actors or people throughout history. There are a million little things and details which are sprinkled throughout the series to add depth anywhere you might look. Oda is never in your face about anything other than the idea of having fun and being on an adventure. But he will always hold out a hand that you can take to learn more about the world or our own world's history, and I think that is so interesting and cool. That said though, as you probably know if you've made it this far in the video, at this point One Piece has been going for over a quarter century, reaching nearly 1,100 chapters and episodes at this point, and has certainly changed over the years. The style of storytelling that we see today is drastically different to what we saw 10 years ago, and that is drastically different than what we saw 10 years before that. And this process of growth in writing style is allowed to freely develop and take shape as we so often explore new islands and get new opportunities to tell different stories. However, it's probably safe to say that the true formula that would stay at the heart of what One Piece is would start taking shape around the Baratie and solidify during Arlong Park. But before we can get into those, we have to jump back to July 19th of 1997 when Weekly Shonen Jump released One Piece Chapter 1, Romance Dawn. Right away, I want to talk about the first 2 pages of the manga because I think it shows off a lot of where Oda's style was at this point. The first panel, we have Roger on his knees with the executioner standing on either side of him, all in front of a plain white background. And this use of white space, especially in moments of impact and importance, kind of makes the rest of the world fade away. In the anime, we often see these moments filled with complete silence. The music cuts out, everything in the background kind of fades off, and when you're dealing with worlds full of color and excitement, these bits of nothingness can be incredibly effective. A few examples of him using these throughout the series are Vivi's goodbye, the nothing happened moment, Blackbeard's monologue in Jaya, and of course, Luffy getting his straw hat from Shanks. These, in my opinion, are often one of Oda's secret weapons in producing stunning scenes that really sit with the audience. And while it's not unusual to see them, it is used sparingly enough to feel really special when we do see them. The second panel shows Roger telling the world that his treasure is out there, and all they need to do is find it and claim it for themselves, doing several things at once. In terms of storytelling, this is the hook for the series. Both the characters in the world and the audience are interested in what this great treasure, the One Piece, could be. And while this is the most in-your-face and obvious example of it, this kind of leaving hints and crumbs of questions that need to be answered is a mainstay in how Oda tells his story. It is through exploring the world, meeting new people, learning about history, and seeing fantastic places that we are drip-fed the answers to the question he lays out for us, but each time we get one of those answers, we're led into a bigger world with more and more possibilities and more questions for us to latch onto. Each loose end that we follow brings us to 2 more and creates a want to learn more. However, it's never at the expense of the story. We never feel like we need these answers or we won't be able to enjoy things, and withholding information never gets in the way of what the crew is doing. And that's an important balance that Oda manages to keep. But just as important is the historical implications of this panel. Turns out, Oda loves history, even leaving a note at the start of this chapter in the Tankobon, which explains that he had been gathering and reading reference materials to create this story, but regretted that real pirates often don't leave much in terms of written records because they're out having too much fun. But even despite the limited access to their stories, Oda uses bits and pieces that we know about them to place real-world inspiration within this story that he's creating, so while this world is obviously a manga or an anime, there are still these little beads of history and accuracy spread throughout it that hold the structure he builds in place. Later, we would meet the 7 warlords of the sea, based on privateer pirates who work for different nations as their attack dogs. Impel Down is based on Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy. Amazon Lily is based on Themyscira from Greek mythology, and of course Roger is no exception, as he is based on 2 real-world pirates, being Olivier Levasseur and Henry Avery, or Henry Every depending on the source. Avery was the real-life king of the pirates, who had the highest known bounty in history. Meanwhile, Levasseur at his execution would throw a cryptogram into the crowd, yelling, "Find my treasure, the one who may understand it," with the cryptogram itself looking very much like a poneglyph, and the line he yelled being extremely similar to Roger's. These tie-ins to history will be found at nearly every turn throughout the story, and it's just another example of that depth that I was talking about earlier. It is available, but only if you want to dig for it. Otherwise, you can just enjoy the fun pirate story. And finally, both the third panel and the following page's color spread show what the story is all about. Excitement, fun, adventure. The world ushers in the Great Pirate Era, and we see Luffy and Nami jumping into the air surrounded by the ocean, treasures, and the red-haired pirates. And at the end of the day, it isn't the epic panels, it isn't the historical references, it is the fun that brings people back to the story week after week, and that is exactly why so many people fell in love with this series. The manga would go on to pick up enough popularity to get an anime release only 2 years later, and this is where my story with One Piece began. Now, the anime does make a bit of a strange choice right off the bat. While the manga began with Roger's execution and then moved into Luffy's backstory with Shanks, The anime would instead make Roger's execution into part of its opening theme, which is something I love because it makes the series super accessible to anyone who sees it. You won't need to know everything that's happened early on. As long as you hear the description at the beginning of the episode, you have a rough idea that these pirates are looking for the One Piece. But then they make a much worse choice by delaying Luffy's backstory with Shanks until the 4th episode, and instead beginning with Kobe, Alvida, and Shellstown. The issue here is that Kobe, at least early on, fucking sucks. Like, he is insanely annoying and whiny, and I've seen literally dozens of people either drop the show entirely or almost drop it because of him. It was a very strange decision to lead with him, and I genuinely can't think of why they might have made that choice other than to maybe bring some more character-focused action right at the start. But aside from this decision, the rest of early One Piece is just full of charm. From Luffy's always present smile to Nami sneaking around behind the scenes, there are little things all over the place that keep you watching and get you invested in these characters. And speaking of characters, let's take a look at the end of Chapter 2 and the start of Chapter 3, where Luffy is talking to Kobe on their way to Shellstown about wanting to possibly recruit Zoro. Because I think this conversation is a perfect example of both a major theme and a major motif of One Piece as a whole. This theme is the idea of individuality. The East Blue, being the first saga of One Piece, is broken down into 6 quick arcs. And while each would have their own messaging attached to them, they would all share in this overarching theme of individuality. And what I mean by that is it doesn't matter who someone is or what group they're a part of, they stand on their own. You could be a pirate, a marine, a civilian, or a celestial dragon. Everyone has their own hopes, their own dreams, and their own sense of morality. And it isn't because someone is part of one of these groups that they're evil, just in the same way that it doesn't make them good. And at the beginning of Chapter 3, we see Kobe explaining that he is sure Zoro is a bad person because he was arrested by the Marines. And this is built upon by the people of Shellstown freaking out as soon as they hear his name. However, they also freak out when they hear Captain Morgan's name. And this confuses Kobe because Morgan is a Marine. And when Luffy suggests that maybe Morgan had done something bad, Kobe insists it's impossible. His underlying understanding of the world is that pirates bad, Marines good. And this is a fairly normal assumption to be made, that because someone is a Marine or because they're a pirate, they're good or bad inherently. Or in Zoro's case, he's a prisoner of the Marines. However, as we see the arc unfold, Morgan is shown to be a tyrant, and meanwhile we learn that Zoro had been taken prisoner because he had saved a young girl from Helmeppo's wolf. So with this information in place, now the audience starts thinking, okay, so in this story, the pirates will be the good people and the Marines are the evil ones. I mean, Luffy's good, but then we just had Alvida, who is as bad as Morgan, and all of the Marines under Morgan show themselves to be fairly good people. By the end of Chapter 3, Oda has already given us this idea that all people are individuals and should be judged on that basis, and not based on the title or position in the world, and that is a theme that is carried throughout the entirety of the story. Which kinda leads me into one of Luffy's main motifs. Luffy, right off the bat, is presented in this naive, trusting, and kind of hard-on-the-sleeve manner. He has a powerful sense of right and wrong, but more in the line with good people care about others while bad people don't. It isn't purely based on someone's actions, it's their intentions as well. And luckily for him, One Piece as a whole tends to avoid the trope of morally gray villains that has been on the rise in modern media. However, what we're talking about here is his innate ability to read other people. While he might not be the smartest on paper, he has a surprising understanding of people on an emotional level from the first time he meets them. And he will almost never let a description of someone cloud his judgment on that person unless he is given specific details about what makes them bad from someone he cares about. So when Kobe pushes back saying that he can't recruit Zoro because he's a bad guy, Luffy just insists that he will recruit Zoro if he's a good person, and they'll find out about that when they meet him. And they come across him pretty quickly. He's strung up in the Marine courtyard, being held prisoner and unable to eat, and it's already 9 days in. Luckily though, the girl he saved shows up with some rice balls to feed him, but not so luckily, Helmeppo shows up after her and crushes them into the ground. It's not until Helmeppo leaves that Luffy actually interacts with Zoro directly. And it is important to note that at this point, Luffy still isn't sure if he wants to recruit Zoro because he's not sure if he's a good or bad person. But then Zoro asks him to feed him the rice ball that had been ground into the dirt, and despite it clearly tasting like, well, dirt, he asks Luffy to tell the girl that it was delicious and to thank her. And that is the moment that Luffy is sure Zoro is a good person. And it's kind of like this for most of the other Straw Hats as well. Usopp, on the surface, is a compulsive liar, but Luffy sees him as someone who leads the Usopp pirates and who's excited about adventure. Sanji is a womanizing flirt who is quick to anger with everyone else in the kitchen, but Luffy finds him feeding Jean when he has no money to pay for his own food. Nami is a thief who puts Luffy in harm's way. She constantly pushes him away, she steals his boat and yells at him to leave her alone, but he sees her as someone caring, talented, intelligent, and incredibly hardworking. Not only is Luffy able to see beyond what a person says about these characters, he's able to see beyond the front that they themselves put on. He doesn't care who they have been, what they've done, or what people think of them. What Luffy cares about is if they are a good person right here and right now, which is why, with very few exceptions, Luffy never learns about his friend's past. Anytime their backstories are brought up, he falls asleep, he goes for a walk, he stops listening. And of the backstories he does know, aside from Brook, he knows them situationally, not out of his own interest. He only cares about who they are when they join his crew, and he can learn about all the other stuff later when they feel like it's relevant to share. And while this is definitely odd, it kind of makes him feel like he doesn't care about his friends, it's also one of his most endearing qualities. There's something inherently beautiful about people just being enough for Luffy and not needing to justify their worth beyond just being a good person. And once Luffy does put his faith in someone, they have that indefinitely. They are part of his crew, they're part of his family, and he will trust them with his life, and he will offer his life up for them if needed. And nothing can change that. While Shellstown as a whole isn't really a standout because of Kobe being, again, just the worst in this section, the instant bromance and faith between Luffy and Zoro is an absolute highlight. There's even this bit of comedy with Luffy being insistent that Zoro will join his crew and completely ignoring Zoro when he refuses. And the reason for this is that Luffy understands this is only a semantic difference, whereas Zoro believes it to be something greater. Zoro has a dream for himself, and he believes that joining Luffy will slow him down in reaching that goal. Beyond that, Zoro also doesn't want to be a pirate because he doesn't want to be a bad person. But Luffy sees people joining his crew as a family working towards their goals together. And he doesn't believe pirates are inherently bad either. So it isn't a matter of him simply ignoring Zoro, it's him understanding that he just has to show Zoro his own perspective. So Luffy breaks into the marine base, steals back Zoro's swords, and meanwhile we have a bit of a surprise with Kobe, showing up to try and untie Zoro. And while he's doing this, he tells Zoro that Luffy's goal is to become king of the pirates, and suddenly Zoro has someone with just as crazy a dream as he has. Not to mention a dream that doesn't conflict with his. Kobe also tells him that Luffy punched out Helmeppo the second he found out he would go back on his word to Zoro. And the final piece of this puzzle is given to us when we find out that promises are incredibly important to Zoro. This is another scene which is delayed in the anime, as we wouldn't get it until the Baratie arc 17 episodes later, which, again, weird choice. But in the manga at least, this is where we get Zoro's backstory. His time in Shimotsuki village, his rivalry with Kuina, and the promise that they made that one of them would become the world's greatest swordsman, all before Kuina's untimely death. We then see Zoro begging Kuina's father Koshiro for her sword, and then pledging to become such a famous swordsman that his name will reach her in the heavens so she can know that he kept his promise to her. What I love about this being shown to us so early in the manga is that it obviously lets us know exactly where Zoro is coming from, and it helps us to understand his character. But more importantly is that it tells us what his core trait is. With Luffy, the core of his character is his ability to see and bring out the best in others. And we even see this in how he makes Kobe brave enough to try and save Zoro. But with Zoro, his core trait is honor. His whole mission in life is upholding the promise he had made to Kuina. And one of the reasons that I hate the delay on showing this piece of his story to us in the anime is that the big moment that makes Zoro willing to join Luffy's crew is Luffy beating up Helmeppo for trying to break their promise. Luffy is someone who values honor as much as Zoro does, and he has the same level of ambition, if not more. This is a man that Zoro can call captain, and from the moment that he joins, he and Luffy prop each other up. They become greater than the sum of their parts immediately. Zoro tells Luffy that if he gets in the way of him becoming the greatest swordsman, he will force Luffy to cut his own stomach as an apology, and Luffy just tells Zoro that if he's going to be a member on the King of the Pirates crew, then becoming the greatest swordsman should be a piece of cake. They demand the best of each other, and give everything they can in return. And even as soon as their first battle together, they are flawlessly coordinating their attacks and covering each other's weaknesses. And together, they manage to easily take down Captain Morgan and free Shellstown. Before leaving though, the Marines would confront Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe and demand that the pirates leave. However, due to them saving the town, they wouldn't try and stop them. But then there's the issue of Kobe. Kobe wants to be a Marine, but he has these new friends who are pirates. And at the same time, if the Marines found out that he had been on Alvida's crew, they would never let him join. So as Luffy is leaving, he eggs on Kobe. He reveals his secret to the Marines, telling them that he had been captured and forced to be a cabin boy on Alvida's crew, making it so that they have nothing to dig up on him later, and forcing Kobe to the point where he punches him to show the Marines that they aren't connected. This ultimately opening up a path for Kobe to join the Marines and work towards his dream. And that's Shellstown. We learn about who Luffy is and how he sees the world around him. We meet both good and evil Marines and pirates. Kobe joins the Marines, and our pirate crew is officially up to 2. Now, something that the anime added in this section is Nami. Nami's actually the first character on the crew that we see in the anime, and she has this whole behind-the-scenes secret mission where she robs Alvida's crew and then sneaks into Morgan's base to look for a map, only to find that Buggy has already stolen it. And this does a lot of good and bad for her character. On the good side, I love this as an introduction for Nami. It is fun, it makes her feel like a real thief, and it's a really cool angle for her character. However, this, to me at least, built up a weird expectation for her. In my head, Nami was going to be this thief or roguelike character, but she obviously develops into something more akin to a weather mage as the story progresses. And the lead-in and development of that character arc is a weird balance to me. But when you look at the actual manga rather than the anime, a lot of the moments that I and many others base that concept on are just not canon. I mean, yes, she's still a thief who steals from pirates, but they're never in our face about it in the same way that the anime is. And I just think that's something super interesting to discuss about her character. As the series continued, these kind of differences would kind of become less common, but it is something I wanted to bring up here. As I mentioned earlier though, we also have the delayed depiction of Luffy's backstory with Shanks as well. Here we are introduced to a lot of concepts that would be core to the kind of pirate that Luffy wants to grow into. The key to which being Shanks and the red-haired pirates. Shanks would arrive in Fuchsia Village with his crew and stay there for a year, in that time becoming Luffy's hero, and he and his crew would tell Luffy all about their adventures and how fun it was to be a pirate, giving him this idea that pirates were not just something to be feared, they could be heroic and brave and fun and a family. Something we notably don't see Luffy having here. Luffy is pretty insistent on joining Shanks' crew, but Shanks, despite being on Roger's crew at that age, believed that pirate's life was too dangerous for a child and continued to turn him down. Of note here is of course the run-in with Higuma the mountain bandit, who would soak Shanks in booze and knock him down, to which Shanks and his men would just laugh it off. This because they realized that the bandit wasn't worth their time, but Luffy, just being a child, is upset that his hero was being disrespected, yelling at Shanks and in anger starting to eat everything around him, including the gum-gum fruit, this turning him into the rubbery boy we know. That said, it would be revealed later that there is a bit more to this fruit, but we'll get to that in, 1,000 or so chapters. Luffy would run into Higuma shortly after and pick a fight, but the bandits would overpower him and take him hostage. It isn't long until Shanks' crew shows up. We have one of the most badass moments in the series.
Guns aren't for threats, they're for actions.
And then Higuma escapes on a boat with Luffy as hostage, where they are attacked by a Sea King. Luckily, Shanks manages to swim out and at the last second saves Luffy at the cost of his arm, and using Conqueror's Haki, again something we'll learn about in 400 or 500 episodes, he manages to scare away the King of the Coast. Luffy, being a child who just went through something traumatic and watched his hero lose an arm for him, is consoled by Shanks telling him not to cry because it's just an arm and he has another, and he believes that Luffy's life is much more valuable. And from here, Luffy understands that while he wants to be a pirate, he's just not ready yet. And when the red hair crew leaves, he sees them off, but not before Shanks gives him his straw hat and asks him to return it once he becomes a great pirate in the future. Luffy would spend the next 10 years training, learning how to use his gum-gum fruit, and once he mastered it, he set sail, knocking out the King of the Coast who was blocking his way, and shouting to the world that he would become King of the Pirates, kicking off one of the greatest stories of our generation in the process. Again though, this is the opening segment to the manga, whereas in the anime, you would instead have to wait until just before Orange Town. And speaking of Orange Town, this would properly introduce us to Nami, as well as Buggy the Clown and his crew. The arc begins with Zoro and Luffy being separated because Luffy gets captured by a giant bird, which just about makes sense for his character, and then we see both Nami and Zoro running into these same three pirates and dealing with them in very different ways. They approach Nami and she absolutely plays them, tricking them onto her smaller boat and then hopping onto their bigger one and stealing their treasure. And all of this before predicting that a storm will sink their boat. She is witty, she is cunning, and she can read the weather. Now those same pirates find Zoro shortly after and then threaten to steal his boat, but Zoro takes a bit more of a direct route and beats them up so badly that they row his boat for him. It's a very cool, very simple way to show the difference between Zoro's more physical approach and Nami's more sneaky and calculated one. Once they actually arrive in Orange Town, Nami manages to steal a chart to the Grand Line from Buggy, only to bump into Luffy as she gets caught by Buggy's men, and pretend that Luffy is her boss so that she can make an escape. Luffy naturally stops all the attackers, and he finally properly introduces himself to Nami, the thief who only steals from pirates. She tells Luffy about Buggy terrorizing the town and offers him the opportunity to join her in stealing from pirates so that she can earn 100 million berries and buy a certain town. However, Luffy takes an interest in Nami and wants her to become the crew's navigator. Again, this is someone who, on the surface, is not a great person. She's a thief, she has already put him in danger, and she's about to try and trade his life to Buggy the Clown. But even through all of that, Luffy still recognizes her as a good person. He understands that sure, she isn't the nicest to pirates specifically, but if that's the case, there's probably some kind of reason. For her part, Nami is also at least somewhat interested in Luffy as well from the moment that he mentions that his treasure is just his hat. He's a pirate who's not obsessed with greed or conquest, but who takes pride in a straw hat that a friend gave him. Also, this arc obviously has a ton of parallels to Oda's previous one-shots. It's kinda cool to compare and contrast them. Anyways, she tricks Luffy and brings him to Buggy, pinning all the blame on him and asking to join Buggy's crew so that she could steal from him in the future. However, Buggy is a little bit hesitant and asks her to prove her loyalty by shooting a cannon at Luffy, which she hesitates for. Now, Luffy, obviously not a big fan of being shot or killed, but if someone was to do it in an attempt to achieve their dream, he wouldn't be against it. For example, in the future, if Kobe ever captured him, he would respect him for it and not resent him. This is Kobe fulfilling his dream, becoming a great marine. On the other hand, we have Nami though. He mentions that her hand is shaking because she's only half prepared to mess with pirates. Very similar to the bandit pulling a gun on Shanks in Fuchsia Village. Nami asks if being willing to take a human life is what it means to be a pirate, but Luffy corrects her, saying that it isn't about taking someone else's life, it's about being ready to risk your own life and recognizing that every other pirate is willing to do the same. It's not a game of violence, it's a game where everyone puts their life on the line with honor and pride. This conversation is interrupted when another of Buggy's crew members walks up to light the fuse, and Nami instinctively takes out a staff and knocks him down, explaining that she just acted without thinking and that she would never save a pirate because they stole the life of someone precious to her, which Luffy immediately sympathizes with. Soon after, Zoro shows up and challenges Buggy, and we learn that Buggy has the second devil fruit in the series, the Chop Chop fruit. This allows him to split his body at any point, making him immune to bladed attacks, which gives him an advantage against Zoro, especially since he fakes his own death to get a sneak attack in. The arc would go on as you'd typically expect from here, some henchman fights against Buggy's main two crewmates, which are all fine and dandy, but more importantly we have a short section dedicated to a small dog named Shushu. This is a dog who sits in front of his dead owner's store to protect it. But when Moji and Richie show up, the little dog tries to fight them off, only to be beaten down and have his store burned. Luffy sees this dog's treasure being burned away and absolutely kicks Moji's ass. We then jump over to Nami, who's talking about how all pirates are the same when she sees this burned down shop, and she is so angry at this dog's treasure being taken from him that she threatens to kill Luffy before he can get a crew and lead to more destruction. But Luffy blows her off, grabs a box of food from the rubble, and gives it to Shushu. This is the last remaining trace of that dog's treasure being returned to him. And it's then that for the first time, Nami sees a pirate doing something selfless. He had just fought off a giant lion to bring back a small box of food for a dog he had just met. And now that she thinks about it, Luffy wasn't even upset at her for betraying him earlier. So yeah, maybe pirates had taken everything from her, but maybe this one was okay. This is a really easy part of the arc to skip, but I always really appreciated what it meant for these two characters in the grand scheme of their relationship. Something else of note here as well is a bit of a trend that Oda picks up. The story of Shushu is a sad one, but it's not unique. In fact, it's inspired by the very famous story of Hachiko, a dog in Japan who would walk to Shibuya Station every day with its owner. The owner would say goodbye and go to work, and Hachiko would wait for him there as the local shopkeepers fed him treats and kept an eye on him until his owner returned in the evening. However, one day the owner never came back, having suffered a brain hemorrhage and passing away. But Hachiko had no way of knowing this, and would instead continue to wait for his owner every day for nearly a decade. This being a clear inspiration for Shushu's character in One Piece. And Oda does this all the time. Oda loves to take inspiration from other stories, historical events, real people, or even scientific phenomena and turn them into their own story arcs and characters. I won't bring up every reference along the way because we'd be here forever, but I just think that this is a really fun thing that Oda does to make his stories more accessible to wider audiences. The arc, of course, concludes with a fight between Buggy and Luffy, with Buggy going out of his way to damage Luffy's hat, as well as explaining that he and Shanks had a past together where they were on the same crew, and saying he hates Shanks because he was the reason Buggy ate the Chop Chop fruit. The whole fight kind of devolves into slapstick, plenty of kicks to Buggy's buggy balls, but ultimately he is launched far away by Luffy. And that wraps up things in Orange Town, with Nami even coming around to the point where she sews up Luffy's hat for him when they leave. Now, the second they get onto the ocean, Nami immediately takes note that Luffy and Zoro were basically asking for death. They didn't prepare food, they don't know where they're going, they don't know how to navigate, and they were just all around not ready for what the ocean would throw at them. But she's cut off when they land on Gaimon's island, and I won't spend too much time here, but they meet a guy named Gaimon trapped in a treasure chest on an island filled with hybrid animals. The whole point of this section, again, is to hammer home the idea of what treasure is, as well as how this idea differs for every person. Gaimon comes to realize that the island and its animals are his treasure, and it's a very short but very charming chapter that is more in line with Oda's one-shots than the long-running series that One Piece would become. And with that, we can finally move on to the Syrup Village arc. I'm not sure how many people also feel this way, but to me, Syrup Village is probably one of the worst bits of the East Blue. It can feel like it's moving at a snail's pace at times, and it just isn't for me. Continuing the discussion from before the island of rare animals, Nami brings up that if they're aiming for the Grand Line, the most dangerous sea in the world, they need a real ship, suggesting that they go to Syrup Village to see if they can find one. This is a pretty small island, and it's home to our next Straw Hat, Usopp. Usopp is based on the boy who cried wolf, constantly telling lies to everyone in the village and yelling about how pirates are coming. At first, he believes that the Straw Hats are actually part of Buggy's crew because of the ship that they're on, so he meets them at the edge of the island and begins telling them that he is the great Captain Usopp, ruler of the island and leader of the pirate crew of 8 million followers, who will fight any pirate who tries to invade them, which is obviously a lie. They eventually sort things out and explain that they're just looking for a ship, and he tells them that the owner of the mansion on the island might have one, and that's probably their best chance, if any. Usopp then asks to join the crew as captain, but no one has any interest in him joining at all, let alone as captain. He then says it's time that he heads out, and he's replaced with 3 small children who call themselves the Usopp Pirates, who tell the Straw Hats that Usopp probably left to go lie to Kaya. Kaya is the owner of the mansion. She's a young woman who is ill and bedridden, and who had recently lost her family. And so, every day, Usopp makes his way over to her mansion and tells her ridiculous and fantastical stories about his journeys at sea. They are all lies. But he tells her these stories to bolster her spirits, to make her laugh and make her smile. And suddenly, Luffy sees a spark of a good person in this chronic liar. There isn't too much in this arc, but we find out that Usopp's dad was Yasopp, a sniper for the red-haired pirates, and we also learn that Usopp's mom was sick when he was growing up, and that Usopp had started lying and hollering about pirates coming to make his mom smile and give her hope that Yasopp was returning before she passed away. So yeah, Usopp will lie about some stupid things, but it all comes from a position of caring for people and wanting to make them smile or feel safe. The big bad for the arc is revealed to be Kaya's butler, Klahadore, who's actually the famed pirate captain Kuro, and he has this assassination plot to kill Kaya and steal her fortune. And naturally, Usopp is the one to find out, but when he warns all of the villagers, they don't believe him. This is the boy who cried pirate, after all. But rather than letting this bring him down, Usopp instead decides that if everyone already believes that he's a liar, then they might as well wake up tomorrow thinking the same thing. He will just have to protect the village on his own and make sure that none of them have to worry. This fight reveals how Usopp functions as well. Much like Nami, Usopp battles with his intellect. He isn't strong like Luffy or Zoro, but he is an excellent sniper and makes use of his surroundings and setting traps to take down his opponents. The fight itself is nothing super notable, but something to mention is how invested Nami gets. Until now, she had been constantly saying she is only invested in protecting her treasure. However, she is willing to get injured or risk her life because this is a battle they can't afford to lose. And when you think about Nami's backstory in the future, you can understand why she would be so desperate to protect a friend's village that is about to be attacked by pirates. Naturally, the Straw Hats manage to defeat Kuro and his pirates, and as a reward, Kaya hooks them up with the Going Merry. This is a caravel ship specifically used by the Spanish and Portuguese in the 14 and 1500s. They tended to be smaller than most, but this allowed them to move quickly and to maneuver through just about any river system without issue. It's not ideal for a big crew or for particularly dangerous waters, but if you're looking for adventure, this is a solid option. And I don't know if I can make this clear enough, but we love the Merry in this house. Now, Usopp is originally planning to set sail separately, but Zoro and Luffy tell him to just get on board because he's their friend and they should just travel together. And with that, we have our new ship, our crew is effectively up to 4, and we set sail as the rest of the Usopp pirates run into the village and warn them that pirates are coming once again. Syrup Village is a very plain arc. There is nothing spectacular about it, the sad backstory isn't as deep as we would get with other characters, and the villain is kind of lame, but it is homey. It's an arc about what it means to be captain, as we see Usopp pretending to be a captain, Kuro slaughtering his own men, and Luffy's resolve to be the kind of captain who stands up for his friends and what they believe in. And just as importantly, it reiterates to Nami that Luffy is not like other pirates, and that he truly cares about those around him. It's nothing great, but it is definitely the point where the crew finally feels like they're coming together, and like we're really becoming real pirates. But the first step of becoming a real pirate crew is to have a flag, and it's a good thing that Usopp is on the crew because Luffy cannot draw to save his life. And our flag almost looked like this. Now I should talk about Usopp a little bit here. He is a jack-of-all-trades kind of character. Anything artistic or repair-based, or when we're talking about the building of tools, that's kind of his responsibility. He won't make things perfect, but he'll at least make them functional. What he is great at, though, is sharpshooting. For example, we see Luffy trying to fire the Mary's cannon and being unable to hit anything. But Usopp does it and lands his first shot immediately, and almost kills 2 people in the process, resulting in a very angry Johnny and a very sick Yosaku, who are bounty hunters who know Zoro from the past, and who apparently travel the ocean with no fruits, so they're dealing with the effects of scurvy. Luckily, we also have Nami now, and she knows that they need vitamin C, so she feeds Yosaku some limes and fixes them up just fine. So, as a thanks, Johnny recommends that they travel to the sea restaurant the Baratier, where he thinks that they might be able to pick up a cook for their crew. Not only that, but they tell Zoro that Hawkeye goes there from time to time, and for the first time in the series, Zoro looks anxious. A quick side note before we actually get into the Baratier arc. This is also the section of the manga Tankobon, specifically Volume 4, where the SBS began. This is essentially a question corner in which readers could ask Oda all kinds of things that were often funny, but could also expand the world and give us information that we wouldn't have access to otherwise, without actually interrupting the pace of the story. For example, in the first SBS, we learn the names of Ben Beckman and Lucky Roo from Shanks' crew, as well as talking about Oda's iconic dawn effect in paneling. This was a really interactive behind-the-scenes peek that, at least to me, was something really interesting and fun every time that it's included. It also kind of couples with and mirrors his cover pages. And I know that Oda's not the only one that does this sort of thing, but I think it's really effective in One Piece specifically. Every chapter of the manga has a unique cover page showing the characters in interesting and fun situations that really warm you up to the characters and help them to become more three-dimensional, even if they aren't canon. And plenty of these are actually based on viewer-submitted recommendations as well, which is a great way to keep the audience interacting with the material. However, they are sometimes created with a purpose as well. For example, from chapters 35 to 75, we got the Captain Buggy Adventure Chronicles. This became a way of keeping tabs on the world and the characters that we had seen in the past without intruding on the actual plot or pacing. So rather than having 2 full chapters of the story dedicated to this subplot, or 2 episodes like in the anime, we would instead be given 1 image every week until the story was done. It is a completely unobtrusive way to give off the information, but at the same time it makes the world feel so much more lived in and whole. Just because the Straw Hats aren't there doesn't mean that other parts of the story stop in their place. And this is one of the best parts of One Piece. The world in this series isn't so much a clock where the Straw Hats are the central gear moving every part along with them, but it's more like a real place with characters who act independently towards their own goals simultaneously, and all of these gears start moving together to form the story, and I absolutely adore that. But back to that story, and the crew runs into Marine Lieutenant Commander Fullbody, who attacks them because they're pirates. And in this commotion, Johnny and Yosaku drop their wanted posters, giving us a little bit of foreshadowing when Nami sees one of them and becomes completely frozen. We don't get to focus on this though, as one of the marine cannonballs bounces off of Luffy and crashes into the Baratier, ending the conflict on the spot, as Luffy is brought to meet with the owner, Zeph, to deal with the consequences. Zeph is the first pirate to have a classic pirate feature, rockin' a peg leg, and we might as well clear these out while we're here. Crocodile has a hook hand, Lucci has a bird on his shoulder, and while we see a few characters kind of having a Commodore hat here and there, it's most iconic on Blackbeard. The big feature that we're still missing would be a pirate with an eye patch, but Oda seems to really keep these traits and reserve them for very special characters in the story. That said, it is very interesting that Lucci is one of these characters because he's not a pirate. Either way, Zeph and Luffy work out an arrangement for paying for the repair on the Baratier, but in honesty it doesn't really matter in the long run, as they find a different way to work it out. What does matter is that here we get the introduction to Sanji, the assistant head chef of the Baratier and the future cocky ladies' man of the Straw Hats. It's one of my favorite character introductions in the entire series. It's just very fun, as Fullbody tries to impress his date by calling ahead and asking for a special drink to be used so he can sound all sophisticated and fancy by recognizing it right away, only for Sanji to say that he's wrong. Then Fullbody starts to insult Sanji, and Sanji effortlessly puts him in his place while flirting with his date. Eventually, the Marine would get so angry that he would attack Sanji, and within a moment, Sanji has completely overpowered him, and it's just this great way to introduce someone who's both very strong and effortlessly cool. Soon after this, a prisoner named Jean escapes from Full Body's ship and manages to find his way into the restaurant. He tries to strong-arm his way for food, but another chef, Patty, bashes him through a table and kicks him out of the restaurant, saying if you don't have money, you can't buy food. Once Jean is outside, though, Sanji brings him food anyways and tells him to eat, and Jean is so grateful that he even starts crying. Unbeknownst to either of them, Luffy is watching and says that he has found a good cook. Not just a talented cook, but a cook who is good. Luffy naturally asks him to join the crew, but Sanji explains he has a reason to stay and can't accept it, saying that the restaurant was a treasure for Zeph and he needed to stay with him here. But all the same, now that Jean has been fed, they hook him up with a boat. He warns Luffy to steer clear of the Grand Line because it is super dangerous, and then leaves to join up with his captain, Don Krieg. We get a bit of time before any real action happens here, but Luffy works as the world's worst waiter for a bit. We see that Sanji becomes a bit of a blubbering idiot at the first sight of any cute girl, which Nami takes full advantage of, and we see that Zeph is trying to very coldly tell Sanji to leave with these pirates. And we have a really unique dynamic between Zeph and Sanji. They outwardly seem to hate one another, or at least they're constantly angry with each other and telling each other off. But at the same time, even with permission, Sanji refuses to leave him. And this is a kind of similar situation between Sanji and everyone that he works with in general. The more he seems to like someone, and the more that he respects them, the more that he will argue and stir the pot with them. Something we see with Zoro as their relationship develops as well. Overall, though, it's all good and fun on the Baratie until a little while later when Don Krieg and his pirates arrive. Gin returns with his captain begging for food, and Patty is ready to kick them out like he had in the past, but Sanji instead opts to give them food, as he can't stand to see people starve. And notably here, this is also after Krieg described himself to be the ruler of the East Blue, the king of deceptions who sails a white flag to lure in unsuspecting victims. But I want to take a moment to go back to something I mentioned earlier. Luffy brings out the best in people. Zoro has a strict code of honor that holds him and others accountable, but now we have these three new members, and what do they offer? Well, Usopp has a gift to make people happy. He will joke and tell stories or even make equipment for those around him so they feel safe and they can wear a smile. He's a goofball, but the dude genuinely cares for everyone around him. Nami brings balance. Where the rest of the crew is impulsive and quick to act, she is thoughtful and practical. If Luffy is the heart of the group, Nami is the brain. And that leaves Sanji, and he acts as a kind of mirror to Zoro. And we even see Sanji's backstory reflect how we met Zoro as well. However, whereas Zoro is all about patience and honor, Sanji has an impulsive sense of duty. He is compelled to do what he thinks is right, which in some cases comes off as totally misguided. For example, when he overly excitedly dotes on women. But in other cases, it can manifest in him doing things like feeding people who are hungry, even if he knows they are a threat. And Krieg does become a threat, immediately clotheslining Sanji once he has food, saying he will take the Baratie and use it to replace his broken down galleon. Krieg, just like Kuro before him, is another example of the difference between Luffy and other pirate captains. He is ruthless, he's big, he wears thick, flashy golden armor to both keep himself protected and to show off his greatness. And when he finds out that Zeph had traveled to the Grand Line, he wants to steal his captain logs for an advantage the next time he goes there. And of course, he sends his men to fight in his stead. But then there's Luffy, uninterested in showing off, refusing to take notes from anyone else's adventure, and when Zoro asks if he needs a hand fighting Krieg, Luffy tells him not to worry and to stay sitting. Much of the early arcs leading into Arlong Park are built up to show Luffy as different from other pirate captains, especially to Nami, while also building up this idea of what a treasure really is and how it's different for each person, with Luffy's idea of treasure being finding a crew that he can call his family and seeking an adventure with them. Krieg grabs a bag of food from Zeph to feed the rest of his crew, and while he's gone, the other chefs yell at Sanji for choosing to feed them, and for the first time we see Zeph stand up for him, telling everyone else to shut up and asking if any of them have known what it's like to be hungry enough to die. How terrifying and how painful it is to be stuck in the ocean, but deprived of food and water. Jean begs them to run before Krieg comes back, but Sanji replies that it was his duty as a cook to feed those who are starving, but now that duty has been fulfilled, and since they're choosing to attack the Baratie, he will have no issue killing them. He is duty first, and then self-interest. Here, Jean also mentions how there was a hawk-eyed man who sank Krieg's ships once they entered the Grand Line, and again we have Zoro looking shocked before mentioning that that is the man he is looking for, stating that it looks like his destiny is tied to the Grand Line as well. And Sanji is confused. You have Luffy over here talking about fighting Don Krieg by himself, you have Zoro talking about fighting Mihawk, and it seems like all the Straw Hats are foolishly rushing towards their own death. But Zoro corrects him, saying that they're probably rushing to their own death, but it doesn't make them fools. When he decided that he would become the world's greatest swordsman, he accepted the risk that he could die along the way, just as Luffy had when he declared he would be the king of the pirates. And as such, they will be the ones to decide in the end if that had made them a fool or not. And while Sanji doesn't seem impressed by this, Zeph certainly does. It isn't long before the Krieg pirates have finished eating and start hollering their battle cries as they get ready to charge the Baratie, but in an instant their ship is split in half. In the commotion, we learn that Nami has stolen the Going Merry, and as the dust settles, we see the silhouette of a man on a small raft. Luffy is insistent that Nami will be their navigator despite stealing their ship, and that there must have been some kind of mix-up, so he sends a group ahead to follow Nami, but he himself stays behind to protect the Baratie and to defeat Krieg. And as for Nami, we catch up with her in tears, lamenting that the Straw Hats were good people, wondering if they'd ever meet again and if they could still be friends. And this sentiment would be echoed years later on Alabasta with Vivi as well. There's some very cool parallels between the two of them. Meanwhile, as Nami is sailing away, Zoro finally sees Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world who had followed the Krieg pirates back from the Grand Line out of boredom, only to sink their last ship. And now it's Zoro's turn to challenge him, even knowing he is vastly outmatched. And for Mihawk's part, he knows this as well, talking down to Zoro the entire time, fighting him with a knife from his necklace rather than using a big sword, because as he describes it, it would be like hunting a rabbit with a cannon. He even says that he wished he had something smaller to make it more fair. Regardless, Zoro charges in for a big attack, shouting that he won't be underestimated, only for Mihawk to hold all three of his swords in place with a quick jab of his dagger. And of course, Luffy is watching Zoro go all out here and refusing to butt in or to let anyone else do so. And this is another part of Luffy's character that I find very endearing. If any of his friends ask for help, Luffy will move heaven and earth to do anything he can for them. But at the same time, he understands that people have their own pride, their own wants and needs and goals, and he would never get in the way of someone trying to accomplish something for themselves. We see this time and time again throughout the series, and it's always been something I've really appreciated about his character. And of course, in the next arc, we'll see this more blatantly than at any other part in the story. Mihawk manages to stab Zoro in the chest, and is surprised that Zoro refuses to step back. But Zoro explains that while he doesn't understand it himself, he feels like if he backed up now, he would have broken his oath, and that he'd never be able to challenge Mihawk again, saying even if it meant he would die, he refuses to break his promise. And in that moment, Mihawk's view of Zoro is completely changed. Rather than a fool, he is someone with conviction, and so he asks his name. And as a sign of respect, he even takes out his real sword, Yoru. In their next clash, Mihawk would break two of Zoro's swords, leaving only Kuina's blade remaining, and Zoro would just get back up, turn towards Mihawk, and declare that a scar on the back is a swordsman's shame as he opened himself up for a final slice, and Mihawk nearly cuts him in half. However, the swordsman says that it's too early for Zoro to die, spares him, and tells him to become strong and search him out in the future, demanding that Zoro surpass him. But even having earned Mihawk's respect, Zoro has still lost. He is bleeding, he is broken, and in tears he raises his sword into the air and apologizes to Luffy, saying that he knows that if he fails to become a great swordsman, it will only embarrass his captain, so he promises that until the day he fights Mihawk and wins, he will never lose again, and asks if that's okay for the future king of the pirates. And what a great f***ing scene! Like, what a great moment. Establishing Mihawk as this untouchable pinnacle of strength, earning his respect, and filling Zoro with more conviction than ever. And so Mihawk leaves, and the battle with Krieg begins. Sanji starts a fight with Pearl, and he's doing great until Gin holds Zeph hostage and forces Sanji to just take hits, which Sanji does gladly because he'd rather take a beating if it meant that Zeph gets to keep his treasure, the restaurant. And this leads us towards what I would consider the first evolution in Oda's writing style, and the first big step towards the Oda that we know when we experience Sanji's backstory. The pillars of Oda's writing from this point on would kind of be centered around three things: action, comedy, and tragedy. At this point, he has the action stuff down pat. His fights are dynamic and exciting, they feel impactful. And his comedy is wonderful too. Each character has their own sense of humor and are really lovable because of it. But up until this point, that third pillar, tragedy, has been a bit lacking. He would always introduce this element in singular bursts of emotion. In Luffy's backstory, it's all fun and games until that third pillar comes in with Shanks losing his arm. It's powerful, but it's fast. In Zoro's backstory, we have Kuina's death, and again, it's over in an instant. But then we have Usopp's backstory, and this is one that sees Oda playing with something a little bit different. Usopp's backstory itself is a much faster one than we're used to. It's only a page and a half, that's it. However, the entire thing is sad. It's a mother's last moment in life and a son who lies to make her happy. There's no shock, no moment of surprise, it's just heartbreaking. And when you think about the Straw Hat stories in the future, this is more the shape of how those play out. Not just the backstories though, much of the arcs follow this as well. Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, Water 7, and many more are built around this core sadness. And the crew tries to overcome that with the people on those islands, and this is where Oda gets his first real grasp of how successful this method of writing can be. And all of that begins with Sanji's backstory. We see him working in a cruise liner as a young kid, talking to the other chefs about the mythical All Blue, a sea where all the fish from all the seas in the world can be found, and the other chefs just laugh him off because they think that it can't possibly be real. And in just the same way, Sanji is disgusted by them for eating the leftovers from customers' plates. But they tell him that food on the sea is a luxury and it shouldn't be wasted. They call back to how upset Sanji was when Full Body wastes his soup. Things get drastically more serious though when that cruise liner's attacked by Red Leg Zeph and his crew. The young Sanji tries to fight off the pirates, saying he can't die because he needs to find the All Blue one day, but he's just a kid and Zeph manages to kick him off. However, because of the massive storm going on, Sanji ends up falling into the ocean, and without thinking, this invading pirate dives in after him. In the anime, he loses his leg trying to save him here, but the manga is different. By the time the storm calms, the ships are gone, and all that's left are Zeph and Sanji alone on a deserted island with no natural resources. What's worse, it's curved in such a way that if they went down for fish or water, they would never make it back up. Luckily though, Zeph managed to grab 2 bags of food, giving one to Sanji and leaving the other, bigger one for himself as he's an adult. He tells Sanji to wait on the other end of the island and to keep lookout for ships, and not to waste energy by coming back to his side until he sees one. So Sanji grabs his bag, brings it to the other end, and believes that he has about 5 days of food, but he could ration it out to maybe last 20. And so begins the darkest thing that Oda has shown us so far. From here, we watch them starve. 5 days pass, and when Sanji sees a ship, he fails to get its attention. 10 days pass. 25 days pass. The food has either completely run out or is basically just mold. But Sanji still eats what's left and is just thinking about all of the food he has wasted in his life. 30 days pass. 50. 70. Our boy is less than skin and bones at this point. He wonders for a moment if Zeph has died already, and suddenly it's apparent that not only has he been starving this whole time, but he's also been isolated, alone. He finally takes a look back to see if the old man is still there, and sees that he still has that big bag of food. So he decides that this is the moment. He takes out his knife, thinking it's either the old man or himself, and he sneaks up and tears into the bag of food. but inside is nothing of value. There's only gold, silver, and jewels. Not a single thing that could keep him alive. And so he learns that the big bad pirate Zeph had given Sanji all of the food and opted to eat his own leg to survive instead. Zeph tells Sanji that he wanted him to survive because they share the same dream, finding the All Blue. And having heard that the young boy believed in it, that's why he dove in after him. He also tells Sanji that just because he had failed to find the All Blue doesn't mean that it wasn't out there and waiting for Sanji to find it. They don't get to talk too much though, as Zeph collapses onto his back and thinks about how many people must have died at sea just like them, surrounded by water they can't drink and unable to find food. And so he thinks about one day opening a restaurant for those lost at sea, where they can feed anyone who's hungry, and Sanji promises that if they make it out alive, he will help to make that dream a reality. And they do make it out, but not before another 15 days passed. And this is it. This is the moment that One Piece clicked to me as something special. It's not just a shonen fighting show. It's something tragic and beautiful and inspiring. A story where people would give their lives to save others they don't know just because they share a dream. A story about finding and protecting your own treasure, but where gold and money don't matter. A story that thinking back on and talking about is enough to get me teary-eyed. This is the moment where Oda finds his gift for bringing powerful emotional value into the world, and over the next few arcs, these are the skills that we would watch him hone. Now, Sanji's story in particular is an interesting one in how it compares to the Straw Hats, but in particular with Luffy's and with Zoro's. In the case of Zoro, he had chosen himself to be starved so that he could protect a young girl. But in Luffy's case, both Sanji and Luffy had been saved by a great pirate who would give up a limb to protect them and give them a second chance at life. And we see these two butting heads here as their understanding of what that debt of life comes with. Sanji believes that because Zeph saved him, he must be willing to give his life to make Zeph's dream come true. Whereas Luffy tells him that Shanks saved him so that he could find his own dream. These men didn't protect them so that they could die in the future, they wanted them to live their own lives. And from here, the rest of the arc goes about as you'd expect. But there is attention brought to the difference in how Krieg and Luffy act as captains. Krieg has commented that Luffy's crew is small and thus weak, while his was massive and powerful. But Luffy notes that individually Krieg's crew is much weaker, and they just rely on tricking and overwhelming opponents. This is kind of something that we see as the story continues as well. The Straw Hats never grow to be a huge crew, never even reaching a dozen members. But each member is special, and that's what makes them powerful together. This is only pushed further when Krieg starts firing off poison gas, willing to kill his own men because they are expendable. This is a far shot from the family that Luffy is creating. And once Krieg poisons and disrespects Gin, Luffy has had enough and goes in to finish the fight. Krieg, of course, has traps and tricks and spiked capes. Everything that he can do to keep himself safe and deter his opponents from attacking, but Luffy doesn't care. And as Luffy charges in through all the pain that Krieg can launch at him, Zeph tells Sanji to watch, saying that men like Luffy will show up from time to time. They're idiots who fight to the death once they decide on their goal, and that those are the worst kind of enemies you can face. Adding in that win or lose, they're the kinds of guys that he likes. Sanji, of course, is concerned because Krieg has so many weapons and traps that it makes him invincible, but Zeph corrects him, saying that in battle, it's the one who fears death who will hesitate and lose. And while Krieg is doing everything in his power to stop himself from dying, Luffy has no fear of death and will never hesitate. Zeph says that every crew has their own strength. Krieg has weapons and size, and if we look back at Buggy, he had charisma and passion. Kuro had his plans, but Luffy's weapon is conviction, the power to make a dream into reality. Finally saying that he knows a certain idiot chef who has been wasting that very same conviction by spending his life working for an old man. And of course, Luffy wins the fight. Once the Krieg pirates check out and Luffy wakes up from his recovery, he talks with Sanji about joining the crew, and at first Sanji rejects him, saying that he can't leave until Zeph acknowledges his cooking, but he does say that he wants to head to the Grand Line eventually. And then we have this panel. Sanji is almost always depicted as someone trying to look cool and be serious, at least if there's no women involved. But in this panel, he just looks happy. He has a dream and he wants to share it. It's like a little kid telling his friends about some awesome new thing he just found. And as he does, Zeph looks down from above, smiling like a proud father at his son's beaming face. And so all the cooks get together to do that trope where they pretend to hate Sanji's cooking and make him angry so he won't stay. And finally, Zeph asks Luffy to take Sanji along with him, to which Luffy just says, nah. Saying unless Sanji wants it for himself, he wouldn't force anyone into a dream or life that they don't want. Of course, though, Sanji comes around and says that Luffy's dream is as crazy as his, so he will actually join as the crew's cook. They get ready to head out as Sanji thinks back on all the memories with Patty and Karne and Zeph, and how the old man had always kind of been a bastard, but a bastard that he really respected. And just as he's about to step onto the boat to head off, Zeph calls out, reminding him not to catch cold. A final fatherly message of care, leading Sanji to breaking down and calling out how much he has appreciated everything the old man did for him, as well as promising to remember the debt that he owes for the rest of his life. A truly perfect ending to the arc. But of course, while the Baratie is overflowing with beautiful and powerful moments, the pretty agreed upon arc that One Piece becomes the One Piece we know is Arlong Park, and it's right around the corner. If you've seen through most of the series, these early sections might seem super nostalgic to you, but also they're very different from what the series would become. And there's several reasons for that. First and foremost, we still need to gather our crew, and with less members to follow in each arc, there's also less story that needs to be told. It makes sense that if we only have Luffy and Zoro rather than 10 crewmates, there's just less threads to follow and we have shorter stories because of it. Second, as I mentioned, Oda was just finishing up building the pillars of what would make the series something special, those again being comedy, tragedy, and action. And while he knew what those things looked like in isolation, he was still working on blending them together. For example, if you look at the fight between Captain Morgan, it is just a fight. There's very little comedy, if any, and there's no real emotional value attached to that battle. But if we jump forward to Zoro's fight with Mihawk, it's full of passion. There's a ton of humor from how Mihawk talks to Zoro, there's emotional investment from Zoro, and there's sadness from running into the wall that is the world's greatest swordsman, as well as the idea of what this means for the promise he made to Kuina and Luffy. The structure and value of fights in this series has been evolving, and it comes to a head in Arlong Park, but it will also continue to grow as the series moves forward. And you gotta remember, up until this point, he had written primarily one-shots and worked as an assistant to other people. And in those environments, making one of those pillars shine on its own can often just be enough. But One Piece was not a one-shot. This was a whole new adventure for Oda himself, and he wasn't quite confident yet. And why would he be? He was just some kid in his early 20s, being given his first real shot at anything. And as a result of still being in this learning phase, I think that many of the early arcs, especially leading up to the Baratie and Arlong Park, kind of show off the inexperience that Oda had at the time. Each of these early arcs kind of follows a formula. Luffy lands on a new island, meets a new crewmate, we get some kind of sadness or tragedy, and of course we take out a new villain. It's a much more simplified version of how we would deal with storytelling in the future. This often leads to the first few arcs feeling very much like a villain of the week sort of thing. We quickly move from one point to the next until the base crew is finally established. But now that the crew has been established, Oda has been doing this for over a year at this point, and with the Baratie behind us, he had clearly become more confident in how to write impactful characters and stories. While Dragon Ball had been a huge inspiration for him, his series wouldn't be that same kind of fight-forward storytelling. Instead, it would become a heartfelt and emotional one where the fights facilitated those feelings and allowed them to come to a peak and get closure. And closure is exactly what we got here. But first, some world building. On the way to Arlong Park, we have our first mention of the three great powers, and more specifically, the Warlords of the Sea, with silhouettes that are pretty far off what any of them would look like with the exception of Mihawk. Speaking of, these are the primary reason for the length of One Piece, or at least they're a symptom of the issue. Oda has said that the reason his series keeps getting extended is because he thinks of a fun concept and believes that it wouldn't be right for him to exclude it from the series and rob the readers of a fun experience. And the first example of this is kind of the Warlords. We've all heard that One Piece was going to run 5 years, through which the Straw Hats would take on the Yonko, but then, as he put it, it struck me that having these cool 7 warlords of the sea in the comic would be awesome. And it was just a passing thought really, and then, like a horror movie, it spiraled into such a long series. And so the series would go on to span well over 2 decades. Back to the main story though, we are told that Mihawk is a warlord, and we also learn that the leader of the Fishman pirates, Jinbei, is also a warlord as well, and in becoming one, he had released the monster Arlong into the East Blue. Speaking of Arlong, we jump over to Arlong Park, where he is bribing Marine Captain Nezumi for turning a blind eye to his actions. Arlong is a massive shark fishman obsessed with money and power, but we also have a few officers of his crew being introduced, like the dim-witted but lovable octopus fishman Hachi, and pretty shockingly, Nami. Now, Arlong Park is a bit of a different arc than what we've seen so far. It is considerably longer than the ones we're used to, with 30 chapters, but it is kind of similar to Shellstown as we have a tyrant ruling over a city and corrupt marines being involved. But whereas Shellstown focused almost entirely on the marine base, Arlong Park is done in the more interpersonal level like Syrup Village was. It has the emotional depth of the Baratie, but held as a constant throughout its entirety. This arc is a culmination of everything Oda had tested out so far, and while it's not perfect, it is definitely the point where he hit his stride. The arc proper begins following 2 tracks. Firstly, Usopp runs into Nami's sister Nojiko and learns a rough summary of what's been going on in the village. And then we have Zoro getting captured by the Fishmen and coming face to face with Nami, who tells Arlong that Zoro is just one of her victims that she fooled, as Arlong laughs, describing her as a girl who would do anything for money, even forget the death of her own parent. Adding in the last bit of detail we really needed for the puzzle that is Nami and why she hates pirates so much. Speaking of, despite the hardened exterior that she had put on until this point, the moment Arlong mentions her dead parent, her face goes blank. Zoro notices this and, seeing through her lies, jumps into the water and forces Nami into a position to save him, saying that a small-time crook who can't even let a person die shouldn't be acting tough. Very much mirroring Nami's inability to let Luffy die in Orange Town. Nami ignores what he says and orders that he be locked up, while Arlong heads to Kokoyashi Village, where we get a better look at his rule. With Arlong in control, no one is allowed to have any kind of weapons, and all the people living there must pay outrageous tributes every month. Finally, if even one person can't or won't pay him, the whole village will be completely wiped out, all while he holds a concept of racial superiority, which makes him see human life as meaningless. And that's something we need to bring up here as well. Arlong as a fishman is much stronger, faster, and larger than most humans, and he believes that fishmen as a whole are better. This is the first time that rather than just exploring existing stories like The Boy Who Cried Wolf, or creating stories which were only relevant to the plot of that arc, Oda would instead explore real-world issues within the story more directly. And this would be a fairly large mainstay of the series going forward, in this case being racism. Now, way back at the start of this video, I spoke about Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and how one of the most important and relevant factors which allowed it to become as historically significant as it is the way in which it portrayed the realities of life at the time of its creation. It's both allegory and a time capsule, and that's at the heart of why it's so important even 1,000 years later. And from this point on, Oda would follow in Homer's footsteps, just as we had seen him follow in the examples of stories before this. By addressing real-world issues like racism, corruption in politics, revolution, historical conquest, religion, mental health, loss, and so much more, One Piece becomes a time capsule in itself. And because the story has been going on for 2 decades, the way in which this topic is addressed, as well as if these topics get readdressed, allow them to mean different things each time we look at them. A discussion about racism in 1998 is not the same as a discussion about racism in 2008 or 2018. And with so few series throughout history being written over such a long period of time, let alone spanning 1,000 chapters, it makes the series something of a miracle, at least in terms of storytelling. This opening section of the arc brings up so many interesting character points, even showing us the cowardly Usopp shooting Arlong to save Genzo, a villager he doesn't even know. But of course, the character who gets a lot of focus in this build-up is Nami. On the one hand, she's trying to show herself off as this cold and heartless member of the Arlong Pirates. But on the other hand, it is so clear to see that this isn't who she is. We see her walking back to Kokoyashi village where she just isn't welcomed. Then she visits a grave where she smiles this big, hopeful smile and says that no matter what, she will raise 100 million berries and buy this town. And slowly, we continue to be drip-fed her story and we can begin to piece things together. She shortly afterwards catches back up with Arlong just as he's getting a hold of Usopp, and they find that their entire base has been cleared out by Zoro. Usopp, for his part, scolds Nami for betraying her friends and tells her how much Luffy trusted her even after she left, a pretty early reminder of how important holding on to his friends is to Usopp. But all the same, once he makes too much of a scene and threatens what she's been building, Nami decides that she needs to kill him. He tries to escape with a smokescreen, but by the time the smoke settles, we see her standing with a knife pressed into his stomach as she pushes him into the water. Things are looking kind of bleak at the moment, but suddenly the Marines arrive to help. Not Nezumi, we saw him being paid off earlier, but new Marines who are here to actually do good. But this only lasts for a few moments before Arlong sends just 3 fishmen out there to take down their entire ship. They destroy its rudder and then create a whirlpool that pulls them in. And to everyone else, it just proves that there's no hope of being saved. But while this is happening, Luffy and Sanji finally arrive on the island. They meet up with Zoro and Johnny, and Johnny mentions that he saw Nami kill Usopp. And Luffy blows up on him, insisting that she would never do that. And right on cue, Nami arrives just after this to tell Luffy that everything up until now has been a charade. They meant nothing to her and that they should leave the island because Arlong's men were so powerful they would never beat them. But the warning she's giving doesn't match the idea of her not caring. If she actually didn't care, she wouldn't say anything, let alone offer to give them their ship back so they can actually leave. She's just about ready to say goodbye, and Luffy drops onto his back, tells everyone that he doesn't want to leave the island, but doesn't care what's happening either, so he's just going to take a nap. In reality, just like we had when Zoro was fighting Mihawk, Luffy recognizes that Nami is dealing with something. She clearly wants to deal with it in her own way, and he's giving her time to do that. But if she ever decides that she does want his help, he will be right there waiting for her. And meanwhile, we jump over to Usopp, who is very much not dead. We see that Nami had actually stabbed through her own hand to cover him in blood and fake his death. Nojiko then shows up to all of the other crewmates and offers to tell them everything about what is happening with Nami if they promise to leave. But Luffy tells her no, he's not interested in her past, and decides to go for a walk. Again, he only cares who people are and not where they come from. The rest of the crew, though, does find out everything, although Zoro fell asleep partway through. We learn how years ago the town screw-up Bellemere became a Marine, and how in battle she found 2 orphaned little girls walking alone. How she managed to save those girls and braved a storm with them to bring them back to Kokoyashi village, where she ended up adopting them, and how they lived a very simple life together. Bellemere was by no means rich, but if she made sacrifices here and there, she could afford to support them with the sales of her tangerines. But over time, Nami would be tired of seeing her mom skip meals, or watching her sew Nojiko's clothes so they could fit her. And so Nami began to pick up the habit of stealing things like books so she could learn to become a navigator without putting extra stress on Bellemere. This often landed her in trouble with Genzo, the leader of Kokoyashi village, but Bellemere would just flirt with him, make him flustered, and eventually he would go away. Something Nami definitely picked up and would use very often as she became an adult. One day though, Nami and Bellemere got into a big fight. Nami calls her out on not being her real mom, she says Nojiko isn't her real sister, and Bellemere gets so upset that she hits her. So Nami runs off to Genzo's house. And Genzo, for as miserable and grumpy as he can seem, bursts out laughing when he hears what had happened and says Nami is just like her mother. He tells Nami about how proud the village was of Bellemere for becoming a Marine, and even more so for becoming a mother, and how choosing to take in these 2 girls was the decision in life that Bellemere was most proud of, and how she had even risked her own life to save them. And after hearing all of that, Nami is excited to go home and fix things, but she never gets the chance. The Arlong pirates show up, conquer the town in moments, and set in place an unreasonably high tax on every citizen. 100,000 per adult and 50 per child. And at first, it does seem like Bellemere will be spared because her home is out in the woods, but eventually they find her too. For her part, Bellemere fights back as best she can, but it's just not good enough. Arlong bites through her gun, crushes her arm, and leaves her unable to resist. Genzo arrives and begins pleading with Bellemere to just pay the money. It's better to lose that than to lose her life, and we find out that Bellemere only has 100,000 berries. And at the same time, the village doctor manages to find Nojiko and Nami to tell them to escape, because they aren't on the town registry, so if they get out now, they can make it. On paper, all that needs to happen is the kids just have to run, and Bellemere needs to say that she doesn't have a family and everyone can live. But Bellemere can't do that. She gets up, gives Arlong 100,000 berries, and says the money is for her children, but she can't pay for herself. And not only that, but she would rather die than pretend that she doesn't have a family, even for a moment. It is an incredibly beautiful scene, especially when you consider it just followed Nami blowing up on her for not being a real mom. The girls run up to Bellemere in tears and hug her, and it is unbelievably heavy. Bellemere then turns to Arlong and makes him promise not to hurt her daughters, and he agrees if she dies quietly. So he holds the gun up to her head, she calls out her daughters' names, and tells them that she loves them, as the trigger gets pulled and a deafening explosion takes away every other sight and sound. There are plenty of arguments for why someone might read the manga over watching the anime, but there are a few moments in the series that I cannot imagine experiencing only through the manga. When I look at this image, I can hear exactly the sound that the gun makes. I can hear the exact tone of Bellemere's "I love you," and it will be the same when we get to Robin's big moment later in the series, and Nami's big moment later in this arc. There are sounds and moments in this series that live in me. It isn't that I'm a big fan of them, it isn't that I love One Piece as a whole. These moments are ingrained in my mind because of all the phenomenal talent and emotion that the voice actors, artists, and sound crew put into making them. And these are the few magic seconds that led me from being a fan of the series like any other that I might watch, to this series being a part of my life in a very meaningful way. But of course, the moment doesn't end here. If this wasn't all enough, one of the fishmen would find Nami's nautical charts, and Arlong ends up kidnapping her to work as a cartographer. Nami had just watched her mother die, saw the other villagers who tried to act up against Arlong be brutalized and beaten, and as a child, she just wanted any path that could lead the violence to stopping. Bellemere had always told her to keep living and keep smiling, and eventually good things would come for her, but these moments are heartbreaking. A few days later, Nami comes shuffling back to the town with an absolutely shattered smile, trying her best to take her mother's advice. And this isn't like the one that we saw before at all. The smile is hollow, it's fearful, and it's on the edge of tears. She tells the other villagers that she has joined the Arlong pirates and become their cartographer, even being marked with their tattoo. And in exchange, they gave her money. Money being the thing that forced Bellemere to starve herself. Money being the reason that she had to steal books and wear hand-me-down clothes. Money being the difference maker in why every other villager got to live while her mother had to die. But all the same, seeing her betray her village and her family, everyone else turned against her and exiled her from the village. Nojiko would come find her shortly after, and Nami explains that Arlong made her watch as he sunk 5 marine ships and slowly tore away any hope that she had for the village being saved. But instead, he made her an offer. If she could raise 100 million berries, he would let her buy the village back from him. So Nami made a choice. If she could get all the villagers to hate her, then they won't try to stop her and try to keep her safe as she tries to steal treasure from pirates. And so she can work alone, uninterrupted, to save them. And with that, everything that we know about Nami clicks into place. A girl who steals exclusively from pirates because they stole everything from her. She's someone who lost her village to invading pirates, and so she stood with Usopp to defend his home so it wouldn't happen there. She can't trust pirates. She wants all of them dead. And that's why she's so conflicted when it comes to making friends like Luffy and Zoro and Usopp and Sanji who are actually good people. She's someone who values money more than anything else. But it's not because she wants to spend that money on herself. It's because she never wants to be in a position where not having money stops her from helping those who are important to her. And all of that comes from what Arlong had done to her. But she was almost free now. One more haul and she would hit 100 million berries. And a happy ending was just in sight. But of course, this is the new Oda, and once he has your heartstrings, he will pull on them until you are raw. Just as Nami is ready to celebrate being one step from freedom, Captain Nezumi, the marine that Arlong had paid off earlier, shows up and says that he needs to examine Nami's property for stolen goods. She was stealing from pirates, so he wouldn't arrest her, but he needed to confiscate everything else she had collected. What this really meant, though, is that Arlong was not going to let her free, ever. Not even letting the Marines arrest her, and instead forcing her to continue to work for him. Nami tries to stop them. Genzo even yells at Nezumi for her, revealing that the village knew what was happening the whole time, but they didn't want her to feel like she needed to stay there and stop her from thinking that she could have escaped and lived her own life at any time. But nothing slows them down. Luffy sees her freaking out and asks if she needs help, but she tells him that it has nothing to do with him, tells him to leave the island again, and bolts towards Arlong's place to confront him. But Arlong just grabs her, asks if he really broke any promises if she hadn't paid him yet, and laughs at her as she begins crying. And that's it. Nami gets back to the town to find everyone in the village is ready to fight, and despite trying to calm them down so that she won't lose any more people to Arlong, they just won't listen. They tell her that she's fought hard enough for them, and that they were only putting up with Arlong because they had faith in her, but now that he had betrayed her, there was nothing left. So they're going to go fight him, but she should just leave the island while she has the chance. Nami tries to hold them back with a knife, but already committed to sacrificing himself, Genzo just grabs the blade and tells her to move. And this, of course, leads into another moment that lives in my head. Nami grabs her knife, screaming Arlong's name, and begins stabbing at her tattoo over and over again as you hear her voice actress making these painful, strained screams until silence. Luffy had grabbed her knife to stop her, and in this angry, broken voice, she starts yelling at him, saying he doesn't know the first thing about anything. He agrees. He knows nothing. She says that it has nothing to do with him, and she already told him to leave the island as she scrapes the dust on the floor towards him. And again, Luffy agrees. She did do that. But all the same, he was still there for her. And suddenly, the screams are replaced with tears as she turns to him with no other options and asks for help. And that is Luffy. If he knows you are trying to do something on your own, he will not interfere. But he will always be close by, and he will always be there for his crew the second that they want his help. So he takes his hat, the hat that is his treasure that this entire saga of the East Blue had spent a full year of time building up the value of, and places it on Nami's head, yelling that of course he's going to help her. And as he turns around to start moving towards Arlong, Nami sees that it isn't just Luffy, but it's all of her crewmates who had been waiting for her and who were ready to help. She had been carrying everything on her own since she was a young girl, but she didn't have to anymore. These new friends that she had made were people that she could count on and who would carry that burden with her. And so begins the march towards Arlong Park as Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp head to this demon who had been holding Nami prisoner for 8 years. And in a moment, Luffy blasts through the wall, asking who Arlong is, and launches the Fishman with a single punch, yelling, "Don't you dare make my navigator cry." And each of the 4 Straw Hat men take on a different Fishman in this fight. Zoro takes on the 6-sword style using Hachi, a fight in which Zoro is still on death's door from his injuries with Mihawk, and in which it seems like he's just outnumbered 3-6. However, as he mentions, while he only holds 3 swords, the weight of those swords is completely different. Hachi is fighting because he was told to, while Zoro is fighting to keep his promises to Kuina and to Luffy, as well as to liberate Nami. Sanji battles Kurubi, with Sanji's superpowered kicks going against Fishman karate, amplified by the water. In this fight, Kurubi has a speed and power advantage while also just straight up trying to drown Sanji. He keeps grabbing him, plummeting him to extreme depths, and bringing him back up to crush his organs with the change in pressure, but Sanji manages to outthink him, blowing into his gills to suffocate him. Usopp, our lovable coward, battles Chu, and in the process, has to come to terms with the fact that running away isn't enough. At first, he fakes his own death, but he then thinks about his crew and how they're all putting their lives on the line constantly for each other, and how he's sitting here faking it. He thinks about how all of Kokoyashi Village had put their faith in them, and he's not even going to try. He thinks about how Nami had been a slave for 8 years, and how she had helped his village avoid the catastrophe that had happened here, and how he is just lying in a pool of ketchup so he wouldn't be in danger. Usopp is a coward. He is weak. He runs away from his problems. And if that's all he was, then he would be the most hated character in the series. But do you know what else Usopp is? He is someone who time after time faces his fears, who despite being weak, stands up to dangerous enemies when the time comes and overcomes those odds. He is a coward, and that's what allows him to be the bravest member of the crew in moments that truly test his character. Chu might be stronger than him, but Usopp creates an opportunity, sets a trap, covers the fishman in alcohol, and then sets him on fire. And when Chu survives this, Usopp takes out a hammer and bludgeons the fishman over and over until he can't stand up. It wasn't pretty, but it was something. Soon after, Nami actually arrives to the battlefield, and Arlong offers her an ultimatum, saying that he's going to kill everyone here, but if she agrees to be his cartographer, he will spare them. To which Nami turns to the people of the village and says, "Hey, sorry everyone, but will you please die with me?" She is no longer the girl who would rather live a slave than die free. She is no longer the girl not willing to put her life on the line or to risk the lives of others, and it is a huge step forward for her character. As for Luffy, this fight, just kind of a banger, a little bit oonga boonga, but it's still excellent. Arlong constantly talks down to him and says that he can't do anything because he's of an inferior race, but Luffy just agrees with him. He says, "Yeah, I can't do most things. I can't swing a sword, I can't lie, I can't cook a meal, and I can't navigate the ocean. But that's why I have my crew. And together, they are more than the sum of their parts." Arlong, not understanding what this could possibly mean, says that he feels sorry for the crew with an incompetent leader that can't do anything, but Luffy corrects him, saying that there is one thing that he can do, and that is to beat Arlong in this fight. Eventually, the fight moves to the room where Nami was kept captive and forced to draw sea charts, and Arlong says that this is what she was born for. There is no way that Luffy could use her better than he could, and he holds a massive saw-like sword against Luffy's neck. So Luffy looks around the room, sees the symbol of Nami's 8 years of torment, and destroys everything. Launches desks and charts out the window, breaks the walls and shelves, and flattens the entirety of Arlong Park in a single gum-gum battle axe that squarely lands on Arlong. And with that, the town is free. Nezumi gets a beating from Nami and reports what happens to Marine headquarters, and Luffy earns his first bounty of 30 million. Nami also gets a tattoo cover-up, having the mark of Arlong replaced with a tattoo of tangerines and a pinwheel to pay respect to Bellemere and Genzo. Speaking of Genzo, he gives this typical dad speech to Luffy before they set sail, saying that Nami has finally found her real smile again, and if Luffy ever does anything to steal it away, he will personally come kill him. It is a very small scene, but I love Genzo and he's a very good guy. Before we head on though, I want to take a moment to talk about how Oda uses character designs as a means of world building, and more specifically how he drops in mannerisms, articles of clothing, and peculiar details which might seem strange at first, but which hint towards a deeper story. The perfect example of which is Genzo. a guy covered in scars from head to toe who wears a pinwheel on his hat. This is a weird character design, but it breathes life into his character. Genzo gets these scars from trying to protect Nami from the Fishmen, and as we learn on the last page of the arc, he wears this pinwheel on his hat because when Nami was a baby, she was afraid of him, but by putting a pinwheel above his face, he could always make her smile. Coming back to the pillars of Oda's writing, we get that comedy aspect of him looking very silly, but it gets blended in with emotional value to produce something truly special. And it takes, 5 panels for him to make that effect? Then we have characters like Captain Morgan and Captain Kuro. We find out that when Kuro had stopped being a pirate, he crushed Morgan's jaw and then hypnotized him into believing that he was the great captain who captured Kuro. So when we meet Morgan, he's this overconfident man with a steel chin. And when we meet Clawhador the butler, he's always adjusting his glasses with the palms of his hands because he was Captain Kuro who had attached swords to his fingers. Silly displays of character design that are backed up by storytelling. They are tiny, seemingly insignificant details in how characters all through the story look and act that hint towards more being there, as well as tying into other elements to create this web of interconnected stories to build the world up from. It is done beautifully well, and I think Genzo is one of the best examples of it, especially early on. But with that, we can enter the final arc in the East Blue, Logtown. The opening section to this introduces a few new things that would become a tradition within the series. When we reach the end of a saga, we are likely going to get a look at the newspaper which fills us in on world events as a whole, this including something to do with the Marines in most cases, as well as a look at other areas that we've already visited, but just as importantly, this often gives us a look at how the Straw Hats coexist on the ship together. Usually, Usopp is building or repairing something, Zoro is training, Sanji is cooking for Nami and later Robin, and Nami is being a real adult while Luffy is just goofing off. The Marines in this case are talking about the new biggest bounty in the East Blue, Monkey D. Luffy. And it's not just them. We even see Mihawk visiting Shanks on a small island and having a few drinks together, as it turns out they were old rivals until Shanks lost his arm. And now their favorite new pirates, being Luffy and Zoro, are on a crew together making a name for themselves. Similarly, the people of Fuchsia Village are celebrating his new bounty, while the mayor even mentions that he's unsure if becoming a pirate was Luffy's dream or his fate. With that out of the way, we head into Logtown, the birthplace and execution site of the former king of the pirates, Gold D. Roger. The town itself is largely inspired by Florence, Italy, fittingly a place in our own world called the birthplace of the Renaissance, the origin of a new era, something very in line with Roger's own themes. A few threads to follow here. Nami lends Zoro some money so he can buy a new sword. He runs into Tashigi on the way, who is a swordswoman working for the Marines who looks shockingly like Kuina, but who is also a bit of a klutz. The typically calm and composed Zoro turns into complete mush every time he sees her, and is unsure of how he should be acting. He initially tries to avoid her, but luckily, she shows up at the sword shop that he goes to and saves him from being scammed. She also explains that there are plenty of different rankings that swords can be. Now, even avoiding being screwed out of his money, Zoro is pretty low on cash and needs to buy from the bargain bin. But in it, he finds the Sandai Katetsu, a sword he is able to recognize as being cursed immediately. The shopkeeper warns him that everyone who has used that sword has faced a tragic death, so he refuses to sell it, but Zoro insists that he wants it, tossing it into the air, saying that he's going to test his luck against the sword's curse, as he sticks his arm into its path only for the blade to curve around him. It is insanely badass, and the salesman is so impressed by the absolute size, magnitude, and weight of Zoro's balls that he even goes out of his way to offer him another sword for free, with that being Yubashiri, which is apparently the best sword he has. It is an awesome moment. Meanwhile, Luffy is checking out the plaza where Roger was executed. He is climbing it to see what Roger saw before his death, and it is all good and great. However, he is confronted by a gorgeous woman wielding a club, who it turns out is Alvida after eating the smooth fruit. She has teamed up with the Buggy Pirates in hope of getting revenge on Luffy, and they even manage to get a surprise attack, locking him in a pillory on the execution stage and inadvertently alerting the Marine captain in charge of Logtown, Smoker. Smoker is a bit of a hard ass. He believes that all pirates are evil and the Marines are always good. However, he has a genuine moral compass as well. He is a hard ass because he knows many pirates are dangerous and it's just safer to not give them a chance to destroy anything. Of all the Marines we've met so far, he is probably the one who most believes in right and wrong. And his arc through the story follows him seeing that maybe not all pirates are evil and maybe not all Marines are correct. It is an extended version of Kobe's arc in the first few chapters, and again, Luffy is at the core of it. Now, Smoker is also our first Logia Devil Fruit user. Logias being fruits which allow the user to turn into and control an element. They can even become intangible in the process. In Smoker's case, he can turn into smoke, as his name suggests. He hurries out to the plaza to see Buggy getting ready to swing his sword down on Luffy's neck, and Buggy asks if Luffy has any last words, and in this impossible situation, he yells out that he's the man who's going to be king of the pirates, and as the blade comes down on his neck, Luffy calmly calls out to his crew, smiles, and says, "Sorry, but it looks like I'm dead." And that smiling is something that Smoker in particular takes note of, as it's the same thing that Roger did when he was executed. And there is just something very Luffy about smiling as he's about to die. Luffy wants more than anything to go on an adventure and find the One Piece. But ever since the start of the story, when talking with Kobe about what it means to have a dream, he has held fast that he is willing to die for his dream. So here he is, in this moment about to die, and despite not reaching his goals, he is completely satisfied that he gave it his everything. After all, it's about the journey, not the destination, and even if this journey was short, he had made and saved 4 great friends, stopped several evils, and saw plenty of wonderful places. So even if he died here, it would have been a great journey. But that's not how things go. Millimeters from Luffy's neck, Buggy's sword starts sparking, and a bolt of lightning hits him, leaving Luffy unharmed as he's made of rubber and saving his life, and all he has to say about this act of act of God, is, "Looks like I did survive, how lucky." From here we cut to a cloaked man named Dragon with a tattooed face overlooking the town, who for some reason seems to be proud that Luffy has become a pirate. Luffy and the rest of his crew are making a break for it, trying to escape Buggy and his pirates, but along the way Zoro is stopped by Tashigi and Luffy is stopped by Smoker, and for the first time, Luffy is completely unable to fight back against his opponent, as all of his punches just pass right through Smoker. It is a one-sided beatdown until the cloaked man shows up, scares Smoker for a moment, and seemingly causes a gust of wind that is so powerful that it picks up all the members of the Straw Hats and brings them towards the Mary. With this opportunity, they set sail, and once more, they commit to their dreams. To become the king of the pirates, to be the world's greatest swordsman, to find the All Blue, to become a brave warrior of the sea, and to draw a map of the whole world. And it all starts on the Grand Line. That is the end of the East Blue Saga, introducing us to the main cast, their dreams, and presenting us with themes which follow us throughout the story. Corruption, injustice, independence, found family, and what it means to be a good person. As well, though, it gave Oda time to truly find what made him a great writer. The ability for him to create phenomenal and memorable moments which incorporated humor, sadness, and fun, all while starting him on the path of blending those talents together. And those allowed him to create a story which anyone can fall in love with and become a part of. Add to this Oda's tendency to bring in references from real-world history, to tie elements together to make a tangible and lived-in feeling world, and we have the makings of something truly special. It's kind of hard to recognize the kind of story that Oda is telling now when we look back at the East Blue. The scope and the rhythms are completely different, but the feelings that Oda gave us 20-odd years ago are the same feelings that he gives us every week now. And while the shape of the story might have changed, the heart of it never has. And this would especially continue to be true as we moved into the second saga of the story, Alabasta, very fittingly beginning with Reverse Mountain. There's something that every big endeavor, every big journey or change in life has in common. The first step is terrifying. Once you've prepared, once you've set your mind to your goal, and once you actually make the effort to start, it can often feel like you don't know what you're doing, like any small mistake could be the end of the world, and like there's no turning back. and being the transition point from the East Blue to the Grand Line, that is exactly what Reverse Mountain is. Dividing the One Piece world is the Red Line, a massive wall encircling the entire planet, and somewhere along the edge is the entrance to Reverse Mountain, a narrow path with water flowing into it that is flowing so quickly that it actually shoots boats up the mountain. If you miss, even by a few feet, your boat will be destroyed, and that's the end. But working together, everyone putting in their all, the Straw Hats manage to thread the needle and take the first big step onto their adventure. However, like any new endeavor, the second that things seem to be going too well, something often goes wrong. As the ship descends the mountain at incredible speeds, they notice that something is blocking their path. A gigantic island whale named Laboon standing tall in front of them and becoming the first obstacle that they just barely manage to survive, as they slow the ship down just enough to not crash into him. However, them being the Straw Hats, not crashing into it is not enough, and they are just eaten by him moments later. While being a parallel to stories like Jonah and the Whale or Pinocchio, this whale is a bit different, having long metal tunnels running inside it, as well as an entire small island and home surrounded by painted walls. This small arc acts as an introduction to Baroque works through Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, who are trying to kill Laboon and bring his meat back to their village to feed them. These two at first kind of feel like Jesse and James from Pokemon. They are comedic relief who really can't seem to do anything right, and they are a lot when we first meet them, similar to how Kobe was. However, we're also introduced to Crocus here, the keeper of the lighthouse at this end of Reverse Mountain. He's a doctor who has taken care of Laboon ever since the Rumbar pirates had dropped him off 50 years ago, promising to return after they sailed around the world. However, as Laboon is still here, they obviously never came back. Crocus explains to us how the Grand Line is different from every other ocean in the world. Compasses won't work here as each island is incredibly magnetically charged, and instead they have to rely on log poses. These are essentially special compasses that will adjust to the field of an island once you reach it, and then redirect you towards your next destination. And supposedly, once you reach the end, that's where you will find Laugh-Tale. Of note though is that there is a second type of log pose called an eternal pose, and these will always point to a specified location. Now, the relevant part of this arc comes to a close when Luffy fights Laboon, and in the process befriends him. You see, Laboon had been depressed from waiting for his friends, and believed that the Red Line was what was keeping him away from them. So he would try to ram into it over and over again, trying to break it, only injuring himself in the process. But Luffy spars with the big lad, and ultimately saying that Laboon will have to wait for Luffy to come back for their rematch, and then drawing his Jolly Roger on Laboon's head, saying that he can't tackle the wall anymore or it might wash off. Again, demonstrating Luffy's ability to understand those around him, but also continuing a trend where he understands what animals want, like with Shushu in Orange Town. Before we move on from here, this arc also gives us another first. The Mary's mast is broken in all the commotion with Laboon, and while Usopp would do his best to repair it, it is the first sign of wear and tear on the Mary, and we are still very early on in the story. Now, Usopp might be able to keep things together, but he can never make them like new again, and we will always be able to see every scar that the Mary picks up from this point on. Finally, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday hitch a ride as they are left without options, and Luffy is an ever-trusting goofball who doesn't know any better. Together we set sail, saying goodbye to Crocus, and he thinks to himself, perhaps they are the pirates we've been waiting for. What do you think, Roger? Dropping a massive bomb as we are given a huge question that is left completely unanswered. Who is Crocus really, and how does he know Roger? Before reaching the next island, we're hit by a little bit of magic. Not literal magic, but more in the sense of whimsy and wonder. Something that's very important to the One Piece experience. Apparently, because of all the weird magnetism between islands, the weather can just wildly change in an instant. And in the middle of the ocean, it starts snowing. Then the ship turns itself around, and then the snow stops, but insane winds pick up. And finally, it is completely calm, which is naturally when Zoro wakes up from his nap after everyone else has dealt with the craziness. The Grand Line immediately feels like it is full of danger, but along with that sense of danger, comes a feeling that the Grand Line is a place that anything can happen in. Soon after this, the group reaches the next island, Whiskey Peak, a town filled with Baroque Works members in disguise who throw parties for every pirate that shows up, with the plan of feeding them, getting them so drunk they pass out, and then robbing them blind. This arc is just a bit of fun for the most part, but also acts to show us just how much stronger Zoro and Luffy, and by extension Sanji, are in relation to average people. Zoro catches the Baroque Works agents trying to take advantage of the crew, and we find out that they had actually tried to recruit Zoro in the past, but he thought that using codenames and all that was ridiculous, so he had turned them down, leading him to fight 100 Baroque Work agents at the same time. And this goes a long way of showing us just how powerful he is. It really is no competition as he plows through all 100 members, even crushing the head of a gigantic muscular woman with just one hand. It is complete domination until Mr. Five and Miss Valentine show up, and I should mention at this point, the lower the number of a Baroque Work agent, the stronger they are. This meaning that number 5 and his partner are among the strongest that Baroque Works has to offer. Mr. Five has the bomb fruit, allowing him to turn any part of his body into a bomb, usually turning his snot into explosives that can be launched at his opponents. Miss Valentine, on the other hand, has the Kilo fruit, which allows her to make her body light enough to float with an umbrella, or heavy enough to smash through the ground. These two show up because there are apparently spies in the Baroque Works network, and it turns out that Miss Wednesday is actually Princess Vivi Nefertari of Alabasta, and Igaram, the leader of the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak, is the captain of her royal guard. And seeing Vivi being put at risk from Mr. Five, Igaram would even turn to the Straw Hats to protect her, which Nami would graciously offer to do for only 1 billion berries. These two new agents show up and go on a rampage, cutting through any other members who get in their way, but then Luffy wakes up and is told that Zoro is the one who attacked all the people laying around the town, despite them having fed the Straw Hats. This makes Luffy so angry that he actually attacks Zoro, and for the first time in the series, we see these two fight, and just the collateral damage from them is enough to completely overwhelm Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. They barely even recognize that they showed up, and they completely rock them all the same. It's very funny watching the agents trying to get their attention just to be ignored and still run over. And the fight between Zoro and Luffy would continue until Nami knocks some sense into them. They might be the strongest on the crew, but Nami is the scariest. When things settle down, Vivi explains her situation to Nami and how she 100% cannot tell them that the leader of Baroque Works is actually Sir Crocodile the Warlord. Oops. And now that the Straw Hats know they're marked as targets, meaning they're basically forced to go along with Vivi so that they can save Alabasta, as defeating him is the only way to provide their own safety as well. Though Sanji and Usopp were asleep during all of this, so Baroque Works is completely unaware of their involvement at all. And lastly, before we head to the next island, Igaram dresses up as Vivi, sets sail to distract Baroque Works, only for Miss All Sunday, later shown to be Nico Robin, to blow up his ship. Robin then appears on the Going Merry and is surrounded by the Straw Hats, all totally ready to attack her, but without really showing us what happens, suddenly all of their weapons are knocked out of their hands, and both Usopp and Sanji are flipped onto the floor. We don't know what her Devil Fruit actually does at this point, it just seems like she has the ability to control everything around her, and it is a really excellent introduction for her character. She is ruthless, she is cutthroat, she is very powerful, and she is here to help, offering them a shortcut to Alabasta. But Luffy refuses to take help from an enemy, and so Robin gets on a turtle and sails away, and we never see that turtle again. Now, I do want to take a moment to talk about Vivi now that she is properly introduced, and as I mentioned, she is the princess of Alabasta Kingdom, a place being manipulated by the warlord Crocodile, and she had joined Baroque Works to learn more about his organization, find out his plans, and maybe even learn a way to bring him down, and that kind of takes us back to where we're at now. In general, Vivi is an optimist, but she's also fairly naive, thinking that people will always do what is right, and that a positive change can be made without any sacrifice. In some ways, she's kind of a foil to Luffy. Each being leaders with their own way of being naive, with Luffy always wanting to trust others and being quick to rely on actions when it comes to solving problems, while Vivi is often too slow to act and hesitates to rely on others in the way that Luffy can. The two of their personalities and leadership styles overlap in several ways, but they still butt heads at a couple of core points. These aren't really destructive differences though, and in fact they help each other grow in those points that they're lacking. Oh, and Vivi also comes with a pet duck named Karu, and that's just fantastic. Vivi and Nami explain what's going on to everyone else, but Luffy is more focused on if it's going to snow again or not, which about checks out for his character. But as a whole, Vivi notices something about the crew very quickly. They're kinda idiots. While she's explaining a bunch of serious things, the other guys are trying to get the duck drunk. And at first, she's worried that things are going to fall apart if they don't take it seriously, but Nami assures her that when push comes to shove, they will always come through, and that being on the ship makes you lose the will to even worry. She just left Kokoyashi Village a few days ago now, but she is miles apart from where she was mentally when she was there. But with that, we go to Little Garden. And in many ways, this is kind of where we get the best look at how the crew interacts and where they start building into the relationships that we know them for towards the end of the series. This is an island covered in a massive jungle with plants that are overgrown and animals and dinosaurs way bigger than you would expect. It's an island frozen in time, and it's like walking into Jurassic Park. Luffy, off the bat, is ready for an adventure, and surprisingly Vivi is the one to join him, which she learns is super stressful as soon as Luffy starts riding on random dinosaurs. Zoro also heads out for a walk, but when he does, Sanji asks him to hunt for some meat, and Zoro kind of jokingly says, "Sure, I'll hunt for something even you couldn't catch." And thus began a pissing contest that continues for over 2 decades as these two try to one-up each other time and time again, with each of them heading into the jungle this time to find a big catch. And this leaves just Nami and Usopp alone on the boat, as they suddenly realize that they are the weakest on the crew, something which would needle into them over the next few arcs until it comes to a peak in Water 7. However, they immediately demonstrate what they are useful for, as Nami remembers the name Little Garden from a book she had read which calls it the Island of Giants. And on cue, one of those giants arrives to the ship. Both Luffy's group and Nami's group would run into Dory and Broskie respectively, and were introduced to the main plot thread of the island. Apparently these two have been fighting for over 100 years. We later find out it was literally over a fish measuring contest. And ever since then, they were on this island trying to settle things the warriors' way with trial by conflict, fighting every time a volcano went off. However, over the 100 years they were here, they would only ever draw. And this has continued so long that they forgot what they were fighting for. A not-so-subtle comparison to Zoro and Sanji's rivalry, which was just starting up. Vivi tries to get them to stop because they can't possibly hate each other enough to fight for 100 years, but Luffy stops her, saying that it isn't about hate, it's about pride. And in this battle of pride, Usopp learns what his dream really means. His has always been the most ambiguous of the goals on the crew, just wanting to be a great warrior of the sea, but that doesn't really mean anything. It's arbitrary. But in this battle, he sees men who are willing to fight and give up their own lives in an effort to protect their pride and what's important to them, inspiring him so much that he sets a goal to visit Elbath one day, as it's the home of these giants. It isn't the giants fighting, though, that is the biggest issue the Straw Hats have at this point. It's that the log pose will take a year to lock on to the next island, and if they have to wait a year, they will not make it to Alabasta before revolution breaks out. But they aren't given a whole bunch of time to worry about this, as Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine show up again, but having been joined by Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week this time. They set a trap so that Dory's booze would explode, leading him to lose the next fight, and unable to believe that Broskie would do this, Dory instead blames Luffy and Vivi, forcing them into a fight. Luffy ultimately manages to knock Dory down, but after he does, the volcano goes off again, the giants clash, and with a huge advantage, Broskie takes the victory. And this is when Baroque Works strikes. They manage to capture both giants with Mr. 3's wax fruit, as well as sealing Zoro, Nami, and Vivi on a big candle cake-like thing that will cover them in wax as it turns above them, eventually transforming them into statues. And each of them kind of reacts to this in their own way, but Zoro gets the idea that if his feet are sealed in the wax, he'll just cut them off and then fight, which is an iffy plan at best. Luckily though, he only makes it about halfway through his ankles before Luffy shows up, and Zoro realizes that everything's going to be fine, so he can just stop. So now, knowing that Luffy is here, he opts to do a cool pose because even if Luffy ends up dying, he might as well look awesome if he's going to be a statue. And while this is kind of dumb, but also very Chad of him all at the same time, this is kind of a turning point for Vivi, where she realizes that even in hopeless moments, as soon as Luffy shows up, everyone can be calm and just have faith in him. But there is a small kink in this when Miss Golden Week starts fighting and uses her color trap ability to manipulate and hypnotize Luffy. And it is Usopp who saves the day by putting himself in danger and managing to free Luffy from that hypnosis so that he's able to fight again. From there, it's a combination of Usopp's quick thinking and Luffy's resilience that will ultimately manage to free their friends. Vivi and Nami arrive to save Usopp from Miss Valentine, and Usopp tricks Mr. 5 into eating a Tabasco star, which we actually saw him working on the ship, which is a kind of cool bit of integration. And while he's distracted by his burning mouth, he's opened up for an opportunity for Zoro to attack him. And that really just leaves Mr. 3, who hides himself away in a bunch of wax copies. Without hesitating though, Luffy throws a kick, hitting the real one and claiming he was acting on instinct. Now, you may have noticed I haven't said Sanji's name in a while, and that's because here begins Sanji's background escapades. While he does often get time in the spotlight, usually facing the second or third strongest opponent of each arc, he also tends to find himself doing things behind the scenes that make a huge difference. Here, for example, he finds Mr. 3's base, talks to Mr. Zero, Crocodile, on the transponder snail, and bluffs that he is Mr. 3, telling the warlord that he eliminated all of the Straw Hats. Crocodile would send agents to double-check this claim, and when Sanji defeats those agents, he finds their eternal pose to Alabasta, opening a path off the island. From here, the giants reunite, Nami spends too much time not wearing a shirt and gets bitten by a bug, and the Straw Hats head off the island as the giants return to fighting and having a good old time together. Now, back on the Mary, we see Zoro dedicating himself to becoming stronger, realizing that if he can't cut through wax, he'll never be truly reliable, and saying that he really wants to be strong enough to cut through iron, which we'll see time and time again from here towards the end of Alabasta, for example when they get stuck in Crocodile's prison, and he needs to be able to cut through things that he's just not able to do right now. Finally, it turns out that bug that bit Nami was dangerous, and she becomes incredibly ill. And this puts everyone in a bit of a tight situation, because at the same time, Nami lets Vivi know that a newspaper had mentioned the rebellion in Alabasta is about to go full swing, and now Vivi has to choose if we go towards Alabasta to prevent the war that will destroy her nation, or stop to find a doctor that helps Nami. And she makes the obvious choice of returning to Alabasta the fastest way possible, which in this case means finding a doctor so their navigator can be at full strength. It's a real wholesome little fake out, and so they begin their search for another island, coming across a man named Wapple who starts to eat the Going Merry, and causing the second big bit of damage for the ship, before they finally find Drum Kingdom. However, before they can dock, they are stopped by all of the people on the island who show up and tell them that pirates are not welcome, demanding that they leave, leading up to one of my favorite moments for Vivi. One of the citizens shoots Sanji for acting up, and a second shot hits Vivi's arm, and Luffy is naturally about to freak out and fight back, but Vivi stops him, saying that these people are terrified, and fighting will only make things worse, even saying that Luffy is failing as a captain for overreacting, and telling him that if he fights, there will be no one to save Nami. So instead, she bows, Luffy follows, and they ask the people to bring a doctor to their ship so that they can save their friend rather than entering the island. Just as we see Luffy filling in the gaps where Vivi has flaws, and helping her realize that sometimes sacrifice and violence are necessary to make change, Vivi also teaches Luffy a lot about what it means to be a considerate leader who isn't just someone who's ready to fight for his friends, but also is willing to humble himself and recognize that violence isn't always the answer to save them. And with that lesson learned, they're given passage onto the island. Drum Kingdom is a place that is recently without a king. Wapple, the previous king and the man that the Straw Hats had met on the ocean, had been a brutal tyrant who made it so that the doctors on the island were only allowed to treat him and everyone else would have to beg for medical treatment. And shout out to Oda for commenting on privatization and inaccessibility of healthcare, by the way. It is one of the scummiest things that we have to deal with in the modern world, and Wapple is a great personification of that. However, Wapol wouldn't get to be king for too long in this story because Blackbeard shows up, and after seeing how powerful he was, Wapol and his men fled the country, leaving a nation with no ruler and only one doctor remaining. And I love seeing how upset Vivi gets here at the thought of a ruler being so corrupt and heartless towards their people. It is incredibly in line with her desire to be someone respectable and honorable that her people can look up to, and she's definitely not the kind of leader who would privatize healthcare. After all, what kind of backwards country would do that? Speaking of healthcare though, the remaining doctor winds up being a crazy old lady named Kureha, who lives in Wapol's old castle on the top of the Drum Mountains. She occasionally makes trips down to the village where she helps people in exchange for taking whatever she wants from them, saying that health is worth whatever materials she might steal. And also, she's like Santa Claus or something. I don't know, we don't focus on it too much. Anyways, not knowing when Kureha would visit again, Luffy makes the choice to carry Nami up the mountain himself. And much like the moment with Vivi, this is one of my favorite moments for the dynamic of Luffy and Nami's characters in the series. I know a lot of great stuff happens later, but I think this sequence is just so fantastic at showing what kind of captain Luffy is, but also showing the amount of faith in him that his crew has. And it means even more that Nami is the one giving that faith. Luffy says that he's going to carry her up the mountain, and when everyone else calls him insane, telling him it's too risky, Nami interrupts and says, "I'll leave it to you then, Luffy," putting her life completely in Luffy's hands, something that she would have never considered doing prior to Arlong Park. So they tie her onto Luffy's back, and together with Sanji they head towards the mountain. This whole journey towards the mountain just reinforces the lesson that Vivi had taught Luffy, as he is forced to avoid obstacles and try not to fight so that Nami doesn't get more sick. And when Sanji gets knocked out, suddenly he has to take care of two people. But even through all of this, eventually he reaches the base of the mountain, and this is another one of those great anime moments, as Luffy looks up towards this completely vertical and sheer-faced rock, kicking off his sandals to get some grip, tying Nami tightly onto his back, and holding Sanji in his mouth as he starts to make this impossible climb. The wind blows his coat off immediately and it looks excruciating, but he just keeps pushing forward. Then, 3 hours into the climb, disaster strikes as his fingers slide and he digs them into the stone and ice to stop his fall, and his nails start bursting with blood. But ultimately, he does make it. He is completely drained, his face is red and frozen, and he can finally rest, but as he passes out, the cliff starts to break below him, and he is saved by a big Yeti-looking man that we later find out to be Chopper. But what really seals this moment for me is when Kureha shows up to check that they're alive, and the barely conscious Luffy manages to stretch out his arm, grab her, and say, "They are my friends," telling her to take care of them first. Luffy does a lot for his crew throughout the series, and he is always willing to die for them. But here's a perfect example of him being willing to suffer for them, to go through hell for the chance that they might be saved. It is a very powerful moment for him, and it's a personal favorite of mine that I think gets overlooked very easily. Some time passes, and everyone eventually wakes up in the castle, and we officially meet the shy, blue-nosed reindeer Chopper, and his very youthful 140-year-old adopted mother, Dr. Kureha. At first, Luffy tries to recruit Kureha onto the crew, but he is pretty quickly distracted by the talking raccoon dog, and naturally he starts to chase him. However, something happens that makes Luffy particularly interested in Chopper. The castle is freezing cold, so Luffy tries to go shut the front gate, but Chopper goes nuts and freaks out on Luffy for even trying to close it, because as it turns out, there was a family of birds nested over the door, and Chopper didn't want to disturb them or put them in any danger by closing it. In short, Chopper's a good guy. And speaking of Chopper, let's get into his backstory. He was a blue-nosed reindeer who didn't belong, and it's just Rudolph. His backstory is just Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. However, it differs in that Chopper finds a zone devil fruit, this being the last type to be introduced to us along with Paramecia and Logia, as zone fruits allow their user to transform into the animal that they are associated with, as well as having a hybrid form between them. And the fruit that Chopper ate was the human fruit, which allows him to speak and gives him human-level intellect, which, believe it or not, did not make him more popular with the other reindeer. He gets bullied and exiled, and eventually finds his way to a nearby city, taking on his human form, but still looking more like a Yeti. And as a result, the people there attack him too. It isn't until he finds Dr. Hirolook that things begin to change. And Hirolook is just a fantastic dad. He is a bit of a quack doctor who believes that healing people's spirit is just as important as healing their physical injuries, but despite his, we'll call it, very specific type of medical expertise, he still takes Chopper in to help heal him. He would tell Chopper all about the pirate flag and how it stood for hope, and over their time together he would teach Chopper all kinds of very questionable information on medicine that he knew. However, as more and more time passed, Hiruluk got sick. With not much time left, he kicks Chopper out so that he wouldn't be there when he dies, and he starts focusing himself on creating a medicine that could cure Drum Kingdom's corruption. Chopper, refusing to let things end in this way though, begins looking for the cure-all medicine that was listed in one of Hiruluk's books, this being the Amiyudake mushroom. And fun fact, this is the type of mushroom that Chopper finds. And this is the red and white mushroom, the Amanita muscaria. And specifically, this is the mushroom that inspired both Santa and his flying reindeer, which Chopper himself is inspired from. The Amanita muscaria is a hallucinogenic mushroom that reindeer famously eat around Siberia, and when people ate those mushrooms, they would get so high that it would seem like the reindeer around them were flying. It's kinda neat, and it's just the one step beyond the normal Rudolph reference that most people see, but it's subtle enough to be very easy to miss all the same. Back to the story, Chopper brings the mushroom back to Hiruluk after being beaten and bruised from trying to get it, and despite knowing that it is poisonous, Hiruluk decides to make a soup of it and drink it anyways, because he is a good f***ing dad. He knows that he's going to die soon anyways, so he wants Chopper to think that at the very least he had helped. At the same time that all of this was going on, Wapol is spreading a lie that the 20 doctors who were working under him were sick in an effort to lure out Hiruluk. And since he was doubly going to die now, he decides to go and check it out. When he arrives, Wapol tells him it's all a sick joke, and Hiruluk just thanks God that no one was actually sick, because it meant the country wasn't in crisis. He doesn't care that he was fooled, he's just worried about his people. In contrast, we have Wapol, this sick tyrant who is ready to execute him. But Hiruluk tells him to stop, that it's not worth it, and that he can't possibly kill him, giving his famous speech about when a man's life truly ends, and saying that even though he is sick, even though he has been poisoned, and even if he gets shot, he will live on until he is forgotten, and that even if his dream of curing the country fails, someone will eventually make it come true. And so he pours himself a cup of sake, shouts that he had a wonderful life, and blows himself up so that Chopper won't be the cause of his death. After Hiruluk's death, Chopper would begin learning real medicine under Dr. Kureha, making a goal that if there was no true cure-all medicine in the world, then he would become that medicine himself, the ultimate doctor who could cure any disease. And I'm gonna be honest, Chopper is not my favorite character. He is definitely my least favorite Straw Hat. He definitely has his moments, but I think that Oda often has this feeling of not knowing just what to do with Chopper's character. After all, it isn't like he can make people sick every arc, and even when people get injured, it isn't like he gets a ton of time in the spotlight. Because of this, we have a character who doesn't really fit into the category of the navigator or weather-predicting Nami and the tinkering Usopp, but who also doesn't really fit into that fighting category of Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy. He is definitely the odd one out most of the time, and even in arcs as big as Alabasta, it can feel like he's just not even there sometimes. Even despite this though, I love this backstory. I love Hiruluk and his passion for life and his quest to bring joy to other people. I love how much he cared for Chopper, and it's just all done so well. And just as I can hear Bellamere saying that she loves her daughters, I can always perfectly imagine Hiruluk yelling, "I've had a wonderful life." When it comes to the final battle of the arc, we have Chopper's first big fight as he uses the rumble ball that he invented to become a special zone user. While typically zones only have 3 forms, he has access to 7, each of which augment his body to allow for different skills and abilities. And I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty cool. Through most of the fight, he's still wary of the Straw Hats, but at one point Wapol takes a shot at Hiruluk's flag that's flying over the castle and shoots a cannon at it, only for Luffy to spring up there and protect it. As is tradition, Luffy doesn't know about Hiruluk, doesn't really know about Chopper's story at all. But he knows that a pirate flag stands for someone's dream, and he won't let someone take that from anyone else. It's a fantastic moment in isolation, but outside of that, I mean, it's Wapol. The fight isn't anything crazy or interesting, and I feel like this is my biggest gripe with this arc. While everything else feels so heartfelt and well thought out, what the f is going on with Wapol? He is probably one of the least interesting villains in the entire series. He is completely one note with very little to offer. And I'm not saying that every villain needs to have a deep thing going on, but Wapol is just spiteful and hateful for the joy of being spiteful and hateful. There is nothing else to his character, he is just a bad person. There's nothing really else to his character, he's just kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. Like, even later in the story, when he gets a new nation to lead, he calls it the Evil Black Drum Kingdom. And I just kind of have an issue with characters who know and are proud of the fact that they're evil. Like, you can do bad things, but if you have a reason behind it and you think that you're in the right, that just adds so much more flavor to the character, and Wapol doesn't have that. Even his supporting cast, these two, have nothing to offer. Like, I've watched through One Piece 7 times now, and I cannot tell you their names. And every time I reach Drum Kingdom, I go, shit, I forgot about these guys. And I think that sums up Drum Kingdom's biggest issue. The core of the conflict here, Wapol, just feels vapid, empty, uninteresting, and more than anything, annoying. And it just drags down an otherwise exceptional arc. Chopper ultimately decides to join the Straw Hats, and his send-off from Kureha is a more aggressive version of what Zeph did for Sanji at the Baratie. The whole idea of faking being mean to help them move on to a new part of their lives. As Chopper leaves, Kureha says that she isn't one for sad goodbyes, and she cries with Dalton, and then uses the remaining powder that Hiruluk had given her before his death as a final goodbye, supposedly with it being the sum of all of his research. As a young man, Hiruluk had wandered onto an island filled with cherry blossoms that were said to be so beautiful that they cured his soul. And in Drum Kingdom, he found a nation that was as corrupt as he was. So he wanted to share that image that he had seen with the people of Drum Kingdom. And so he spent his life making this powder which could dye the snow a beautiful pink. And as Chopper and the Straw Hats make their way off the island, the Drum Mountains bloom like sakura trees in an absolutely stunning scene. Of note here, Dalton and Kureha also talk about Roger for a moment, similar to how Crocus had just a few arcs back, and Kureha is the first person to correct his name to Gold D Roger rather than Gold Roger, mentioning how her reindeer had set off with a very dangerous man and that the will of D was still alive. Something that to this day we are still being drip-fed information about. And finally, the last thing I want to mention before we leave is that Dalton recalls just before the Straw Hats get there, a man named Ace appeared looking for Blackbeard, and then asked if they had seen a pirate with a straw hat. And if they did, they should tell him to look for Ace in Alabasta, a very early setup for the path that would be followed along with Blackbeard and Ace all the way up to Marineford over the next 300-odd chapters. Now, the two things I need to talk about here are the change in Oda's structure and how it became a signifier of his biggest weakness as a writer. And this is a tendency to move away from multiple arc sagas. I made this quick chart here showing how many arcs are in each saga, as well as the amount of chapters per section. And if you look at Alabasta here, I mean, it's a pretty massive jump from anything Oda has produced up until this point, reaching a gigantic 62-chapter section. Please do not laugh as you think of Dressrosa and Wano. And while Alabasta and the following Skypiea arc would be the largest we'd see until Dressrosa, there's a clear drop-off from this 5 and 6 mini-arc structure that we've had, moving towards an average of 2 arcs for every saga, with maybe a post-event arc to wrap things up. And when you're looking at this chart, it also kind of correlates to how people feel about these arcs in general. People love the East Blue, people love most of the Alabasta Saga, but some people have an issue with Alabasta Island specifically, as it just feels slow. And yeah, that's going to happen when it is more than double the length of anything that came before it. Jaya and Skypiea, people love Jaya, and typically dislike Skypiea, even if they're very wrong and dumb for thinking that. I don't make the rules, but again, Skypiea is one of the longest arcs. Water 7 is a saga that people adore again, and we're returning to this multiple arc system. Thriller Bark, we're dropping all the way down to a single arc, which is dog shit, but has an admittedly very strong ending. Marineford, multiple arcs, some people call it the best in the series. And post-time skip, we basically only receive 2 arc sagas, and a consistent complaint each time that these arcs feel too long, are drawn out, and that the pace is too slow. And the pacing will come from multiple areas, especially if we're talking about the anime, but overall this is Oda's weakness. He has a very strong more is more mentality. As I mentioned when we brought up the addition of the 7 warlords, when he thinks of something fun, he has to add it into the series. But suddenly, we have 7 crew members, including Vivi. Then we have 8, then 9, and each of those crew members needs their own development and plot to follow on each island. This often means that they need their own enemy to fight in each arc, meaning that the opposing crew or marine group also needs to get bigger. And Oda has an inability to just make a character exist. He also needs to give all of them motivation and backstories, and they need to make us cry, and it just keeps adding more layers every time until every arc feels like it's 30 chapters longer than it needs to be. And sure, this allows for some more spectacular Oda moments, but at the same time, it would be great if we could just move on with the plot sometimes. And so, as we do move on, I'm not going to be able to cover every little thing that happens in these arcs. We'll cover the main plot, any big character moments or super relevant stuff, but just because Oda tends to bloat things doesn't mean I have to here. No, don't look at how far through the video you are, just trust me. I am famously very concise, I get to the point extremely quickly, and you are not watching a 6-hour-long video. With that though, we should probably get back to the actual plot ourselves. Alabasta is a desert nation going through a multiple-year drought. Well, everywhere other than the area around the king's palace. As a result of this disparity, the people are on a verge of revolution. Unbeknownst to them though, Crocodile has been using something called rain powder to actively steal the rain from the rest of the country, all while he has been planting Brokework agents everywhere to act as sparks for the powder keg that he was creating. At the same time, he was also elevating his own position by acting as a hero to the citizens, stopping pirates and bandits before they could cause any real damage. And that is basically Crocodile's plan in a nutshell. Make the current established powers feel unreliable and untrustworthy, make the people feel resentment towards that power, and have his organization continue to strategically disrupt things from behind the scenes. Then, once the people finally get fed up enough to revolt, have them look to the hero of the nation to become its next leader. Which is kind of a pretty solid plan if we're being honest. However, the ultimate goal of this plan was to gain access to the Nefertari royal tomb, where they supposedly have a poneglyph which would lead them to the ancient weapon Pluton. So, plenty of things to talk about here. This is the first mention of both ancient weapons and the poneglyphs. These, along with the suggested Will of D, kind of act as our first hints towards what the endgame of the series will focus on, as well as being some of the longest running questions that the series has to offer. This is also the first big example of a revolution in the series. Now, Alabasta itself is largely based off Egypt, with a few hints of Indian culture here and there. They have the sea cat as their sacred animal, they have a jackal and a falcon being their guardian deities, and the name Alabasta is a reference to Arabia, the area between Egypt and India, as well as alabaster, which is a mineral found commonly in Egyptian artifacts. On the way to Alabasta, they are met by the absolute homie Bon Clay. This ending up being number 2 in the Brokeworks organization, but for now, he's just an eccentric person with the copy fruit, which allows him to change into anyone that he touches with one hand and undo the transformation with his other. He puts on a quick show, turning into Luffy, Chopper, Nami, Usopp, and Zoro, as well as a few random extras, including the King of Alabasta. And let me tell you, if you're trying to frame a king as being a horrible ruler, being able to turn into them is a pretty great first step. Of note here is that Sanji's not around when Bon is doing this, opening up this opportunity for him to do things behind the scenes. What this also does is give the Straw Hats time to make a countermeasure, specifically marking their arms with X's to show that they are real Nakama and not Bon in disguise. This is a very small scene, it takes about half a chapter, but in doing this we learn who Mr. 2 is, we see his powers and understand how they will be used against the king, and we set up for a very powerful emotional moment at the end of the arc. The first people we actually meet on Alabasta proper are of course Luffy's brother Portgas the Ace and Captain Smoker from Logtown. Smoker mentions that Ace is the 2nd Division commander for the Whitebeard Pirates, and on that note, I should probably mention that the Whitebeard crest on Ace used to look a little bit different. The Whitebeard flag used to look like this, which obviously most average Western people will think of Nazis, but this is the original sign that the swastika was stolen and inverted from. A sign that was an indication of compassion, strength, and Buddhism. But just to be safe and to appease the audience of One Piece as a whole, the icon was swapped out with a cross made of bones. Ace immediately feels like Luffy. He falls asleep mid-conversation, he eats way too much food, and he has a great sense of humor. However, he also feels more mature, more confident, and all around like you might expect a big brother to be in comparison. Smoker has set himself up to capture Ace, but before he can, Luffy bursts into the restaurant and fanatically orders food. He is so focused on eating that he doesn't even notice Ace or Smoker at first, until Smoker tries to go after him using his devil fruit. But Ace pops up like an absolute boss, uses his flame Logia powers to stop him, and it's just excellent. This opens up a chance for Luffy and the Straw Hats to escape, and Luffy tells us how Ace was always much stronger than him even before Ace had a devil fruit. And not only that, but it was never even close. When Ace catches up to him, he offers for Luffy to join the Whitebeard Pirates, and even when Ace says that he will make Whitebeard the king of the pirates, Luffy just says, meh, that's fine, I'll just have to fight him later then. And so they head their separate ways. Ace gives Luffy the first Viva card that we see in the series, basically a piece of paper that will always try to pull itself in the direction that Ace is, while also reflecting his physical condition. I wonder if that's ever going to be relevant. But Ace also thanks the Straw Hats for watching over his brother before he immediately heads out to hunt down Blackbeard for killing a crewmate. And forget making an entrance, this dude knows how to make an exit. Getting on his hybrid surfboard raft thing that's powered by his devil fruit, he sails off, and while he does, doing a flip over a battalion of Baroque Works ships and punching through them with one attack. And it is completely epic. But that's it though, he's gone after that. The anime expands on this time together a little bit, and I think it does a lot for making Ace feel like more of a relevant character, but either way, we really only see him for a short time. As the Straw Hats travel around Alabasta, they run into several towns and learn what's going on, and in each one, Vivi continues to promise everything will be okay. And because of that, Luffy quits. Vivi is dealing with a civil war between a million people, a warlord of the sea, and a secret organization of bounty hunters and assassins, but the only life that she is willing to risk in this conflict is her own. Very similar to Nami's perspective way back in Kokoyashi Village. She doesn't mind putting herself in danger, but she refuses to risk anyone else. But in Vivi's case, she won't even say that she wants to kill Crocodile. She will say she wants the Straw Hats' help, but she also doesn't want to put them in danger. So Luffy calls her out on it, telling her that people die at the best of times, let alone when all of this is happening, and that Alabasta needs a leader who can look at things realistically. Even if they can stop the revolution, Crocodile won't stop until he's beaten. And so Luffy and Vivi fight, eventually bubbling over as he screams that they are her friends, and the least that she can do is let them risk their lives for her country as well. This is a perfect parallel to the moment that they enter Drum Kingdom, when Vivi teaches Luffy that fighting isn't always the answer, as this time he reminds her that sometimes it is. From here, they go on the offensive, taking on Rain Base, Crocodile's casino, in hopes of finding him, but they fall into a trap along with Smoker. Smoker, for his part, has been saying that a pirate is a pirate no matter what, and that's all there is to it. But then he sees the Straw Hats helping Vivi, and he's suddenly unsure. On top of that, they seem to be helping trying to save Alabasta and stop Crocodile, and now he's even more confused. And speaking of Crocodile, this dude is basically a Bond villain. Tons of charisma, this real gruff and brutal attitude, and just overflowing with confidence to a fault. He has an absolute presence in the series, and it's done really well. He manages to lock the Straw Hats and Smoker into a sea prism cage, which negates devil fruit powers, and starts flooding the room before throwing the key to the cage inside the mouth of one of his massive banana gators. and as all supervillains do, he leaves them alone and walks away as they prepare to die. Issue here is that not all of the Straw Hats are present. Sanji, who still hasn't been seen by Baroque Works, is free, and Chopper, who isn't taken seriously and seen more as a pet, is also on the loose. So Sanji calls Crocodile on the transponder snail, lures him outside, tells him to call him Mr. Prince, and then has Chopper lead him on a wild reindeer chase as he sneaks into Rain Base and frees everyone. This is classic Sanji behind-the-scenes work. By the time Crocodile realizes what's up, everyone has already swam to safety, which includes Luffy telling Zoro to save Smoker. This, of course, leading Smoker to even more questions. These are pirates, and even more so pirates he is hunting, but they are helping people and saved his life, so what does that mean? Recognizing that there might be some issue in his worldview, he gives himself a moment to figure things out, calls off the Marines that are hunting for the Straw Hats, and instead orders reinforcements to come and save Alabasta. And as the Straw Hats leave Rain Base and head to where their action is, we get our first confrontation. Luffy versus Crocodile, and after some quality banter, Crocodile throws a timer into the ground and says he's giving Luffy 3 minutes in what is, again, a show of confidence. But this is well-founded. Just like in his fight with Smoker, Luffy is unable to touch Crocodile because he's a Logia user. And for the first time in the series, Luffy really loses a fight, and it is not close. Crocodile would end up stabbing him with his hook, throwing him into a sandpit, and again leaves. However, it isn't a Straw Hat who would save Luffy, it was Crocodile's partner Nico Robin, who would then go on to ask why those who carry the name D choose to fight. From here, most of the major fights take place. Nami versus Miss Doublefinger sees her using the climb attack that Usopp made for her for the first time, which, while it's mostly party tricks, also allows her to manipulate the weather a bit. So finally, Nami has a real way to fight. Usopp and Chopper take on Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas, as well as a gun who ate the dog fruit. The battle is fine. Usopp takes an absolute pounding before giving an iconic speech about when you have to fight no matter what. Again, slowly learning what it means to be brave battle by battle, and ultimately outsmarting the Baroque Works agents for the win. Sanji takes on Mr. 2 in a battle of kicks versus Kenpo, but Mr. 2 continuously turns himself into Nami to get the advantage. However, eventually Sanji overpowers him. And finally, Zoro takes on Mr. 1 Daz Bones and learns how to cut steel in one of his coolest early fights. And while all of this is happening, the revolution is taking shape. Crocodile has cornered the king and is asking about Pluton, but Luffy arrives for round 2, this time sporting a barrel full of water to try and overcome Crocodile's devil fruit, even taking on his powerful new form, Water Luffy. While Luffy loses this battle again, he does manage to do damage this time, a sign of his growth and creativity. Now, through all of this arc, Robin has kind of been acting as a background character, holding off hordes of Marines with ease, taking down Pell like it's nothing, forcing the king to bring her to the Poneglyphs, and at one point, we get our first glimpse of who she really is, as a Marine mentions that she was 8 years old when she sunk 6 battleships and earned a bounty of 79 million. Just about the same that Crocodile had when he became a warlord, but as she was a child. By this point, her devil fruit had also been revealed, the Hana Hana Nomi, which allows her to bloom body parts on any surface within range. For example, she could sprout arms out of Tashiki's shoulders to pull up her neck, and then make another pair from her wrists that grab her sword and hold it against her. In terms of early devil fruits, with the exception of Logia's, in my opinion, Robin's is by far the strongest. The ability to take advantage of any angle and snap someone's neck is insane, and the amount of limbs that she can create just adds on to that. I'm not saying she would win every fight, but she has an advantage in most of them. From here though, we move on to the Royal Tomb and the Poneglyphs, but when Robin goes to read them, she says there's nothing there but this country's history, and with no more use for her, Crocodile tries to kill her. Luffy shows up and challenges him for the 3rd time, but this time, rather than bringing a supply of water that will run out, he uses his own blood to harden Crocodile's sand so that he'd be able to hit him. And with his advantage nullified, Crocodile is taken out as Luffy launches the warlord into the sky and drops him onto the city streets. A couple things to note here is that this would be the first of many times that Luffy is poisoned in the series. something which would become a bit of a running theme as he builds up his immunity. Second, while this is going on, there's a bomb in the city that the rest of the Straw Hats are trying to find, and ultimately Pell sacrifices himself to fly away with it. It sure would ruin the moment if he lived, huh? I guess we gotta talk about this here. Another of Oda's biggest criticisms is his lack of killing off characters, especially when heavily implying that they have died. Sometimes being called the Will of P, we have characters like Pell who survive situations which look like they should have killed them, and in a lot of cases this takes away the sense of weight that many situations have. In general though, Oda very rarely uses deaths, and often avoids sacrifices altogether. He prefers to keep the topic of death to a very limited and impactful set of situations, which we will talk about later. Anyways, thinking that he died to save the city, Vivi starts screaming over and over for the people waging war below her to stop fighting, but they're unable to hear her, until Crocodile comes shooting through the ground. As he is defeated for the first time in years, rain falls in Alabasta, and the whole war stops for a single moment to appreciate it, just long enough for them to hear Vivi and for her to explain what has happened. Some time passes after Crocodile is defeated, and it is time for the Straw Hats to head out because they can't be seen with the princess. But they do give her a choice. She can come with them or stay behind in Alabasta. And it is an absolutely gorgeous moment as she escapes the capital, finds her way to the coast, and calls out that she can't come with them, explaining that she loves her country and needs to stay there. It is actually such a heartfelt scene, and I love Luffy's reaction just going, oh, that makes sense. Never wanting to be a person who stands in the way of someone else working towards their own dreams and goals. As they sail off, Vivi calls out to them one more time, asking that if they meet again, will they still be friends? Again, very similar to Nami echoing her thoughts as she left the Baratier. But in this case, the Straw Hats are unable to answer. If they do, they put her life and position in danger because the Marines will connect her to pirates. So instead, as Vivi cries, the music starts swelling up, and the Straw Hats raise their arm to show off the X's that they marked themselves with at the start of this arc to prove that they are still each other's family. And dang, it sure is dusty in this room. My eyes keep watering. This is a fantastic callback. It's done in a way that is so emotionally charged, assigned to prove who they are and keep themselves safe, being turned into something to show that they will always be connected. And my heart. Now, I did mention the Marines a moment ago, and we do have a bit of a situation here as well. Obviously, they can't say that one of their warlords went nuts, tried to conquer a nation, and then a group of pirates stepped in to clean things up. That is just bad PR. So instead, they give the credit to Smoker, who is entirely against it. He wants to tell the truth about what happened, but he is ordered against doing so, and in combination with everything that had just happened so far, he is suddenly completely lost. Pirates are evil, except sometimes they aren't, maybe? But at the same time, Marines are good. But then they wouldn't need to lie in a situation like this, right? And if they're lying here, what else have they lied about? Everything that his character had valued to this point is now in question. But with that, we are ready to set sail again, just as Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, and Nico Robin has snuck on board. Not only that, but she is the first person to ask to join the crew rather than Luffy offering it. As it turns out, the Royal Tomb was collapsing after Luffy and Crocodile fought, and Robin was still injured down there, content with dying. It even seemed like she was pretty for the idea, but instead, Luffy saves her against her will, and now she's saying that her life is his responsibility, and Luffy, being Luffy, accepts her onto the crew in the most casual way possible. To this point, Robin has been a fairly cold-blooded killer, but has also had this weird sense of humor and fun associated with her as well. Laughing when Crocodile would slip up, helping Luffy. She's kind of a mystery. So the crew naturally doesn't know what to think. However, she wins most of them over just about instantly. She manages to make Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper laugh with her devil fruit. She gives money to Nami. She is a woman, so Sanji automatically loves her. And it's only Zoro that remains cautious. But there isn't too much time to worry about that, as a massive ship falls from the sky and almost crushes the Mary. And when Nami checks the log pose, it too is pointed straight up, and we are headed for a sky island. The Skypiea Saga is actually our first one to only be split into 2 arcs, those being Jaya and Skypiea itself. Despite that, this saga is almost as long as the East Blue in its entirety, and the Skypiea arc is our longest arc in the series to this point. In fact, it will be our longest arc until Dressrosa, many years later. As far as how the fans look at this arc, there's typically 2 camps. The first group, which find it incredibly boring and slow-paced, and the second group, which thinks that this is the essence of what makes One Piece such a great series in general. So, it's average anime fan discourse. While Jaya is fairly universally loved, and while I do think Skypiea is great, some of the issues that people have with this section include lackluster villains in the priests, slow pacing, and a sense of death not being very relevant in the series, as we see people making it through things that there is no reason for them to survive, and more specifically that are actually stated to kill them, like the repeated use of impact dials. Finally, Luffy is very intentionally removed from much of this saga, and his absence is tangible. Despite these flaws, I think this section of the story is still something special, and it all starts in Jaya. Now, we do have the monkey sea scavenger brother guys, but I'm gonna be 100% honest and say I'm not very interested in their storyline. I find them pretty annoying, and they don't really add a lot to what's going on. So we're just gonna skip on right by them to when the Straw Hats are actually about to arrive on Jaya, and where they are scared by towering shadows that cross the clouds in the sky. And much like the marking on their arms in Alabasta, the emotions associated with this moment will be completely swapped out by the end of the arc. Panicked, they make their escape, and as they draw close to Jaya, and more specifically Mocktown, but not so close that Usopp can see the island, 3 seagulls fall from the sky having been shot, something that Usopp, our master marksman, claims would have been impossible. And this is our first introduction to the Blackbeard crew, with Van Augur. But as we explore Mocktown, we would also meet Jesus Burgess and Doc Q, making this a notably small pirate crew that wants to stay very intimate rather than sprawling out in the same way that Luffy does. Nami makes Luffy promise not to get into any fights on this island, as there are tons of very violent pirates here, and he takes it to heart, even despite the infuriating pirates that he comes across on this island. Chief among them being Bellamy, although Blackbeard is of course also present. Bellamy and Blackbeard have this really interesting relationship with Luffy here, in a way representing the opposite of who he wants to become as a pirate. Bellamy's whole thing is that he believes that pirates consumed with dreams are fools. Why look for El Dorado or the Emerald City or the One Piece when you could just use your own strength to take what's in front of you? It's extremely antithetical to who Luffy is as a character. Bellamy at one point beats the hell out of Luffy and Zoro in the bar, but just as Shanks saw Higuma as someone who didn't understand what strength was and who wasn't worth fighting back to, Luffy sees Bellamy the same way. He's a bully who doesn't understand what being a pirate really is. The ultimate representation of people like Don Krieg, Arlong, and Kuro, who only care about greed and have no interest in adventure or being good people. And by not fighting back, Luffy wins this battle. At the same time, we have Blackbeard, and one of the most interesting villain introductions in anime. We aren't given his name at this point. He's just some big round dude who sits next to Luffy at the bar, and when Luffy likes the taste of something, he hates it, and when he likes the taste, Luffy hates it. They are opposites. And after the fight with Bellamy, Luffy leaves the bar to find Blackbeard waiting there and eating pie. And Blackbeard would give a speech about how Bellamy is a fool who doesn't understand what being a pirate is all about, and how the era of dreams will never die, and despite saying everything that Luffy believes in, Luffy does not respond at all. He just blankly stares directly at him. These two believe the same things, but what they mean is drastically different to each of them. It is a very simple, kind of funny, and unique way to bring a character like this into the story. Of course, as we leave, Nami asks Zoro what this guy's deal is, and Zoro and Luffy both correct her by saying not him, but more likely they, opening up dozens of theories about Blackbeard maybe being several people or having several personalities. From here, the crew is looking for a way up to the sky and search for a man named Mont Blanc Cricket. They find his house on the other end of Jaya, and as they do, Zoro mentions how beat up the Mary is, and how it might be time for a new boat. But Luffy just tells him that the Mary is an irreplaceable part of the crew. While digging around Cricket's house, they find a picture book called Nolan the Liar that Sanji recognizes from the North Blue, which apparently he is from. It's a quick story about a man named Nolan who went sailing, and when he returned, told his king about an entire city of gold. They would travel to this place together, but when they reached their destination, there was nothing, and so Nolan would be imprisoned and executed, saying that the city of gold must have sunken to the bottom of the sea with his last breaths. And this brings us back to Mont Blanc Cricket and the Monkey Brothers, who scavenge the sea looking for it because, as it turns out, Noland was a real dude, and Cricket is his descendant who is trying to clear their family name. Cricket has an idea for how to get them to the Sky Island, but they're going to need a southbird so that they can locate the Knockup Stream, a powerful blast of water from the ocean floor that can bring them thousands of meters up. While they're gone to look for the bird, Bellamy shows up to steal Cricket's gold. In doing so, they beat the old man and the Monkey Brothers half to death, destroy his home, and split the Mary in half, which is unacceptable. Everyone is angry, but the Mary needs to be fixed by the morning to catch the Knockup Stream. So there isn't time for everyone to head back to Mocktown to deal with Bellamy, but Luffy assures them that if they can fix the Mary, he will make it back in time. Up until this point, Bellamy has been insulting Luffy for only having a 30 million berry bounty, and he hasn't really worried because his was so much higher at 55 million. Because of that, Straw Hat couldn't be a threat. But just before this confrontation, we learn that for defeating Crocodile, Luffy's bounty shot up to 100 million. And golly gee, does this fight ever reflect the difference between 100 and 55. Bellamy begins bouncing around the town, taunting Luffy, making this big scene and trying to rile up attention, but when he finally goes in to attack, Luffy lands a punch so powerful that it is ingrained in Bellamy's face, ending the fight immediately. And good lord is it satisfying. This also reflects the Shanks bit from the beginning, with Higuma not being worth fighting when he attacks Shanks himself, but once he puts Shanks' friends in danger, it is time to scrap. Luffy doesn't care about Bellamy beating him up, but breaking the Mary, stealing from Cricket, that is more than enough reason for him. It's a pretty direct parallel, but I'll be damned if it doesn't work every time. Once he returns, he finds the Mary has been repaired and upgraded to have wings to help it climb the Knockup Stream, and they set sail. Before actually heading into the sky, though, we get a bit of a catch-up with people around the world. A few panels with Ace visiting Buggy and having a small party, as well as being introduced to the Gorosei, the 5 highest-standing world nobles, supposedly, on top of being the people that the Marines directly report to. We also pick up with the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, Sengoku the Buddha, who is hosting a meeting with a few of the warlords, including Kuma and Doflamingo, and hey, it turns out Bellamy works for Doflamingo. What are the odds? It's not just the current warlords, though, as one of Blackbeard's crew members, Lafitte, shows up here and puts Blackbeard's name forward as a suggestion to replace Crocodile, despite Blackbeard not having a bounty at this time for himself. Finally, Shanks sends a messenger to see Whitebeard, and suddenly we have half of the faces that make up 2 of the world powers. With all that out of the way, though, the Straw Hats set sail into the center of a whirlpool, get launched into the sky with a Knockup Stream, and it's one of those moments in One Piece that just kind of feels magical. Skypiea tackles a lot of different topics, however, the core of it I would summarize as being based on colonization in South America. Oda always sprinkles in history here and there, but this arc is very in your face with it, and history is kind of my thing, so I'm very into it. You got the search for the City of Gold El Dorado. You have half the people being inspired by Mesoamerican culture. You got the idea of stealing land as well as enforcing a new religion. Then there's this strict adherence to religion that completely dominates Skypiea as a whole. And the way that religion is presented in Skypiea kind of mirrors the way that the Marines and world government seems to be shown as a corrupt, dominating force on the ocean. To put it briefly, I think Oda might have an issue with authority. While Skypiea as a whole has a lot of interesting points, and while plenty of seeds are planted here, a lot of this arc can feel like it exists in isolation in a weird way. So much of the story so far has revolved around pirates, marines, the world government, and none of that is here. On top of that, we are quite literally separated physically as we're 10,000 meters in the air, with many characters who seem to fall out of the story once this arc is complete. And on this front, it is a drastic removal from everything that we've experienced so far. But do you know what else Skypiea is? It is a strange and wonderful place. Just like the floating restaurant in the middle of the sea shaped like a fish, or a man 20 years ago who, as he was being executed, started a great pirate era, or a pirate being made of rubber who set sail into the world, completely unprepared for his journey to become the next pirate king. That's the part of One Piece that Skypiea falls into. It is a magical adventure that you can't imagine anywhere else. That is what Skypiea is, and that is what One Piece is. The arc begins as the crew crash lands on the ocean of clouds beyond the sky, and we are immediately met with religious parallels as we meet the former god Gonfall, the Skypieans having wings, and Conus is even playing a harp. And I mean, even the locations here, Heaven's Gate, Angel Island, it's not very subtle. And ultimately, the conflicts arise when the Straw Hats inadvertently break the laws, or commandments, of Skypiea. One of these commandments is that they can't go to Heaven's Yard. However, Nami goes out there on a waiver by mistake, and she sees a man trying to escape, only to be struck by a massive bolt of lightning that essentially turns him to ash. And lightning is an interesting tool here. When you think of deities around the world, many of the big ones are just generically all-powerful, right? But if we look at more polytheistic religions and mythologies, especially some of the more popular ones, who are the poster boys? Zeus, Thor, Set. It's the gods of thunder. And sure, there's gods of the sea, gods of fire, gods of death. Those all have special places as well, but thunder comes from the heavens. You can run from a flood or a fire, but lightning is instant. Lightning can be seen as divine judgment, and the title of this chapter, Judgment of Heaven, reflects just that. And this is how Enel rules over Skypiea. It is hard to convince people that you are a god, but when you can smite anyone, seemingly from anywhere, with a bolt of lightning because they oppose you, that is a pretty good start. Add on that he has Mantra, an early demonstration of observation hockey, which basically allows him to read the minds of anyone on Skypiea, and I mean, sure, you're a god, who am I to argue? And this bleeds into the White Berets and their overly strict adherence to the laws. Making sure that people act in accordance to Enel's will isn't just about keeping order, it's about keeping the public alive and safe from his judgment. Conus, once she is aware of the Straw Hats being criminals, is supposed to get them to Upper Yard so that they can face God's judgment directly. And I love this moment. We get close to the gondolas, and Luffy turns to her and asks why she's been shaking the whole time. The whole town looks very anxious, and then she explains to them that she legally has to betray them at the risk of her own life. And everyone begins freaking out because she told them. But it's not just the citizens doing this. The Straw Hats respond with, "Why the hell did you tell us? Now you're going to be targeted." They aren't mad. They aren't scared to face a god. They are just worried for their friends. And luckily, when Enel does summon his lightning bolt, Gonfall arrives at the last moment to save them, but naturally the Straw Hats need to head to Upper Yard anyways, to beat up this bully who just tried to hurt their friend. There's a lot of interesting positions on religion in this arc, but one of the more subtle ones is with Zoro, who openly says he doesn't believe in God. At the same time, he pursues his own personal growth later in the arc through Buddhist principles. And while we have this whole discussion on religion going on, we also have the Shandorans, the people whom Upper Yard originally belonged to, but priests, or as you might more accurately call them, missionaries and conquerors, stole it from them. A land with a hidden city of gold within it, which is obviously a parallel to indigenous Latin American groups such as the Muisca and their El Dorado. However, in general, the architecture here is more of a mishmash of Muisca, Aztec, Incan, and Mayan cultures, with the invaders not so much representing any individual European group which might have tried to conquer the Americas, but rather being depicted as the unifying religion that connected those nations. And while this is a very strong and interesting thematic basis, that kind of also brings us to our cast of characters once we reach Skypiea, and in general, I think this is the arc's weakest point. Enel is fantastic, and we'll talk about him in a moment, but his priests are forgettable at best. Kind of on the level of Wapple's men. They're just flat, one-dimensional characters who don't really offer a lot to the story. I mean, even Enel himself sees them as disposable. And on the other side of the conflict, we have the Shandorans. You know, with such memorable characters as Braham and Genbo, who I quite literally had to look up. In reality, Wiper, the leader of the Shandoran offensive, and Isa, a girl with mantra, are kind of the only memorable ones here. And I kind of remember Braham because Zoro learns his Poundaho thing against him, and Kamakiri, though I couldn't have told you his name before looking it up, is someone that I remember that Enel completely flexes on. But overall, we have two groups that just aren't interesting and don't stand out. Back to Enel though, and he is perfect. He's got this sense of cockiness as you might expect. He's got a bit of a god complex, seeing himself as perfect in every way, and he is a lightning Logia user, meaning he is lightning and no one can touch him. Add in mantra, and you have this all-knowing, all-powerful dude. Enel though also has a bunch of details in his design which lean into this feeling of godliness as well. He has fukumimi, these long earlobes which look super strange to people in the West, but can often be a sign of prosperity in Japan, often also being associated with the Buddha himself, which ironically is a bit of a weird moment of overlap between him and Zoro, who doesn't believe in God. Although an argument could be made that if Enel is presenting himself as a god, he probably doesn't believe in an all-powerful one. Then you have the drums looking exactly like the Japanese thunder god Raijin, which you see extending from Enel's back. These being marked by Tomoe and supposedly sounding like thunder when being played. And also, Enel looks like Eminem. It's not super relevant, but I did need to mention it.
I'm beginning to feel like a god.
The final selling point to Enel though is the way he talks. This dude looks down on everyone and solely exists to hype himself up. At the same time, he has this playfulness to him, allowing Kamakiri to freely attack him as much as he wants just to prove that he will never do damage and that he has no chance of winning. Even falling asleep while being attacked, he just feels larger than life. But no matter how big Enel feels, we also have a bit of a confliction here. Enel is electricity, and a lot of people might be thinking about now, oh, but Luffy is made of rubber. And that takes away all of the tension. But Oda does something very interesting here, constantly taking Luffy out of the story by doing things like trapping him in a giant snake's stomach. And in doing so, at some points you almost forget that he's even an option. And while this is effective, it also takes away one of One Piece's biggest pulls, Luffy. Enel's big thing in the story is that he loves Verth, or solid ground, and he wants to travel to a place of unlimited Verth, with whoever wins this death game that he puts on. And once that game is complete, he plans to destroy Skypiea as it is unnatural and doesn't have any Verth. The death game is kinda fun, but also gets a bit drawn out. Zoro learns the Poundaho, Robin fights a fat dude, and Chopper stands on his own for the first time. Enel even dies at one point towards the end of it, however, he just restarts his own heart with his devil fruit, which is a chilling moment. Ultimately though, it comes down to just he and Nami being brought onto his ship, the Maxim, and as he takes off to fly towards this land of infinite Verth, it is up to the rest of the Straw Hats to save her. Luffy shows up first in a bit of an even match with Enel. On the one hand, Enel can't really hurt him because he's made of rubber, but on the other hand, Enel can read Luffy's mind, so Luffy can't hit him either. At some point though, Enel just gets tired, traps Luffy's arm in a massive ball of gold, and just pushes him off the boat. As is tradition, it is Sanji who has some of the biggest impact, sneaking onto the Maxim and damaging its inner mechanisms before coming out to the main deck to save Nami and Usopp. As he takes out a cigarette, gets blasted by Enel's lightning, and says, "Thanks, I was just going to ask for a light." It's just so good. Now, before we reach the final battle for the arc, Oda does something a little bit different from normal, giving us a backstory to a character that we've barely heard of, the true story of Noland the Liar. This, for me, is the best part of the arc. We see how Nolan had been drawn to the island of Jaya by the ringing of a beautiful bell. He meets the locals, stops their sacrificing of young girls, and slowly earns their trust as he proves to them that they can't rely on just the gods to save them when science can do so much. He helps to heal their people of this curse that they believe they have, explaining it's just a disease, and even becomes friends with their greatest warrior, Kalgara. And Kalgara brings him to the hidden city of gold, as well as showing him the golden bell. And obviously these themes of God fit in pretty well with Skypiea as a whole. However, while much of the rest of the arc seems to scoff at religion, this backstory shows us that there is value to it. Nolan learns that the cause of this disease was the sick trees in the area, so he cuts them down, not realizing that this is a sacred grove which housed the spirits of the Shandoran ancestors. Kalgara, thinking Nolan to be a monster for cutting down these trees and not knowing the truth, tells him to leave the island, but as he does, Kalgara's daughter explains what really happened. So Kalgara calls out to Nolan to return one day to follow the sound of the golden bell. And I think that this mini storyline kind of discusses the difference between religion and faith, or at least religion and spiritualism. This idea that this organized system under a god and priests can be corrupted and come across as something like a dictatorship. Whereas faith, this idea of believing your ancestors are still around, believing in the spirits of things like snakes and the forest, that seems to be something held in high regard here. And the rest of the story we learned in Jaya. Nolan would go home, tell his king about the City of Gold, but when he arrived, it was gone. But Nolan was wrong. Jaya hadn't sunk into the bottom of the ocean. Rather, the knock-up stream had launched it into the sky, and the Belfried was sent flying towards the top of a giant beanstalk. However, the Shandoran's land would be conquered, and they would never be able to reach it again, as they were pushed off of Upper Yard. And so Nolan would be labeled a liar and executed, while Kalgara could never ring the bell to bring his friend back to him. There's a few characters like this throughout One Piece, where we get these backstories from years ago that have very little to do with the Straw Hats themselves, but that prove to be these wonderful and deep, heartfelt stories in the moment. Nolan, Fisher Tiger, Rocinante, they all give these amazing bits of world building and punch you in the feelings at the same time. And that brings us back to the main story, where Luffy, still having that golden ball in his arm, takes on Enel at the peak of Giant Jack, and in one punch knocks out this false god and rings the Belfried behind him. Its sound echoes through all of Skypiea all the way down to Jaya, where Nolan's descendant Cricket smiles as he hears the bell ringing and looks to the sky to see Luffy's shadow sprawled across the clouds in the same way that we saw silhouettes at the start of the arc. It is a beautiful ending to the arc, and with that, they have a massive party with the Straw Hats, the Shandorans, and the people of Angel Island all at peace. Now, I obviously skipped over a few notable things here. The Mary gets attacked at one point, and Usopp wakes up in the middle of the night to see a ghostly child fixing it. Usopp learns about and gets his hands on a bunch of dials. Enel succeeds in repairing the Maxim and just flies off to the world of Endless Verth, which happens to be the moon. This arc as a whole would be a loose introduction to Luffy fighting gods, something Rocinante would attribute to the D-Clan later, and which is doubled down on when Luffy attacks Charlos and then defeats Doflamingo. And of course, with the Belfried returned, Robin reads the poneglyph attached to it, and this is our first clue about the second ancient weapon, Poseidon. However, Robin is upset to learn about another weapon, clearly looking for something else. And then, just as she's about to leave, she sees another engraving on the side of the belfry that's also in the language of the poneglyphs, saying, "We came here, we found the texts, and followed its guidance. Gol D. Roger." This tells Robin that the history of the Void Century had been discovered by Roger. It means the Shandorans don't need to fight or protect the bell anymore because it served its purpose, and it continues the parallel being built between Luffy and Roger. Execution at Logtown, meeting Crocus and Kureha, finding the bell at Skypiea. We are following the same path as the former king of the pirates. From here, the Straw Hats quote-unquote steal a bunch of gold that would have been gifted to them anyways, get on the Mary, sail off of Skypiea, and fall thousands of meters, only being slowed by a parachute-like octopus that doesn't do as well as the job as you might hope so. However, as they descend, the bell rings once more, and the people of Skypiea call for their friends to return in the future. When the Mary hits the Grand Line, she hits it hard, and it's agreed upon that our girl has taken a boatload of damage, see what I did there, and that we need to spend all of the money we just got to repair her. with the side goal of finding a shipwright for the crew. The anime does something interesting here. We get this filler arc called G8, and it's one of the most fantastic filler arcs in the series, along with Jonathan, who is a phenomenal character in his own right, and Condoriano, the secret member of the Straw Hat crew. What's interesting about this filler arc is that we all agree it's dope. On the other hand, both in the manga and the anime, we meet the Foxy Pirates here, and they're awful. Foxy shows up, they play games, it's a mini Olympic arc. Luffy wears an afro that's vaguely racist, the end, moving on.
Then slap that chin with a golden uppercut! Yeah! So funky! I can feel that jive lighting a fire in my soul!
Before we reach the next island, though, we come across the first admiral in the series, being Aokiji, a truly massive man who seems to know Nico Robin. She tells us about the three admirals and how they are the ultimate assault force of the world government, and we almost immediately see how strong he is, as he seems to freeze an entire sea in an instant. Aokiji mentions how Luffy is just like his grandpa, being our first real look at any of Luffy's family outside of Ace, but then warns the Straw Hats that Robin will manipulate and lie to them, just as she has to countless others before. Robin loses her cool for seemingly the first time ever, and attacks Aokiji just to be frozen solid a moment later. So, to spare his crew, Luffy challenges Aokiji to a one-on-one fight, and it does not go well for him. Not only is Aokiji a Logia, but he's just much more experienced, much more talented, and way stronger. But when he finishes beating Luffy, he realizes that he had agreed to a one-on-one fight, and now attacking the rest of the crew would be acting outside of his own sense of justice. And speaking of that sense of justice, he very well could kill Luffy right now, but because Luffy had helped the Marines with Crocodile, he decides to spare him and call it even, getting on his bicycle and riding it across the water to leave the island. Now, everything here obviously turned out okay overall, but two things. One, Robin is going to betray the crew at some point. We just don't know when. But they brought it up, so it's going to happen. And two, Luffy is suddenly struggling. To this point, he's had it fairly easy. The East Blue enemies all went down pretty quickly. Wapple, Mr. 3, not anything crazy, but things changed with Crocodile. Luffy was put on death's door twice, and only on the third time did he win, and that's because he thought of a workaround. Then Enel, Luffy had a severe advantage to, but still takes 2 fights to beat him, and it's not easy. And finally, Aokiji isn't even close. We are starting to see that while Luffy is very strong, he has a peak, and tenacity and endurance will not get him as far as he wants to go. There are many people stronger than him out there. Any Logia user without a distinct weakness is game over. The admirals are monsters. There are many other warlords that we don't even know about, and we've seen monsters like Whitebeard, who even Ace says he's no match for. We were the big fish in a small pond who got brought into the ocean and is immediately humbled, and that would only continue as we reach Water 7. Water 7 is a turning point for the series for a lot of reasons. Many of the issues had been festering for a while and are coming to the surface. The biggest is obviously that the damage that the Mary has accumulated since Reverse Mountain leaves her beyond repair, and this causes a lot of problems for the crew. Luffy is placed in the position where he needs to decide what the best course of action is, and eventually comes to the difficult decision that they need to replace the Mary, or it will put the rest of the crew in danger. He's even told that if they tried to sail, it would be a miracle if they made it to the next island alive. And most of the crew understands that this is a difficult but necessary decision, but Usopp does not. When Usopp first met Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, he was impressed by their strength, but over time that admiration had turned into a feeling of inadequacy. Since Little Garden, he had been dreadfully aware of the gap between he and Nami and the others, but through Alabasta and Skypiea, this just became worse and worse. Luffy was out there fighting gods, while he was lucky to be able to run away, and this was kind of the last straw for him. Luffy replacing the Mary hits Usopp for plenty of reasons. Firstly, he loves the Mary. It is a precious keepsake from Kaya to him, and Luffy earlier had even said that she was part of the crew. But just as importantly is how he interpreted the situation. The Mary was not strong enough to continue, so his crew was casting her away. But what does that mean for Usopp? What happens when that gap continues to widen? What happens when he is deemed too weak to continue? Would his crew turn on him as well? Usopp, before finding out the Mary couldn't be fixed, was carrying the money to repair her, but was jumped by the Frankie family, and he is broken. The dude is so sorry and upset that he let his crew down, and that he had proven himself to be as weak as he thought he was. And because of that, he wasn't able to protect those who were important to him. So he gets up on his own, already beaten to hell, and marches towards the Frankie family to take them on. However, despite his best efforts, they totally crush him. And of course, when the other guys show up, they literally tear the Frankie house down, beat up everyone inside who had hurt their friends, and obviously, at no point do any of them see Usopp as weak. At no point are they mad at him or disappointed. They just know that their friend had been hurt, and that is all that matters. But again, to Usopp, this just shows the gap and makes him feel like a burden. This section of the story, from Water 7 to Enies Lobby, focuses a lot on mental health, self-worth, abandonment, and loss. We see Usopp struggling to find the value that others see in him and lashing out at those around him as a result. Meanwhile, we see the inverse of this with Luffy, who gets beaten by CP9 at Iceberg's place, only to learn from that experience and become stronger. It is a totally mirrored perspective where Usopp drowns himself in doubt because of his weakness, while Luffy becomes motivated by his own failures. Beyond that dynamic, we also see Robin terrified of abandonment, to the point where she throws herself away so that the rest of the crew won't get the chance to do that to her like everyone else in her life had who had left her with this trauma. It's the same fear that Usopp has, coming from a very different place. But then we have the Mary, a friend who is not left behind because she's abandoned like Usopp fears or betrayed like Robin had been, but who has simply reached the end of her life. Both Robin and Usopp fear being thrown away by their friends choosing to desert them, but when someone does get left behind, it's because that choice was never even there to begin with. And from all of these feelings, Usopp eventually feels the need to quit the crew, even challenging Luffy to a duel with the Mary on the line. And this fight, I think, is pretty universally agreed on as Usopp's best moment in the series, and arguably one of the best in the series in general. Usopp pulls out all the stops, setting traps, using all of his different tools that he acquired throughout this journey, and even gaining the upper hand for a time against Luffy. But at the end of the day, the gap that he was so insecure about was a real thing, and when Luffy gets a hold of him, it's pretty much done for on the spot. And while all of this is going on, we are also introduced to the Galley Law Company, a group of expert shipwrights being led by Iceberg, who is being pestered by the world government about something being kept secret. Now, the last thing that I really want to talk about before moving on here is the leader of the Frankie family, Frankie. He runs the Water 7 Underground, and as we find out, he worked under the legendary shipwright Tom, who built Roger's Oro Jackson. Frankie used to build warships, however one day they were used to frame Tom, and since then he had to live with the guilt of his creations being used for evil. Tom would be taken to Enies Lobby, and completely distraught, Frankie would jump in front of the sea train to try and stop it, only to have his body mangled and destroyed. He only managed to survive by finding a ship that was lost at sea and completely reconstructing the front half of his body. Before he was taken away, Tom would entrust his students, Frankie and Iceberg, with the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton so that they could build it if the original was ever let loose on the world. And this is what the government had been bothering Iceberg about in the present. Frankie is kinda here and there in Water 7 without playing a huge role. He talks to Usopp about the Klabautermon, the spirit of the Mary that he had seen in Skypiea, and how it meant that the ship loved them so much that it took a tangible form to protect them. He also has a quick fight with Luffy early on that shows him to be a decently strong fighter, making use of a cyborg body complete with machine guns, flamethrowers, metal fists, and even being able to spit nails. I'd say he's definitely on the upper half of the crew in terms of power, maybe around Sanji or Robin. And speaking of Robin, she's acting weird this entire arc, at one point completely vanishing and joining in on the assassination attempt of Iceberg with the CP9 members. CP9 being a secret government organization that is used for undercover operations and assassination. Each of the members of CP9 needs to be a master of the Rokushiki abilities, these basically allowing them to move faster, make their body more dense, jump through the air, dodge attacks, kick wind at people, and even use their fingers as bullets. Using these abilities, they even manage to easily overpower Luffy and the others. And from here, Robin agrees to be taken with them to Enies Lobby for judgment in exchange for ensuring that the Straw Hats will remain safe. Water 7 has a lot going on, but it never feels scattered. The new characters are interesting and multi-dimensional, but more importantly, the existing characters are faced with dilemmas which are believable and important to who they are. And all of this is done in an incredibly tight and coherent way, which easily makes this one of the best arcs that One Piece has to offer. By the time they leave for Enies Lobby to save Robin, Usopp still hasn't rejoined the crew, but luckily Sniper King arrives to help out, and we have this whole section on the sea train. It's fine, but it's just kind of a fight after fight sort of thing, along with a little bit of Usopp and Frankie shenanigans. When we actually reach Enies Lobby, it's a bit of a mess. While the second half of the arc is just an absolute banger, the opening's kind of iffy, for me at least. It isn't bad by any means, but it is kind of a siege, and as sieges tend to go, it can be kind of slow progressing. Between the time on the train and actually getting into the main island, it's just this long stretch where not much happens. But let's talk the island real quick, because this is one of the coolest things that One Piece has to offer. Enies Lobby as a whole is kind of a courthouse used to judge pirates. They can either be set free or sent to the underwater prison Impel Down, where they will never see the light of day again. And luckily, the judges are super fair and only 100% of people who show up get sent to Impel Down. Our villains for this arc are the clownish Spondum, who is also the one who framed Tom, and later accidentally enacts a Buster Call, along with the much more serious CP9. A major complaint I have about the characters in CP9 is that their big thing is using Rokushiki, and while that's fine and dandy, they can all kind of feel the same because of it, or at least many of them do. While each of them does have their own small twist or devil fruit ability, they're all basically relying on the same 6 abilities at the base of their fighting styles. This doesn't ruin anything by any means, but it does just feel like a lot of overlap. As I mentioned though, a few of them have devil fruits to set them apart. Lucci has his leopard fruit, Khalifa has a bubble fruit, Bluno has the door fruit, Jabra has the wolf fruit, and Kaku has the giraffe fruit, the most terrifying of all. But again, many of these fruits are just used to supplement the Rokushiki abilities. Like, Bluno will open a door behind someone and then finger pistol them. It's just that kind of stuff. What they are useful for, though, is helping our crew to evolve. Every single member of the Straw Hats has a major development in their abilities in this arc, as they need to push themselves beyond their limits. Chopper is forced to eat 3 Rumble Balls and turns into the gigantic Monster Point form. Nami gets her Climatak upgraded, which allows her for greater control of the weather, using several very powerful lightning-based abilities in this arc, as well as upgrading her Mirage Tempo. Zoro uses his Asura 9 sword style for the first time, Sanji uses Diable Jambe, and Usopp, or Sniper King, gets his new slingshot Kabuto, which allows him to snipe from a distance farther than Marines are able to shoot. And of course, the biggest upgrade goes to Luffy, learning from the Rokushiki abilities that beat him in Water 7 to create Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Gear 2nd allows for a huge boost in speed and power, but early on is said to stress his body to a point of possibly limiting his life. And Gear 3rd sees him inflating body parts to massive sizes for powerful impacts at the expense of turning into a smaller version of himself for a few minutes. These abilities come in at a perfect time because, as I mentioned earlier, Luffy was kind of reaching the peak of his abilities over the past few islands, and these would help him even the odds going forward, at least for a while. This also helps the rest of the crew stay more relevant as we expand as well. Well, except Zoro, the dude's kind of always been relevant, and almost never uses his new form really anywhere throughout the story. Of course, the most notable point in this arc comes when all the Straw Hats gather together and call up to Robin as we learn her backstory. She is from Ohara, an island of archaeologists who had learned too much about the secret past of the world, specifically the Void Century. As a result, the government enacted something called a Buster Call to wipe the nation off the map, instilling Robin with a fear of Buster Calls so severe that this was the deciding factor in turning herself in to CP9. With With the help of a giant called Jaguar D. Sol, a marine who deserted to help Robin's mother, Robin manages to nearly escape the island only to be stopped by Aokiji. Aokiji freezes Sol solid and then turns to Robin. Now, Aokiji at this point of the story has what he describes as a sense of burning justice, being passionate about fulfilling the Marine's orders and serving justice through them. However, this is very different from the Aokiji we saw just before this arc. In the present, he enacts lazy justice, and this change comes about in Ohara. As he corners Robin, another Marine named Sakazuki, who would later become an admiral himself, blows up an entire civilian ship just for the chance of possibly killing Robin. Seeing this blind absolute justice corrupt his colleague into acts of violence like this, Aokiji instead chooses to save Robin, creating a path for her to road to freedom and promising to catch her if she ever became a problem in the future. This backstory shifts our understanding of the world of One Piece as a whole. Up until now, the world government has always seemed corrupt, but more in a classic anime way, you know? And yeah, we had heard whispers of this void century here and there, but we don't really know what it means. But suddenly, we have this 100-year period that the world government wants to keep secret so badly that they would wipe an island off the map and slaughter dozens of innocent people just to avoid the name of an ancient kingdom from that time being spoken. This stops the world government from just seeming like something corrupt to instead feeling like a force of mystery and evil. It changes the Void Century from something we had a bit of interest in to being one of the biggest questions at the forefront of the series. From here, Robin would live on the run for 20 years, jumping from home to home, crew to crew, and eventually finding her way to Baroque Works. Each time that she did move from place to place, the same thing would happen though. Whoever she called friends, whoever was taking care of her, whoever she relied on and thought she could trust, would end up eventually betraying her, selling her to the Navy, or just flat out trying to kill her. It got to the point where she thought her own existence was cursed and like she couldn't be allowed to want to live because she only spread and experienced sadness. And that brings us back to the present, where Robin is throwing away the life that she thinks is worthless to save her friends, to stop them from experiencing a buster call. But those same friends risked their lives to come and save her. They were friends who were going to unthinkable lengths and doing the impossible to save that life that she thought was worthless. She tells them that the world government would hunt her down forever and eventually they would find her to be a burden, and that's what she was most afraid of, them reaching the point where they resented her and eventually turned on her. And so, Luffy tells Sniper King to shoot down the world government's flag, because if Robin was worried that her being a target to the world government would become a burden on their crew, then he would just declare war on the entire world government itself, planting the target over all of them so they can share in that burden together. Luffy then tells her that she needs to tell him that she wants to live, and the voice acting here, English, Japanese, it doesn't matter. This scene is perfect.
I want to live! Take me with you! Take me away from here!
The way the voice tears as she screams, the desperation, the sadness, the hope, it is so good. From here we jump into all the fights as we look for the key to Robin's handcuffs, but the big one is obviously Lucci versus Luffy. And it is hype, but it is also very drawn out and a little bit longer than I would like it to be if I'm being honest. It's kind of an early version of the Katakuri fight, honestly. All the same, it is a fun fight that pushes our boy to the absolute limit, and towards the end of the fight, the rest of the crew gathers together and becomes stuck on a bridge surrounded by Marines. Zoro loses his Yubashiri to a Devil Fruit user, and everything around them is starting to collapse under the weight of the Buster Call. And even in Luffy's fight, he is being pushed to the point where he can barely stand up again. But then Usopp shows up, and suddenly Sniper King is gone for some reason, I don't know. But he calls out to Luffy and tells him to get up, saying that if Luffy can't take Lucci on, then Usopp will do it himself, calling out and challenging the CP9 member who would certainly kill him on the spot. Luffy is obviously very concerned that his friend is about to get murdered, and he tries to get Usopp to stop taunting Lucci, but Usopp just tells him he won't listen to someone who's already half dead, so he'll need to get up and finish the fight if he wants Usopp to stop. And our boy fucking does it, getting up, taking another beating from Lucci before turning things around and knocking that cat bastard on his ass. But that is all he's able to do. And from here, he just cannot move anymore. He's stuck in the middle of a buster call surrounded by Marines. So even despite his victory, things are looking worse than ever. But Usopp isn't the only voice calling out to them. Another voice appears and tells all the Straw Hats to look below and then to jump into the ocean. They all leap blindly. Robin uses her fruit to roll Luffy in after them, and we find that the Mary, despite all of her damage, had been carried by the waves and made it to them just so she could carry them one last time. Still though, they are surrounded by massive warships at every angle. Things are not great until the ocean turns. The gates of justice behind Enies Lobby had been closed by Sanji, and this caused a change in current that forces the massive ships to crash into each other while the tiny Mary manages to squeeze through them. Now we are home free. But even with our family united, things are not going to be the same. We already know that Mary is too damaged to continue, and this pushes the ship beyond what it can take. Just as the crew comes across Iceberg and the Galley Law Company's ship, Mary stops, and the point where Bellamy had broken the ship in half splits again. She had gone as far as she could, and then still continued to carry her crew one more time, but now it was time to see her off. They throw a Viking funeral for the Mary, setting her ablaze on the ocean as it begins snowing, and we see all these memories of the crew having fun on the Mary and damaging it by accident. And suddenly the voice returns, and we hear Mary apologizing for not being able to bring them any further. Luffy tries to correct her, saying that they were all just too rough and stupid, but she stops him and says she was happy all the same, and thanks them for taking care of her. And when I tell you that I have wept more times than I would like to admit over this stupid cartoon boat, this moment is just brutal. Oda has always had a philosophy that killing off characters was a bad thing, and especially so in series where those characters end up being brought back to life. To him, that just meant that the author didn't know what they wanted to do and then backed up on their decision. And sure, we've seen death before in this series. Higuma, Bellamere, Kuina, but those are all flashbacks. And now, here we are 430 chapters in, 9 years of serialization, and the first proper death in the series happens. It's not the ferocious fishman who enslaved a village. It's not the tyrant warlord who put a nation through years of drought. It is a crewmate, a family member, and it's devastating. We return to Water 7, and we learn a lot more about Frankie. How after he had fixed his body, he returned to Water 7, found all of the criminals and drunks and outcasts around the city who had nothing, and built the Frankie family around them, giving this group of thieves and miscreants that we had met had been brought together not by greed or anger, but from needing to find a place where they belonged that Frankie gave them. It isn't the Frankie organization, it's the Frankie family, and that's for a reason. He's a good guy, which means he needs to get on this boat. Not only that, but he had used the money he stole from Usopp to order parts to build the perfect ship. And over the next few days, he would build the Mary's successor, the Thousand Sunny. His dream being to follow in the footsteps of his master Tom, who had built the Oro Jackson, and build the next ship which would sail all the way to the end of the Grand Line. And of course, he needs to join the crew as a shipwright, making sure it doesn't retain any serious damage, and ultimately ensuring that it will reach its goal. The post-Enies Lobby arc is a quick one. It reintroduces us to Kobe and Helmeppo, who have been training under Luffy's grandpa Garp, who it turns out is a Marine Vice Admiral. And while we're with Garp, he tells us a lot about the world. We learn about Luffy's father, Dragon, the most wanted man in the world who is leading the revolutionaries. We learn about the Yonko, the 4 strongest pirates in the ocean, being Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom. And speaking of the Yonko, Shanks and Whitebeard finally have their meeting, as Shanks warns him to call Ace back and not to hunt for Blackbeard because he is so dangerous. And we also hear about Dr. Vegapunk for the first time in this section. Something to note here, though, is that things aren't all perfect with the crew. While we did have Frankie join, we got a new ship, and Robin has come back, Usopp is not back on the ship. And Zoro, being the good first mate he is, doubles down, saying that he can't come back unless he begs for forgiveness. He had disrespected the crew and its captain and needed to apologize and understand his mistakes. This arc does a lot towards presenting Zoro as the first mate, especially when Usopp first leaves the crew. Zoro is the one that makes sure Luffy won't go back and apologize to him. You can't have a captain who doesn't demand respect, at least on some level. And a captain who grovels to keep his crewmates who disrespect him doesn't deserve the respect of the rest of his crew. And that thread continues through here. He says that Usopp is absolutely welcome back on the ship, but he needs to apologize. And for Usopp's part, he does think that Luffy will come back and try and patch things up. He's too proud to go make that first step. But then suddenly the Straw Hats are about to leave and no one has come out to him yet. So he starts screaming and crying about how sorry he was, and Luffy immediately reaches out, pulls him back on board in a fantastic moment for both of their characters. And all that's left for this saga is picking up with Ace in what is the 4th or 5th chapter we've seen him so far. Ace has finally caught up to Blackbeard, and we learn that Blackbeard has eaten the dark Logia fruit. This allowing him to absorb anything and also turn off devil fruit powers on contact. And so begins an epic fight between fire and darkness, ending in Ace's defeat and moving us one step closer to Marineford. From Water 7, we head towards Thriller Bark in the Florian Triangle. Admittedly, this is my least favorite arc in the series, and that is for plenty of reasons, but all the same, there are some moments and elements that just really stand out as something great. Florian Triangle itself is based on the real-world Bermuda Triangle, or the Devil's Triangle, where ships and planes were said to disappear under mysterious circumstances, which in itself is a very cool basis for a horror-themed arc, and horror is a huge part of Thriller Bark, at least supposedly. More accurately, I might say that it's based around Halloween. Thriller Bark falls in a very particular part of the story. We just lost the Mary. We declared war on the world government and faced down a lifetime of trauma in Robin. We had a feud within the crew itself, and we are going through some shit. And after this, the arc that we're headed to, we have things like a human auction, the Straw Hat separation, Impel Down, Marineford. Basically, we are surrounded by extremely emotional and heavy parts of the story, so Thriller Bark is kind of meant to be a breather in the middle. This arc has a heavier emphasis on humor and slapstick than most other parts in the story, but there's a bit of a disconnect between how the villains present themselves and how the arc wants to be. Moria, Hogback, and Absalom all take themselves incredibly seriously. They want to be seen as these nightmare creatures, but let's be real, they are kinda just goofy. Of the antagonists introduced in this arc, the only one that really feels good at all is Perona. That's because she isn't trying to be something she's not. She is a bratty goth kid, and she rocks that. But you're telling me that we move from fighting the head of a secret organization, fighting a god, to challenging CP9, declaring war on the world, to Moria. The warlord who lost his motivation, and whose whole thing is that he wasn't good enough and just kinda quit. To this point, One Piece had been an escalating story, not only in terms of power, but in terms of the risk involved. And suddenly, that just drops off. And I'm not saying that stories always have to escalate, but if you're going to slow down the pace, there needs to be a good thematic reason, and I just don't think that lands here. On top of that, Thriller Bark is the first saga to only have one arc. There is no variety, no change in pace, and fitting to Brook's situation, we're just kinda stuck here for too long, conveniently continuing on for about one chapter for each year that he was trapped in the Florian Triangle. Isn't that fun? Speaking of Brook, we finally meet him here. After the crew had their fun playing around and exploring the Sunny, we come across a torn-apart ship that was adrift in the Florian Triangle with a singing skeleton on it. Brook had eaten the revive fruit when he was alive, and now he's a living skeleton. And Brook immediately feels like a part of the crew. He is hilarious, he has high energy, and he makes absolutely dogshit jokes. He's like your goofy uncle, and it's just a good fit right away. However, he does have a bit of a problem. His shadow was stolen from him, and he can't enter the sunlight without turning to ash. But he can't tell the Straw Hats who did it, so that they won't be in danger. Because of this, they end up going their own ways, and the Straw Hats enter Thriller Bark on their own, and nothing important happens for so long. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of fun bits. Luffy pushing the zombie back in the grave, what a classic. But it's just such a change of pace that it can feel very jarring. As for Moria's group, we largely have characters resembling classic horror and monster novel characters. Dr. Hogback is based on Victor Frankenstein, a genius scientist who creates zombies that Moria brings to life using his devil fruit. And Hogback himself has this whole thing where he's obsessed with Sindri, and after she died, he began a partnership with Moria so he could resurrect her as a zombie under his control, which is a little bit sus, but it is what it is. Then we have Absalom, a dude with a lion's mouth stitched onto his face. He has the Clear fruit, which allows him to turn invisible, much like, well, the Invisible Man, and he 100% uses it to spy on women showering, and that's supposed to be the charming part of his character. So we are 0 for 2 so far with these villains. Perona is this goth tsundere girl, which, I mean, I'll admit, I have a bias for. But she has this awesome devil fruit ability that makes people lose all of their confidence and positivity to the point where they wish that they were a worm. While Perona is meant to show off this gothic Lolita fashion style, that's all there really is behind her character. And because of that, she isn't pigeonholed into this weird trope like the other characters in this arc are, and I think that goes a long way to making her more likable. Well, as likable as a character with this personality can be anyways. And finally, Moria himself, a gigantic warlord with the Shadow Fruit, allowing him to remove people's shadows and place them into corpses or people. He used to be this young dude full of ambition, but he ran across the Emperor Kaido, and naturally he faced a humiliating defeat where his entire crew was killed. So he steals a legendary corpse from Wano, that being the swordsman Ryuma and his sword Shusui, and leaves to create Thriller Bark and the ultimate zombie pirate army to get his revenge. However, over time, he just becomes lazy, he stops caring, and felt that having an army of zombie servants was just enough for him. The arc basically devolves into Moria picking off the members of the Straw Hat crew one at a time and stealing their shadow to expand on his army. Meanwhile, Nami gets kidnapped by Absalom, who tries to marry her while she's unconscious, but then this pink boar zombie lady named Lola comes in to try to marry Absalom instead. It's a lot, and it's very slapstick, as I said earlier. The arc really gives interesting moments in particular to 3 members on the crew though, those being Chopper, Usopp, and Zoro. Zoro's is the most simple, needing to step in to defeat Ryuma and get Brook's shadow back for him, while also earning Shusui in the process. Chopper, who sees Hogback as a hero originally, learns what he's been doing and has a crisis of character, watching his icon turn to these evil actions. This is kind of also one of the first things that Chopper actually has to focus on in an arc, by the way. He typically is a much more reactive character that follows the story along, so it's interesting to see him put in this spotlight a little bit. Finally, Usopp battles Perona in a match of negativity, but because he is such a negative person already, he is unaffected by her devil fruit, and it's absolutely hilarious. Beyond that, what is done well in this arc, though, is the introduction of Brook, as well as differentiating him as a swordsman from Zoro. The crew has always felt like everyone offered something unique and special. It's a family where everyone brings something to the table. But for the first time, we have overlap in 2 swordsmen. This is remedied through a few bits of detail. First and most obvious, they have entirely different styles of fighting with their weapon. Zoro is a monster. He does these powerful swings meant to cleave through buildings or trains or anything else. It's all strength. Brook, on the other hand, is more about fencing. It's speed, elegance, smooth actions that contrast Zoro's entirely. And because of this, it can sometimes feel like Sanji's fighting style is more similar to Zoro than Brook's is, despite sharing a weapon. Of course, Brook is also supplemented with his musical abilities as well, which leads me to the second big factor. He isn't meant to be a strong swordsman. Brook is a musician. He isn't like Zoro trying to outdo Mihawk. Brook wants to bring people happiness and fun. The spirit of these characters are so drastically different that the overlap seems to fade away instantly, and it's shown perfectly in the battle with Ryuma. Brook, for all of his talent and his effort, is silly and fun, and isn't strong enough to beat Ryuma, but Zoro is all business. He goes in and straight up overpowers him while also earning his respect. And I think that demonstrating the difference in these characters so quickly and so easily is really a testament to the characterization that Oda is able to put out. That said, the big climax for the arc begins when Moria steals Luffy's shadow and places it in an ancient giant named Oars to become the ultimate zombie. The rest of the crew manages to group up and hold it off until Luffy has stuffed himself full of zombies to become Nightmare Luffy to defeat him, but this fight is 20 chapters long, in a saga that is 48 chapters in total. Nearly 2 out of every 5 chapters in this section is dedicated to this fight with Oars, and let me tell ya, you definitely feel it drag on as the Straw Hats battle this enemy that they can't damage for seemingly ever. But we are rewarded with a fight with Moria afterwards, which is awful. Moria absorbs 1,000 shadows with his Shadow Asgard ability, causing him to grow even bigger and his neck to look like the worst thing I've ever seen. And it just doesn't make sense because Moria, to this point, was impossible to deal with. His shadow was effectively like a Logia user that fought in his place, and they could just swap spots whenever he wanted, meaning that he couldn't be pinned down. Luffy could not touch Moria at all before, and at this point in the fight, all he has to do is stall for 3 minutes until the sun rises. But instead, he does this Shadow Asgard thing, becoming this massive, slow-moving target, and the way they overcome this villain who had been effectively invincible up until now is just, I have to hit him real hard. They don't have to think about overcoming the shadow, they don't have to get around any of his abilities, it is just dealt with brute force. While the Oars fight took 20 chapters, the fight with the actual warlord himself is resolved in 1. Which, as far as pacing goes, is definitely one of the decisions of all time. Now, I could complain about Moria all day, trust me, I would love to. But the more pressing issue is that he isn't the only warlord on the island right now. During the fight, Bartholomew Kuma arrives and tells Moria that the world government is worried that the Straw Hats will take down another warlord and embarrass them, which Moria assures them won't happen, but of course it does. So Kuma has to go in and clean up after him, and this is why people love Thriller Bark. From this point on, it is perfection. Everyone is at their limit. Luffy is completely unconscious from pushing himself in the fight and stressing his body with all the shadows, and Kuma just overwhelms everyone. He compresses the air with his devil fruit and lets off what is essentially a bomb of air pressure, leaving only Sanji and Zoro standing. Kuma goes in to try and kill Luffy, but at the last moment Zoro arrives to stop him and offers his own life in the stead of Luffy's. He says that his name isn't as notorious as Luffy's, but one day he will become the greatest swordsman in the world, and Kuma is actually moved that someone with so much ambition would sacrifice himself for their captain. But then Sanji gets up and tries to offer his own life for Zoro. Very uncharacteristic of how they treat each other, but obvious for anyone who actually pays attention to their relationship, as it shows how much they actually respect one another. As Sanji goes to get in Zoro's way though, Zoro knocks him out, and it's just he and Kuma left. Kuma says that he would be humiliated to act against someone showing so much honor and conviction, and agrees to spare Luffy in exchange for showing Zoro hell. He takes out all of the pain and fatigue from Luffy's body with his devil fruit, puts it into a big paw-shaped bubble, and tells Zoro that in his already near-death state, this will certainly kill him, allowing him to experience a percentage of the total before he commits to it. And it is brutal. Even so, Zoro and Kuma move to an isolated location where they won't disturb his crew, and Zoro dives into the bubble with no regret. The morning comes, everyone wakes up, Luffy is ecstatic for feeling so good, and Sanji realizes that Zoro is missing. He panics and starts searching for him, only to find that he is standing completely drenched and surrounded in his own blood. But all the same, he is standing. He asks what happened to the warlord and what happened, and of course, Zoro famously tells him that nothing at all happened, marking what is very easily one of the most iconic moments in the series. But the arc isn't done yet. We still need to welcome our new crewmate and learn their story. And this one is in direct contrast to the story that we just learned with Robin. Robin was a character who was always on the run and learned not to trust others as a result. In the end, not valuing her own life and refusing to be close to others until the Straw Hats forced her to embrace life. But now we have Brook, And we learn that 50 years ago, his crew had gotten sick and died, but because of his devil fruit, he would be given a second chance at life. Though because he was trapped in the Florian Triangle, he would spend 50 years alone. While Robin ran from others, Brook was dying to be around anyone. While Robin was ready to give up on life, Brook was cursed with having a second chance at it. They each faced their own form of isolation, and of course, in each case, their paths change when they meet Luffy. Thriller Bark is a lot of things, it has a lot of moving parts, and I don't quite think most of it fits perfectly together. But the last 7 chapters after Moria is defeated are stunning, and they are capped off by my personal favorite backstory among any of the Straw Hats. As I said, Brook's crew became ill, but they had made a promise to make their way back to their friend Laboon, this being the same whale that we met at Reverse Mountain hundreds of chapters ago. It turns out Laboon is kind of their crew's chopper, but he had to be left behind because he was so young and they didn't want him getting hurt on the Grand Line, but they did promise to return to him. But now they're all sick, their ship is broken and trapped in the Florian Triangle, and they're about to die. So with the last bits of energy they have left, Brook takes out a tone dial and begins recording his crew singing. This was the favorite song that they used to perform for Laboon, Binks Sake. And it is fantastic. All these men on death's door singing happily together for the whale that they loved, and entrusting Brook to use his second life to bring Laboon their final farewell. And as they sing, one after another the men start falling to the ground. But as they fell, their crewmates would continue singing for Laboon's sake until there was just 5 men left. Then a quartet, a trio, a duo, and finally, now surrounded by the corpses of all of his friends and about to spend an entire lifetime in isolation, it was just Brook who comments on how cruel it is to just leave the accompaniment. This backstory is heartbreaking, it's tragic, and every single time I hear Brook's voice here, it absolutely gets me. But he was not alone anymore. He found his new crew, and eventually he will find his way back to Laboon. With all that out of the way though, Frankie sets up a proper grave for Brook's old crew, and we notice that Ace's Viver card is suddenly burning away. And that is where we close Thriller Bark and begin our track towards the ending of the first half of the story. The upcoming Marineford Saga is really the last time Oda plays around with having a lot of smaller arcs making up a saga, with 5 sections that resemble the East Blue in length, instead opting to have very long singular arcs make up the majority of each saga, with maybe some flourishing on either end of it. Thriller Bark seems to have been a symbol of what is to come, as more arcs would resemble this than where we had started, and that change kind of begins with Sabaody. I'm going to go ahead and skip the Duval section here because honestly, who cares? But the big takeaway from this part is that we meet a mermaid named Cammy, her starfish friend Papagu, and Hachi, the octopus fishman from Arlong Park, and he is just as chill as ever. Sabaody itself is supposedly the midway point to the Grand Line, a place where all the log poses sync up for a moment before heading under the red line towards Fishman Island. This is an archipelago with dozens of small segments making it up, with each kind of having their own theme or specialty. You might have a market on one, some pretty nature on others, the human trafficking auction house on a third, and hey look, it's an amusement park. And wouldn't you know it, that amusement park looks just like Arlong Park. Well, it turns out fishmen are super discriminated against and often used as slaves. But some fishmen, like Arlong had when he was young, would swim up to the surface despite the danger and look up at Sabaody Park, wishing that they'd be able to visit it someday. And suddenly, we have a bit of a crisis going on. Arlong is a monster, obviously. But since the beginning, our only view on fishmen has been that they are evil and brutish. And now we are learning that they're just as much victims as the people in Kokoyashi Village. It doesn't justify Arlong at all, but suddenly we understand where his anger came from, or at least we're starting to. Sabaody also introduces the Supernova, the 11 rookie pirates who had accrued a bounty of over 100 million, who had all reached this point at the same time, these including Luffy, Zoro, Eustace Captain Kidd, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beige, Scratchman Apu, Orouge, Diaz Drake, and Basil Hawkins. That said, later Blackbeard would also be included in this list after his capture of Ace. Finally, we are also introduced to the celestial dragons in this arc. These are the world nobles who you are not allowed to oppose no matter what. They are seen as gods on Earth, and defying them is a death sentence, whereas if you were to lay a finger on one, a buster call could be put in place. We see them putting explosive collars on their slaves, killing people for not kneeling before them, kidnapping women and forcing them to become their wives, and just in general, not being very nice fellas if I'm being honest. And that all kind of sets the stage for what's going on here. The excitement begins when someone notices that Kami is a mermaid and kidnaps her to sell into slavery. And so it's up to the Straw Hats to make it to the auction house in time to save her, and unfortunately, she has one of those exploding collars on her, so we can't just grab her and run. Instead, we have to play the game of actually trying to buy her in an auction, and believe it or not, it is the money-hungry Nami who suggests that they buy her. A lot of people have talked about how this moment is out of character for Nami, or how it shows her character growth, but I disagree on both points. Nami has always been obsessed with money ever since Arlong took over Kokoyashi Village, but she doesn't want money to hoard it. Nami wants money specifically for this reason, to help people that she cares about. This is perfectly in line with her character. People just misunderstand her as someone who is solely greedy. The auction is a total flop, as St. Charlos, a celestial dragon, shows up at the last minute and way outbids what the Straw Hats can do. But as always, Luffy arrives and brings chaos with him. Unlike Nami and the others, he doesn't plan to buy Kami. Instead, he's just gonna charge the stage. Hachi tries to stop him, but then everyone notices that he's a fishman, and Charlos shoots him on the spot. And interestingly enough, it is Nami who is shown screaming for him. Nami, the one who was held prisoner by his crew not even a year ago. Charlos starts chanting and dancing because he's a big man who shot a fish, and the people in the crowd all talk about how they should be careful because the fishman is probably disease-ridden, or how he's so stupid that he has the brain of a fish. And this arc just hammers in this idea that fishmen are seen as less, completely being in contrast to Arlong's idea of fishman superiority. Suddenly, it's not that Arlong was overconfident, it seems like he was trying to overcompensate. But do you know who doesn't see others as less than based on what they look like? Monkey D. Luffy. Look at Luffy's crew. He's got a rubber dude, a couple of normies, a reindeer that can talk, a cyborg, a singing skeleton. He even asked Gaimon, a dude fused with a treasure chest, to join his crew. And as we know later, we get Jinbei. We travel and make friends with bounty hunters and criminals and fishmen and princesses and giants, angels, Shandorans, samurai, and minks. Luffy does not care what anyone is unless they demonstrate themselves to be bad or evil. The world is full of weirdos and freaks, and he loves that everyone brings their own thing to the table. Look at how he reacted when he found the monster-transforming reindeer chopper. He embraced the difference. There's only one thing that Luffy seems to hate in this series, and that's just bad people. Hachi is laying on the steps, bleeding out, and begging Luffy to let Charlos get away with shooting him because touching him could lead to a buster call, and he starts begging for forgiveness, saying that everything he ever did was a mistake and all he's ever done is cause trouble. He just wanted to try and make things up for Nami even a little bit, and then Charlos calls out, telling him to shut up, and says that his talking is making him angry. So Luffy gets up, marches towards the celestial dragon, dodges bullets, and obliterates this man's jaw. He literally punches the color off the screen. It is a masterpiece of a moment, and it feels amazing, but it goes about as well as you'd expect. He has just punched a god, so they need to escape. However, before they do so, they meet another prisoner who emerges from behind the stage. A man that we had seen in a collar before, but who had removed it himself, the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of Gold D. Roger. Rayleigh walks out, looks into the crowd, and a pulse of what we would later learn to be hockey passes through everyone, knocking out every enemy soldier immediately. Then he walks to Kami and removes her collar by seemingly pulling it through her neck without hurting her. This introduction makes him feel like he is magic, and adds a whole air of mystery around him immediately. And what adds to this is that he turns to Luffy and says that the straw hat suits a fearless man, and he's been waiting to meet him. From here, it is utter chaos. The auction master calls his boss Doflamingo, and Dofi tells him that he doesn't care about trafficking because the future is all about smiles. also adding that a great battle between Whitebeard and the warlords was about to begin. Marine HQ sends Admiral Kizaru to Sabaody to start dealing with all the loose pirates, and Luffy, Law, and Kid band together-ish for the first time to create a path from the auction house through all the Marines. And together, they all manage to escape, with Kid and Law ending up in a battle against Kuma shortly after, and the Straw Hats making it to Shocky's bar with Rayleigh. And here, Rayleigh tells us about Roger. It turns out Roger never got caught. He actually turned himself in. A few years before being executed, they found out that Roger was sick, so they gathered a crew, picked up a doctor named Crocus, and set out to the end of the Grand Line. Soon after reaching Laugh-Tale, they would disband the group and turn themselves in. The Navy tried to show this off as a great triumph, but on his execution platform, Roger did something to change the world. As a man just about to die, he smiled and called into the crowd, telling them that if they wanted his treasure, they just had to find it. With seconds left of his life, he ignited the Great Pirate Era and turned the Marines' greatest victory into a moment where a new pirate age would begin, rising against them. And this is amazing for so many reasons, but one of the biggest ones is that it protects the legendary image that Roger holds. In our heads, Roger is the perfect pirate. There is no one greater than him, right? But then how did he get caught? Surely there must have been some Marine who was even more amazing. But that wasn't the case. He turned himself in. He was told he was dying, and rather than being sad, he set out for the greatest journey ever, conquering the Grand Line, and then turning the last spark of his life into the inferno that would be the Great Pirate Era. He didn't die Gold D. Roger, prisoner of the Marines. He died Gold D. Roger, king of the pirates. And even in death, no one can take that from him. This moment doesn't just put Roger above others as this perfect pirate, though, it also humanizes him. We aren't hearing about it from some history book or some Marine or anything like that. We're hearing about it from Roger's best friend. This is an old man looking back on his life as he tells us about the time that he laughed more than any other, and cried more than any other, and drank more than any other. This wasn't just a perfect pirate. This was a great man who had friends and a crew who loved him. A crew which we learn here included Luffy's hero Shanks and Buggy, a man who tries to live as flashily as his old captain had. Rayleigh then tells the Straw Hats that he's able to coat their ship in a special material which will allow it to submerge and travel to Fishman Island. But before he leaves, the crew has a few questions for him. Robin asks what the Will of D is, how Roger knew the ancient language of the poneglyphs, and what happened during the Void Century. But rather than telling her, Rayleigh instead says that it's best that she finds them out one step at a time, experiencing and interpreting things for herself, ending with even if he told her as she is now, inexperienced, she wouldn't be able to do anything. So instead, she should take her time, read the poneglyphs herself, and see if she can find a different answer than they did. He also mentions here that Roger could hear the voice of all things, which we could have learned more about, but Usopp instead yells, realizing that, hey, this guy knows what and where the One Piece are. And he asks Rayleigh if they're real, but Luffy cuts him off in one of his best character moments, as he tells Usopp that he doesn't want to know where it is, he doesn't want to know if it's real, because this is all about the journey that he's making with his friends. Continuing that if Rayleigh tells them anything, he will quit being a pirate because there's no point in a boring adventure. So instead of answering Usopp, Rayleigh asks Luffy something. He wants to know if Luffy is sure that he can conquer the wild sea and become king. But Luffy looks confused at the question, pauses for a moment, and says, I don't want to control anything. The king of the pirates is just the freest man on the seas. And it's just so Luffy to hear the word king and not think someone who rules over others, but instead think someone who themselves is not ruled over. One Piece is a very long series with so many wonderful and magical moments, but I think these moments in Shocky's bar are easily among my favorites. There's nothing super exciting, we don't learn a ton that we hadn't found out before, but there is so much character in these moments. And both Roger and Luffy become so much more human as characters through this section, and it's always just stood out to me as something special. From here, they split up, Rayleigh goes to coat the ship, and tells them that they need to lay low for 3 days. But with an admiral running rampant, that's pretty difficult. And it isn't just the Admiral, there are dozens of these giant Kuma look-alike robots called pacifistas hunting them down too. And then the real Kuma shows up. And now's about the time I need to talk about his other ability. We have seen Kuma eject pain, move quickly, deflect attacks, and all of that has been shown to be his devil fruit, the ability to expel or bounce things. But we also saw him swipe at Perona back on Thriller Bark, and then she just vanishes without a trace. And now he's here against the Straw Hats. Nothing they do even phases him, but one after another, he manages to close the gap, swipe at them, and make them disappear. First, Zoro is gone in an instant, then Brook, then Usopp, and it's this genuinely insane, chilling feeling as we see one by one the Straw Hats vanish. And as they do, the remaining members start panicking, and it just keeps happening until it's only Robin and Luffy left. And despite Luffy begging for Kuma to stop, Robin goes too. And Luffy just breaks down. This is the pinnacle of the wall that he had been running against. Since Alabasta, he had been fighting above his weight class and barely surviving, with each fight becoming more and more difficult, and also Moria was there, but he just kept moving forward regardless of the risk. And now he was face to face with Kuma. He had lost all of his friends, and despite the faith that they had put into him, he couldn't save a single one of them. And with one wave of Kuma's arm, Luffy vanishes too, as the narrator tells us that on this day, the pirate crew led by Monkey D. Luffy was completely destroyed. I love Sabaody. No one really talks about this arc, but it is so compact and full of just powerful moment after powerful moment, and it's an easy top 5 arc for me because of it. This is Oda telling us that our crew has always been strong, but they've also always been reckless. It is one thing to challenge a warlord in Alabasta. It is another thing to challenge the world government in its entirety, to take on the admirals, to punch a celestial dragon. You cannot do whatever you want because there are consequences, and you are not ready to deal with those consequences yet, so we need to get stronger. So luckily it turns out that Kuma isn't actually just deleting people, he was just bouncing them to very far away places. And since Luffy survives, he is quickly relieved that his crew is likely alive as well. Luffy is sent to Amazon Lily, based on the Greek mythical island of Themyscira, where the Amazon tribe is supposedly from. And just as in the myth, this island only has women on it. It opens with a bunch of episodes about haha, women have never seen a man before, let's make jokes about mushrooms and family jewels, but once we get past that, it acts as a way to show us where Luffy stands on the grand scale of the world. Seemingly every member of this society is a master of hockey, which makes him vulnerable to almost all of their attacks. It was one thing when Luffy was losing to admirals and warlords, but now even regular citizens can give him a run for his money, and that's what it means to approach the new world. He and the crew will need to become stronger to hold their own, and that's all there is to it. On the note of hockey, this arc gives us a rough introduction to all 3 kinds, with Sandersonia using a form of observation hockey very similar to Enel's Mantra, Marigold using armament hockey, which allows her to harm Luffy despite him being made of rubber, and Luffy showing off Conqueror's hockey, just as Rayleigh had in the auction house. We get introduced to plenty of different women throughout the island, but the big mentions are the Boa sisters and the former empress of the island, Gloriosa. The main relevant character through this is the final warlord to be revealed and the current empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. And she is introduced very early on as Vice Admiral Momonga, with objectively the most fun name to say in the series, who shows up and demands that Boa travel to Marineford to assist with an upcoming war against the Whitebeard pirates as they execute Porcus D. Ace. There is a lot of info to take in there, but Boa shows up, kicks a kitten, and refuses Momonga's demands, still rather keep her position as warlord despite refusing, and also asks him to hand over all of his cargo. And that is Boa in a nutshell. She is the embodiment of entitlement, demanding everything that the world has to offer simply because she is beautiful, and expecting everyone to comply based on that. And for the most part, yeah, no, she's right, 100%. We also see her devil fruit here, which turns anyone feeling lustful thoughts to stone, though Momonga is able to resist this by stabbing his hand and focusing on the pain sugarcane instead. Seeing that the conversation isn't going anywhere, Boa returns to the island, and Momonga tells her that she has 2 days to agree to go with him, or she will lose her warlordship. Now, all 3 of the Boa sisters, as the devil fruits might suggest, are based on the Greek Gorgons. There's even a rumor about them having eyes on their back that turn anyone who sees them into stone. However, this is tested when Boa takes a bath and Luffy accidentally wanders in, seeing her back, recognizing a marking, and decidedly not turning into stone. For intruding on the Empress, Luffy is put on trial in the arena where he needs to fight both Sandersonia and Marigold at the same time. And throughout the fight, some of the friends that he has made on the island are turned to stone, eventually coming to a threat of them being destroyed, and Luffy being forced to use Conqueror's Haki unknowingly to protect them. As the fight progresses, Sandersonia is caught hanging over a spiked pit with her clothes on fire, and it seems like her back is about to be exposed. However, Luffy jumps onto her and stops her secret from being exposed to the people. Even against those who are threatening his friends, he can still respect them enough to not humiliate them and share their secrets, and recognizing that doing so has nothing to do with their fight at hand. I think it's a very solid moment that demonstrates the kind of person Luffy is. Seeing Luffy do this, Boa calls off the fight, kicks out all the spectators, and once they're gone, she even begins crying to herself. As soon as the fight is over, Luffy immediately goes to check on his stone friends to make sure that they aren't cracked, and demands that Boa turns them back to normal. But she is still untrusting of him, so she gives him an ultimatum. She can either turn them back to normal, or she can give him a ship to escape the island and make it back to his friends. This is kind of like back at the start of Alabasta Saga, where Vivi had to choose between Nami getting a doctor or saving her own people. And just like Vivi, Luffy makes an immediate choice, smiling big and saying, "Thanks, please save these guys." And taking a note from Vivi, he even bows to her. Gloriosa notes that Luffy is a bit of a weirdo. To have both the aura of a conqueror, but to lower his head to someone else to save people that he barely knows is just objectively strange. And naturally, that allows him to pass Boa's test. They bring him inside Boa's room and tell him to pass through a curtain where he finds her naked, and naturally, he is disappointed that there isn't food there. And unfortunately, he only has the most beautiful woman in the world nude in front of him. Truly a tragedy. Boa isn't trying to seduce him though, and turns around to show a mark on her back, asking Luffy if he is sure that he hasn't seen it before. But Luffy had confused it for the mark of the sun pirates that Hachi had on his head. Gloriosa enters and comments on how Luffy is surprisingly kind and calm for someone who had just punched a celestial dragon. And this is the moment that Boa falls for him, as he stood against the celestial dragons just as Fisher Tiger had. The mark on Boa's back is revealed to be the mark of the celestial dragons, a sign that Boa and her sisters had been slaves to the world nobles in the past. When she was 12, they had been captured and brought to the first men that she had ever met as slaves, and she describes them as nothing but terror. You are free to assume what they did with these young girls, especially to traumatize them in this way, but it would be 4 long years until Fisher Tiger would climb the red line with his bare hands to free all of the slaves who were captive. Fisher had freed all kinds of people, humans, fishmen, anyone that he was able to, but many of the fishmen specifically would go on to form the Sun Pirates, branding a sun over the celestial dragons marking so that any former slave could not be distinguished from anyone else on the crew. And speaking of which, if you think back to Arlong's crew, yeah, a few of them had the Arlong tattoo that Nami had, but many of them had the mark of the Sun Pirates. Arlong had been on the Sun Pirates, so by now you can understand that he had been surrounded by slaves for the world nobles. His people had been marked when they were captured, and that's why he does the exact same thing to Nami as well. And it's this kind of parallel storytelling that always makes me appreciate the talented writer that Oda really is. We're getting the same story from a very different perspective. After Boa shares her story, she asks Luffy if he hates her for being a slave, and he tells her that he only hates the celestial dragons and not their victims. And so Boa tells him that she has taken a liking to him and that she will bring him anywhere that he wants to go. The timing of which couldn't be better, because soon after, Gloriosa tells Luffy what's going on in the world and that Ace is about to be executed by the Marines in just under a week. This puts Luffy in a bit of a hard spot where he can either try and make it to Sabaody, where he can hope that his crew has returned, or he can hurry to Impel Down, where his brother is being kept, without the help of his crew. He ends up choosing his brother, and by hiding under Boa's clothes and having her agree to join the Marines at Marineford, he manages to hitch a ride on Momonga's ship, which even grants them access to an ocean current to get there faster. And suddenly we are at Impel Down. Boa, in exchange for her cooperation, asks to be brought here for a tour and manages to sneak Luffy inside by turning the guard to stone. Also, petitioned to bring Domino back, for obviously wholesome reasons. Anyways, Impel Down is not so subtly based on the Divine Comedy, or more specifically Dante's Inferno as you might have heard it called, this referring to the first section of the story. The Divine Comedy was written in the early 1300s by Dante Alighieri, and is a journey through what he imagined hell, purgatory, and paradise would be like, with Inferno being the story in which Virgil guides Dante through hell. Impel Down, being an underwater prison with several layers, has a very easy parallel through the 9 circles of hell, and while not every level is a perfect match, for example, level 1 being filled with a forest made of razor blades is not exactly in the original text. We do see other levels like level 3, the Starvation Hell, matching circle 3, where people are tormented for their gluttony. In the Inferno, this is through an icy slush, while in Impel Down we have a burning desert of sand. Level 4's Blazing Hell matches the 7th circle's rivers of boiling blood and fire. Level 5, the Freezing Hell, correlates to level 9's frozen lake Cocytus, where the sinners are trapped in ice, and so on and so on. It is an extremely cool bit of reference within the story. Like Dante, Luffy is trying to reach the end of Impel Down, though Luffy is doing it to find and free Ace. This whole arc is just a constant show of determination, as Luffy finds himself in more and more awful places and needs to power through them. Although, we do see the benefits of Oda never killing anyone. As he descends into Impel Down, Luffy comes across Buggy and Mr. 3, both of which are basically using him until he can make an opening for them to escape. However, even though he's aware of this, Luffy is just appreciative of any help that they're willing to give him.
Sorry, kid, but if you know the truth, I'll have to kill ya.
You better take this now in case I forget later.
It's just bad guys being bad guys while Luffy is still Luffy, and it makes for a very good time. Mr. 2 joins shortly after, and we got a good little squad here going into level 4, but then we come across Warden Magellan, who beats Luffy down in a way that we have never seen before. It isn't just that Luffy is overpowered, it's that Magellan coats himself with poison, and we have to sit here and watch as Luffy rationalizes risking his arms or legs one at a time to keep fighting, seemingly making no progress but still hoping that he'll be able to beat Magellan if he risks it all, and then I guess crawl to where his brother is. But of course, Luffy loses. He is soaked in this agonizing, life-ending poison, which of note is the second major poisoning that Luffy goes through after Crocodile. And while I'm here, a lot of characters in this arc are presented in kind of goofy, funny ways. Like Magellan, for example, is depicted as this big bad poison dude who runs the prison, but at the same time, he is always avoiding work and running to the toilet. And I remember this kind of taking me out of it when I was first watching, until I realized that just like the Boa sisters are based on the Gorgons, Magellan is also based in mythology with the Belphegor. And fun fact, the Belphegor is attributed with being a demon of sloth who avoids working as much as possible and is always depicted on a toilet, just as Magellan is. It turns this gimmicky character into this cool portal into history and suddenly makes him that much more interesting. Anyways, Best Boy Bond to the rescue. He has consistently proven to just be a wonderful and loyal friend the entire arc, and everyone loves him for it. He manages to break into freezing hell to save Luffy and starts to drag him to safety until a pack of wolves attacks him. He does his best to fight them off, but they slowly overwhelm him, and Luffy needs to wake up for a moment to use Conqueror's Haki to scare the wolves off and keep them safe as they both pass out. When Bon finally wakes up, he finds himself at level 5.5, the secret Okama Paradise in Hell. And I'm gonna level with you, I do not know how offensive this is, like genuinely. On the one hand, it is a complete caricature of the LGBT community through a cartoonish lens of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. On the other hand, he is presenting them as heroes who are totally confident and proud of who they are within a passionate community. It's somehow like it's poking fun at a topic while also being 100% in support of it. The big thing here though is that we meet Eva, a revolutionary who worked for Luffy's father as well as the ruler of the Okama, and they use their devil fruit powers to pump Luffy full of hormones so that he'll be able to overcome the poison through an 18-hour excruciating recovery, of which Bond spends the entire time he is conscious outside the door just cheering Luffy on and giving support to his friends so that he will continue to fight. Part of the process for Luffy to cure himself here is basically forcing his hormones to go into overdrive, and Eva explains that this will most certainly shorten his lifespan, but Luffy chose to accept it anyway. This is the second time a shortened lifespan has been mentioned after Gear 2nd was first used. From here, Luffy gets gets ready to set off to save Ace, and once Eva finds out that Luffy is Dragon's son, he chooses to tag along, as well as taking all the other Okama with them. However, they are too late. In the time that Luffy had spent overcoming the poison, Ace had been taken away to Marineford to get ready for his execution, and so Luffy sets his mind to going to Marine headquarters and saving his brother. But here we also cross paths with Jinbei, the former warlord Fishman who set Arlong free all those years ago. Jinbei had heard from Ace about Luffy, and not only Jinbei, but Crocodile is here as well. They both offer to help Luffy escape if he releases them, and seeing this as his only chance, Luffy agrees. And suddenly it isn't just Luffy, Buggy, and Mr. 3 versus Impel Down, it is Luffy and 2 former warlords, as well as 2 leading revolutionary members that make this climb. And this arc shows the power of not just killing off villains each arc. Like, yeah, sometimes it's gotta happen. It probably should happen more, and that's fine. But by keeping these characters in the picture, we can use them in ways that we would have never imagined back when they were introduced. Buggy is shown to be this incompetent clown who tries to execute Luffy. Now he's acting as a tour guide for Impel Down. Crocodile is Crocodile, and now he's trying to team up with Luffy to work together to escape. These things would never be on the table if Luffy had killed them in their first encounters. That said, I do think that it's important that I mention that while Luffy doesn't kill, that is different from saying that he won't kill. Given the right situation, as we saw in Alabasta, Luffy recognizes that sometimes lives need to be taken to make things happen. He doesn't take that lightly, but it isn't off the table entirely. Between Luffy, Crocodile, and Jinbei, they devastate everything in their path in Impel Down. Luffy even combines his powers with Mr. 3's wax to be able to punch and push back Magellan a bit, but there is something more serious going on here. As Luffy and his gang are trying to leave, Blackbeard is trying to break in. And for the first time since Jaya, they come face to face. They start a quick fight, but Jinbei calls Luffy off, telling him that they don't have time if they're going to save his brother. Meanwhile, Buggy is freeing prisoners left and right and being seen as some kind of hero, and all of the prisoners that he lets out start worshipping him like a god. So all the inmates start their escape, while Blackbeard continues on to level 6, and he has all of the remaining criminals fight each other to the death, taking the strongest from each area and adding them to his crew in exchange for their freedom. And this is another one of those history and culture moments as well, which is awesome. Blackbeard is effectively performing a kodoku, basically a ritual where you put a bunch of bugs in a jar and let them kill each other until only one survives. The winning insect would be considered cursed and could be used for different kinds of sorcery or good luck charms, as long as the owner kept it well fed, which could be symbolically connected to Blackbeard later feeding these characters devil fruits. Regardless, in Impel Down, Blackbeard would pick up Shiryu, Avalu Pizarro, Katarina Devon, Sanwan Wolf, and Vasco Shot. Anyways, back to the main group. With Jinbei's help, they manage to escape and steal a ship from the Marines. However, it is ultimately Bon Clay staying behind and ordering the gates open, which allows them to make it out of Impel Down alive, this being at the cost of his own imprisonment. And last fun fact here, in Alabasta, Bon was seen as Sanji's counterpart, and while Sanji is on Kamabaka Kingdom right now learning more about what it's like to be like Bon is out here doing the behind-the-scene things that Sanji is typically known for to ensure his friends make it out safely. It is very cool paralleling. So once again, we say goodbye to a friend as we move forward towards saving Ace, and with that, we enter the craziest arc up to date with Marineford. A lot of the story of One Piece is centrally focused on the Straw Hats and where their adventure takes them. But Marineford begins with them nowhere in sight. Instead, we see the world standing still, talking about the impact of Whitebeard and showing us the 100,000 Marine troops, which includes 5 of the 7 warlords and the admirals. But then we jump to the execution platform where Sengoku is standing next to Ace and begins telling the world his true origin. His mother, Portgas D. Rouge, had evaded the Marines after Roger was killed, carrying him for 21 months and dying giving birth to him, and finally revealing that Ace's true father was Gol D. Roger. So a few things here. Ace has always been a fan favorite character since his introduction. He has never left the top 10 of character popularity polls since he had been introduced to the story, and that even continues up until today, which is crazy to think about, especially when you consider that he's only been in about a dozen chapters to this point in the story. But why is he so popular? The go-to answer might be just because he's Luffy's badass big brother with awesome fire powers. But do you know who stops to think about how Monkey D. Luffy and Portgas D. Ace don't even share a family name, and instead only share a middle initial? Even though we know at this point that it is Monkey D. Garp and Monkey D. Dragon who are Luffy's grandfather and father respectively. None of us. The only thing that these two really have in common, aside from that middle initial, is that they have black hair and like to fall asleep while eating. Outside of that, we just said, yeah, they're clearly family, no questions asked. The moment is an insane revelation, and it fundamentally changes how we see Ace, Roger, and even Garp, who took Ace in. These are some of the most popular characters in the series, and in one panel, their dynamic has totally shifted, and the characters in the story are reacting the same way that we are, completely blown away by it. Oda then gives us a flashback, just like when Rayleigh remembers him. Garp's memories also act to humanize this legendary pirate. Roger calls his old rival to his prison cell, which, let me remind you, he turned himself into to create this situation, and Roger is just ecstatic that he's going to have a kid, even if he won't be around to meet them. He tells Garp about his son, despite knowing that the Marines are hunting for whoever he's been with, and Garp asks why he would tell him knowing what's going on. But Roger continues that this is why he is telling Garp specifically. He knows Garp better than anyone. They have fought and almost killed each other dozens of times, and regardless of the side they were on, they understood and respected one another. And Roger knows that Garp isn't the kind of person who would let an unborn child bear the sins of his father. So with a shit-eating grin, he tells him that he'll do it, he'll take care of his child, and of course, Roger was right. And naturally, with Roger's heir still around, the Marines try to pin a plot on Whitebeard where he wants to make Ace the next king of the pirates. All of this so that they can justify killing him. But then they arrive. A fleet of 16 pirate crews emerge in the distance as Whitebeard and his ship float up from the depths below Marineford, popping up dead in the center of the Marine setup. And the image we get of him is imposing, standing up like a giant and calling out that his son had best be unharmed. For Ace's part, he is trying to tell the rest of his crew to back off, as he is here for his own actions and decisions and choosing to hunt down Blackbeard despite being told not to. We also learned about how he ended up on Whitebeard's ship and how it was a very long, friction-filled journey, ultimately ending with Ace embracing Whitebeard as his new father. But all of this ends up showing us a very different side to Ace. The Ace that we met in Alabasta was a pillar of confidence and strength. He was happy, hopeful, and loving. But the Ace that we're seeing here is someone who sees himself to be unlovable and unworthy, and now as someone who is putting his family in danger. But as he calls out for them to stop, Whitebeard instead lies and says that hunting Blackbeard was his idea, and calls for Marco to double down, going further to explain that Ace was just following orders, and that they will declare war on anyone in the world who tries to lay a finger on their family. And so the battle begins. We see the godly powers of the admirals teaming up with the warlords to clash against the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and his crew, and it kicks off in epic fashion. The chapter opens with Whitebeard creating a tsunami to envelop the island, followed by 7 full spreads making up the rest of the chapter, where Aokiji freezes the waves solid, Whitebeard's crew charges onto the ice that's created, and the vice admirals emerge, with Mihawk launching a slash across the entire battlefield only to be stopped by Jozu. And finally, Kizaru and Marco clash on the last page. Everything in this chapter is on a scale that we have never seen before, and Oda really makes you feel that with the layout of these pages. And almost every chapter in this early section of the war is built the same way. A lot of this, though, comes down to just sheer fighting. Of note, though, is that Doflamingo has taken down Oars Jr. pretty easily, and Boa Hancock is fighting everyone around her regardless of friend or foe. Behind the scenes, though, Kobe and Helmeppo come across Akainu, who is dealing with a soldier trying to stay safe so he can make it home to his family. And this admiral kills that soldier on the spot, saying he shouldn't disgrace them if he cares so much about them, painting a much more serious and violent light around the admirals than we had seen before. And fittingly, Dofi starts laughing here, talking about the absurdity of the idea that all pirates are evil and all Marines are good, just because those labels have been passed throughout a history that has been created by the victors. Adding on that there is no point wondering if justice will prevail here, because there's never any other outcome to a battle, as those left are the ones who choose what justice is. And when you think about how the individuality of character is one of the main themes of One Piece, and has been since the beginning, this speech is kind of emblematic of the entire series. And then in the midst of all the chaos, Luffy and all of the Impel Down prisoners come crashing down from the sky, seemingly from nowhere. And to top that off, the first thing he does is pop up next to Whitebeard, who warns him about how dangerous it's going to be, with Luffy telling him to shut up and going out of his way to tell him that he will become the next king of the pirates, so Whitebeard should just give up. And Whitebeard, again, the strongest man in the world, loves this overconfident upstart. From here, it becomes Project Keep Luffy Alive. He charges in head first through admirals, warlords, average marines, and everything in between. And the allies he's bolstered along the way are the first to step in and clear off any challengers that would target him, with Mihawk mentioning that this is Luffy's true power, the ability to win the hearts of those around him and make allies anywhere that he goes. A power that Mihawk considers to be the most dangerous on the sea. For his part, Ace is still trying to stop his brother from getting more involved in putting a target on his back, telling him he doesn't want a weakling to save him, but also asking why he would even come. Very similar to Nami all the way back in Arlong Park, telling Luffy to leave so that he doesn't fight Arlong, telling him that it's not his problem, trying to deal with it on her own, insulting him, and all the rest of she did, only for Luffy to still be there when she needed him. And as Luffy gets close to Ace, he finally accepts his situation, saying that he will gladly take any hand that reaches out to him or any blade that swings down to judge him, refusing to resist fate any more than he already has. The battle wages for a bit here. Eva learns what happened to Kuma, Luffy tries to avoid Mihawk and shows early observation hockey, and Buggy is pulled in as a substitute so that Luffy can keep going. For the most part though, things are going our way. That is, until Akainu convinces one of Whitebeard's men to betray him and stab him in the chest, something which eventually acts as a rallying call for Whitebeard's crew. And finally, Whitebeard himself goes on the offensive, and Luffy along with him. Luffy has Jinbei use water to launch him up to the platform where the admirals were, and we get this iconic shot of the three gigantic men standing between his goal. And as he approaches, the battle starts getting even wilder. And then we pause for a minute to look back on Ace's life. And Oda loves to stop things in the middle of all the action just to look back and slow things down for a minute, and to remind us of the emotional weight of the situation. Ace has always been seen as garbage for being Roger's son. People have said that he should be killed or wiped out, and finally we see him with Garp asking if he had any other grandkids who are happy, as well as asking if he should have ever been born. And Garp just tells him that the only way to find out for sure is to keep on living. Now we skip forward to the present, and Ace is bent over, crying on the platform. He's angry with himself because despite his friends and family spilling blood for him, it's also proving to him that he was wanted in this world, and he's happy because of it. And just like Robin, Ace says that he wants to live. Whitebeard, despite being a monster through all of this, is clearly slowing down. He has been affected by his age, and being ganged up on by people like Akainu and the Marines constantly is clearly getting to him little by little, but he's still holding strong and moving forward. And as such, the pirates are making steady progress, so Sengoku orders Ace's execution to happen immediately. This way, even if they lose the battle, they can win the war. But once again, just like on Amazon Lily, Luffy uses Conqueror's Haki, taking down all of these small fry around him, including the actual executioners. And with that, finally, Luffy has made it, only for Garp to jump in his way, and it is difficult to watch. We get these scenes of Garp raising his grandkids to be good Marines, and being put face to face with the reality of their choices. And so he resolves to stop Luffy, despite how much it hurts him. But as he goes in for the attack, he just closes his eyes and lets his grandson knock him down. With him out of the way, Ace is essentially free. They make a key with Mr. Three's wax, and now it is the brothers versus the world. And now that his son is free, Whitebeard can give the final order, telling his men to leave him, live their lives, and return to the sea. This will be the place that Whitebeard dies. He will give his life to make sure his family escapes. Ace, realizing his father's resolve, stops to bow down and thank Whitebeard, and the old man just asks if he was a good father in the end, in an absolutely wholesome moment. However, as Ace starts to escape, Akainu shows up and calls Whitebeard's crew cowards for leaving him mid-fight, even calling Whitebeard himself a loser, and adding that Ace's real father would have stayed until he won the fight, basically checking all of the boxes that are guaranteed to make Ace angry, so much so that he ultimately decides to stay and challenge the Admiral. But Akainu doesn't really care about justice or honor on the battlefield, sees Luffy as a weakness for Ace, and lunges at him. And in an attempt to save his brother, Ace sacrifices his own life. After all of this, after so many people came to him and threw their lives away in the process, and after Luffy had done the impossible so many times, Ace is killed all the same. Garp has one of his best moments here as he is filled with rage and tells Sengoku that he needs to be held down or he will kill Akainu. It is so emotionally charged with this dude who was just forcing himself to take part in his grandson's execution, being faced with what it really means to lose his family. It's this moment of pure anger and regret, but then we go back to the brothers, with Luffy holding Ace being covered in his blood. With his last words, Ace tells Luffy to thank Dadan, the woman who raised them, and says that he regrets not being able to see Luffy become the king of the pirates, but still being absolutely confident that he will. Finally, Ace ends things by saying that he never wanted fame, that he was a worthless man who had the blood of a demon flowing through his veins, and thanks Luffy for loving him all the same despite that. And from here, he smiles one last time and slowly fades away in his brother's arms. And Luffy is broken. He is so crushed by what has just happened that the entirety of the rest of the arc is spent with him unconsciously crying. Akainu doesn't slow down though and tries to attack Luffy again, so it's up to everyone else to keep him safe, and ultimately Whitebeard would split the island so that his crew could finally try to escape. And with that, the opportune moment has arisen. Blackbeard and his new crew arrive to execute his former captain. Whitebeard holds his own for a bit, but being so tired, so old, and so injured, he is eventually overpowered. And as they are beating down on him, Whitebeard remembers talking to Roger about what the will of D was, and says to himself that Roger was not waiting for Blackbeard, and that one day a man with a D in his name will arise to carry the weight of centuries on his shoulders. Finally warning Sengoku that the war that will engulf the world is coming, and everything will be shaken to its core. And with his final breath, Whitebeard calls out into the world that the One Piece is real, shutting down the naysayers like Bellamy and adding embers to the flame that Roger had ignited. With that, just as the famous Japanese warrior Benkei had, Whitebeard passes on, still standing as the giant he had proven himself to be throughout the war. Even so, it still isn't over. Blackbeard covers him in a cloak, hides himself within it, and then emerges soon after to show that not only does he have the strongest Logia fruit, the dark fruit, but now he also possesses the strongest Paramecia, as he has stolen Whitebeard's Quake fruit, making him the only person in known history to have 2 devil fruits, let alone fruits of this power level. From here, Luffy manages to escape as Jinbei carries him onto Law's submarine, Kobe awakens the ability to hear other people's thoughts or feelings through observation hockey, and is totally overwhelmed by the horror of this war, and finally, Shanks shows up and puts an end to things, saying that the Marines had already won, and there is no point in further bloodshed. Oh, and throughout the whole war, Buggy has consistently been placed in positions which make him seem much more qualified than he really is, as well as getting praise for actions that he didn't really do, which when put in combination with the cult of prisoners that he had developed who have been completely loyal to him for freeing them, creates some weird legendary status for him in the eyes of the world, or at least in the eyes of everyone who hasn't met him personally and knows better. It's a very silly side plot that is very fitting for his character. Now, I gotta mention at this point, Marineford is kind of an impossible arc to talk about because there are so many powerful figures at play that any interaction between any 2 of them could be their own dedicated video. In terms of what we need to talk about, it's just this. Luffy has failed again, having just been defeated by Kuma and been unable to save his friends, and now he has failed to save his brother as well. He already knew that he wasn't ready before, but now he is painfully aware of how weak he really is on the world stage. Even Shanks seems to know this, as he has someone else return Luffy's straw hat, saying that if I saw him right now, it would be breaking our promise, meaning that Luffy has not become a great pirate yet. And speaking of that world stage, Whitebeard was even more powerful than we had imagined, which by proxy makes the other Yonko seem more impressive, but more importantly, makes Roger seem even stronger. Remember, Roger was Whitebeard's rival, but Whitebeard was second to Roger, and this weakened, tired, sick old man was a far cry from his glory days. But despite that, he effectively took on the world on his own. So what was Roger like? And then there's Shanks, who is also a Yonko himself, but for some reason, he seems to be different. When he arrives, he stops Akaine's attacks seemingly with ease, and Ben Beckman alone is enough to stop Kizaru in his tracks. It could be me, but while everyone seemed to be afraid of Whitebeard, and the rest of his crew wasn't really an issue with a few standouts, it seems like the entirety of the Red Hair crew is a threat. Not only that, but we also see Mihawk refusing to fight Shanks despite being up for fighting Whitebeard. And even Blackbeard, now with two of the strongest fruits in the world, is pacified and forced to leave when Shanks arrives. And finally, when Shanks gives his terms for ending the conflict, Sengoku says, "Since it's you, I'll take responsibility." So while Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world, Shanks seems to be one of the most respected or feared. And with his word, Marineford ends, and the audience has a fuller understanding of what the new world will have to offer and what it means to cross the red line. And so we can enter the last bit of One Piece's opening half. We start off with a quick look into Luffy's actual backstory, which up until now had been a complete mystery other than his time with Shanks. But here we get a much more detailed look, starting with Garp dropping Luffy off at the mountain bandit Dodon's house and Luffy meeting Ace. Originally, Ace hated Luffy and actively tried to avoid him so that he could hang out with his friend Sabo. But over time, Luffy would slowly win him over, with the turning point being when Luffy was tortured for an entire day to tell the pirate Porchemy where Ace's treasure was, only to never sell his brother out. When Ace angrily asks Luffy why he wouldn't talk, Luffy explains that it's because Ace wouldn't be his friend if he had, and that he would be all alone. Ace, who is not used to being wanted, as he questioned if the son of the king of the pirates deserved to even be alive, asked Luffy if he wanted him to live, and Luffy of course says he did. And so Ace, Sabo, and Luffy started training together, stealing from diners in town, sharing their dreams, and eventually sharing sake cups to become brothers. On Sabo's part, he was a runaway noble from the town who was sick of how he and others were treated, and eventually finds out that the rich people in town were going to set fire to Great Terminal to clean up their island before a celestial dragon visited. During the actual fire, Sabo would cross paths with Monkey D. Dragon and tell him all about the evil that had happened there, that he was ashamed to be a noble, and tells him that he feels that he will never be free as long as he lives in the Goa Kingdom. So once things settle down, the first thing that Sabo does is set sail so that he can be free. As he does, his ship crosses paths with the Celestial Dragon's ship, and they shoot him down for being on the ocean at the same time as them. He did, however, leave a letter behind for his brothers, in which he says that he hopes they're safe from the fire, and explains that he had to leave without telling them. He says that once they're all pirates, they will all be free, and he hopes that they will meet again on the ocean. Finally, he tells Ace that Luffy is still a crybaby, but he will always be their little brother, so he has to look after them. And for Luffy's part, he promises to become strong enough to protect anything so he'll never have to lose anyone again, making Ace promise that he will never die, which of course Ace says that he never could because then it would leave his weak younger brother alone. But the audience obviously knows the sadness behind that line at this point. All the same, they would train together until Ace was strong enough to head out on his own, and 3 years after that, Luffy would do the same. And that brings us back to the present day when Luffy laments that he is no king of the pirates, he is still weak, and nothing has changed. Luffy is effectively broken. He can't stop crying, and despite his injuries, he won't stop flailing around in his depression. And it's actually Jinbei who beats a lesson into him, telling him that he can't just count what he has lost, but also needs to think about what he still has. That being a crew who still loves and depends on him, and that he needs to set sail to meet back with. And that is the original plan, but then Rayleigh arrives, apparently having swam all the way from Sabaody through the Calm Belt, which is full of Sea Kings, and forces Luffy to face reality, ultimately offering him a choice. He reminds him about how overwhelmed he was the last time they were on Sabaody, that he wasn't ready, and says that he can instead train him over the next 2 years so that he'll be able to take on the new world properly and won't put his friends' lives at risk. Luffy, having been humbled time and time again at this point, makes the decision that Rayleigh is correct, but before he can start training, he needs to return to Marineford. Once there, he rings a bell 16 times, signifying the dawn of a new era, and kind of being a mini pseudo-Roger moment as well, letting the pirates of the world know that just because the Marines were victorious, that doesn't mean the age of piracy is over. However, the real purpose of this was to get himself in the news. Luffy had marked his arm with a message crossing out 3D and instead saying 2Y, letting the Straw Hats around the world know that they were no longer meeting in 3 days at Shocky's bar like had been originally planned, but they were instead to meet back in 2 years. From here, he returns to Ruskaida with Rayleigh and learns all about the mysterious power of hockey. As for the other crew members, Kuma sent each of them to different locations which would benefit them and develop their specific skills and abilities. For example, Frankie was sent to the homeland of Dr. Vegapunk, Nami was sent to the Sky Island of Weatheria, and Zoro was sent to Mihawk's castle where he begs to be trained, putting aside his own pride for the sake of his captain. Marineford as a saga is the culmination of everything that had happened since we entered the Grand Line. However, we are forced to see most of the consequences of our actions through Luffy's eyes alone. To this point, the Straw Hats had been charging forward as fast as they could. Since Crocodile, they had kind of been in over their head, and it had just gotten worse and worse with each island that they reached until they eventually hit their boiling point. Luffy had kept putting his everything into each battle and just hoping for the best, but eventually he was just batting too far out of his league and ended up losing what mattered most to him as a result. And it isn't just the Straw Hats. We see the other supernova who did cross the red line immediately quickly coming to terms with that being a mistake. This time skip and training arc needed to happen more and more as the scope of the world expanded. When the biggest thing you need to worry about is a shark dude, that's one thing. But when you have giants made of lava and ice and light, when you're declaring war against the world over and over again, eventually Luffy was going to fall behind, and Marineford acted as a symbol that Luffy had reached beyond his limit, and something needed to change. Once the 2 years has passed, the Straw Hats all reconvene on Sabaody, and we are introduced to the fake Straw Hats, using their names to amass an army of enthusiastic pirates, as well as Caribou, a weird, sadistic swamp man. However, the big point of Sabaody is to act as a quick way of showing that the Straw Hats are on an entirely different level, as Luffy manages to defeat a pacifista on his own, and Zoro and Sanji beat one together, these being robots that were completely overpowering them before the time skip. Once they get back together, Luffy yells up to Rayleigh to say thank you, and just as he had at the start of the story, he declares that he will become the king of the pirates. Starting off on the second half of our journey. The Straw Hats get back onto the Sunny, and thanks to the coating that Rayleigh had hooked them up with, they set sail directly under the water towards Fishman Island. And as they do, Rayleigh remembers back to his youth when he was relaxing on his boat and approached by a flashy young pirate named Gold D. Roger, who claimed that their meeting was fate and that together they could turn the world upside down. As he remembers back on his life, Rayleigh has tears in his eyes while he says that Luffy has taken another step towards being worthy of wearing Roger's hat. And just like every moment with Roger and Rayleigh's story, it is both bittersweet and extremely exciting all at once. I think this last saga of the story is arguably the most popular, with Water 7 being a very close second. And while each of the sagas had experimented with plenty of new things, the overall structure of this part of the story allows it to feel the most like One Piece did when it started. And it's unfortunate that moving into the next arc, we lose a lot of that momentum, with Fishman Island often being considered one of the weakest in the series. That isn't to say that there's no good points in it, that isn't to say that I particularly dislike it, but as a whole, many One Piece fans do. Not so coincidentally, this arc in a way mirrors Skypiea, focusing a lot more on lore building and moving at a much slower pace to the arcs that came before it, being very similar to Thriller Bark in size again, and realistically being a one-arc story, leaving us in one spot for a long time. And don't get me wrong, people love specific aspects of Fishman Island, but they either come in very clumped together or very spread apart, and it can make the pacing feel kind of sloppy. Add in the fact that we had not one, but two very lackluster villains in Hody Jones and Vanderdecken, which is sort of reminiscent to the issue that we had with Wapol back in Drum Kingdom. While the Marineford saga had been a celebration of everything that One Piece had done right, Fishman Island can kind of be seen as an example of many of the things Oda does wrong. It's genuinely a very strange arc, as the amount of information was kind of overwhelming as Oda tries to catch us up on 2 years of development around the world, as well as needing to show us the personal growth for each of the Straw Hat members. And at the same time, he's telling us more about the Void Century and Joy Boy and Fishman relations with humanity and the Marines and the Yonko. We have a very slow arc that is bombarded with information. While everything in isolation might be pretty good, it just feels like a lot to deal with because of the way it's presented. Also, I feel like I gotta talk about Sanji here because holy shit. After coming back from his time on Kamabaka Kingdom, he is so enamored with every woman that he sees that he gets nosebleeds so powerful that they make him fall unconscious. And in this arc, it even hospitalizes him briefly. And like, it's just pushing that part of his character that's already super hit or miss to a more extreme place, and it's just very uncomfortable. This arc also acts as a cap to a thematic line that's been going ever since back in Arlong Park, that being racism. Arlong Park had presented these brutal and aggressive fishmen who believed themselves to be racially superior to humanity and taking them as slaves or prisoners, and also Hachi was there. This was again touched in Sabaody, but we see a flipped hierarchy with fishmen being slaves and prisoners and humanity being above them. However, there was also a unifying force above both the fishmen and humanity in the celestial dragons, a common enemy. Importantly, this arc shows us that while fishmen and humanity are often shown as opposing forces, celestial dragons are presented as antagonists to every race around the world. Fishman Island focuses much more on the repercussions of the discrimination that fishmen have faced, as well as the attempts that they had made to deal with it, especially through characters like Fisher Tiger and Otohime's backstory, with Fisher Tiger taking a much more hands-on approach, while Otohime was going a more social and political route. And all of this is embodied in Jinbei, a character who would present his path forward through his interactions with Nami. As the Straw Hats manage their way towards the ocean floor, they cross paths with the new Fishman pirates, these being the underlings of the villains in the arc, many of whom suffer from being pretty forgettable. It isn't that they aren't unique or anything like that, but they just kind of sit in a group of thousands of Fishmen pirates, and they kind of blur together. These new Fishmen pirates recognize the Straw Hats as the ones who defeated Arlong, as well as being the ones who rescued Hachi, so they give the Straw Hats a choice to either join them or be destroyed. And while they give the Straw Hats an ultimatum, we eventually decide to just force our way past them using a coup de burst, but this pops the coating around the ship and sends everyone flying around Fishman Island. Meanwhile, we catch up with the rest of the new Fishmen pirates, as well as meeting their leader Hody Jones, who, inspired by Arlong, is looking to enact a revolution and take control of the island and spread their hatred of humanity. Basically, this is a much more cutthroat and violent version of Arlong and his crew, if you can believe that. And speaking of Arlong's past, we get a good look into it through Jinbei. Jinbei would offer the story of Fisher Tiger and Otohime. Fisher, as we learned on Amazon Lily, is the fishman who climbed the Red Line into Marijua to free the slaves, including the Boa sisters. What we did not learn back then was that Fisher himself was a slave. When he had finally returned to Fishman Island, he formed the Sun Pirates, along with Arlong and Jinbei. The crew had a mix of former slaves and free fishmen, but they were all marked with a sun. This would cover up the mark of the celestial dragons and ensure that no one could tell who was a slave and who hadn't been. Together, they would fight against humanity, and more specifically against the oppression they imposed, but taking on the rule of never killing and lowering themselves to humanity's level of brutality, though Arlong needed a bit of convincing on that part. This ultimately leads us to them meeting Koala, one of my personal favorite stories in the series. Koala was one of these slaves freed by Fisher, but who had been mentally broken by her time under the world nobles. Watching this young girl freak out and fearfully wash the ship, all while keeping this big, depressing smile on her face so that they wouldn't offend anyone, or get beaten, or even get killed, is just horrible. She was terrified the entire time, and while Arlong couldn't sympathize with her at all, the rest of the crew was able to see that she had faced the same oppression that fishmen had, despite being a human. She was just like them. Fisher himself would take her into his cabin and brand the mark of the sun over her slave mark, saying that she would never be able to move forward in life with a constant reminder of her past, and then giving a heartfelt speech about how it's okay to cry after what she went through, and that his crew was different from the celestial dragons, and that they refused to kill and would guarantee that she be brought home safely. It is such a great moment, and you start seeing this crew full of people who had been hurt starting to heal around this journey to bring a human child home. If they could make this journey successful, if they could care for this human, then maybe there was hope for their future. But things didn't work out like that. They did manage to get her home, but someone would call the Marines on Fisher Tiger, leading to him being ambushed and mortally wounded. All the good faith that one person had built up in their crew was stolen away by another. Fisher could survive if he allowed a blood transfusion with human blood, but after his time as a slave and the betrayal he had just experienced, he still hated humanity and said that he would rather die than live with their blood in his veins. And so he would pass away, but not before telling his crew that Otohime's dream of peace was the correct path forward, and that he knew that there were plenty of great humans, but he regretted that even knowing this, he couldn't forgive them himself. And speaking of Otohime, she was the queen of the fishmen, who tried to garner good faith between the races by a more social and political method. However, in the end, Hody would assassinate her and frame a human, completely destroying her mission of peace and cohabitation. This is Oda presenting the message that peace takes an active effort from both sides, and that there will always be people who refuse to stop discriminating others, just as there will be people who don't want to forgive others for the pain that they have lived through. But then we come to Jinbei and Nami. Jinbei tells her the entire story, how he took over the Sun Pirates after Fisher died, and how Arlong would be released from prison when Jinbei became a warlord in an attempt to act as a peacekeeper, inadvertently ruining much of Nami's life and causing so much suffering for the people of her village. Having heard this story, Sanji is straight up demanding that Jinbei end his own life to atone, and Jinbei is absolutely ready to do it, but Nami stops him, saying that Jinbei had only done what he thought was best and that Arlong was the one who had hurt her. Sure, Jinbei's actions had led to her suffering, but they also led to her meeting the Straw Hats, and she loved the life that she had now, so she doesn't want him to apologize for his actions that led her into becoming the person she is, and in exchange, she won't hate him just for being a fishman. The path forward through these situations isn't to ignore the pain that people have felt, nor is it to obsess over that pain. You can't blame yourself for the actions of others in your group, but you also can't blame someone for what others had done. Yes, there will always be bad actors, but there will also be people trying to move forward and bring a better future. And so it's important to look at things on an individual level rather than generalizing an entire group. I don't think I need to spell out the parallels to the real world here, as Oda is pretty on the nose with it, but all the same, I think it's presented in a pretty beautiful way, as we see truly every perspective of the relationship between these races. As we look through the lenses of characters like Otohime, Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, Nami, Arlong, Koala, and Hody Jones, there are so many paralleling and overlapping story beats that you just get this powerfully well-rounded view of how people have hurt and have been hurt by others. But not only that, you also see how different people deal with that pain throughout their lives. Fishman Island is fine overall in my opinion, but this section around Jinbei telling his story to Nami is perfection. Now, I've mentioned Otohime a few times here, and this arc also introduces us to her family pretty directly, those being the ruling king of the fishmen, Neptune, their 3 sons, and their daughter, Shirahoshi. A lot of the plot revolves around the family for plenty of reasons. Again, Hody is looking to cause a revolution and overthrow Neptune, and at the same time, his partner, Vanderdecken, is this weird old fishman who is obsessed with Shirahoshi. Deccan's devil fruit allows him to throw things from anywhere and always have them hit their mark. He continuously targets Shirahoshi to the point that she needed to be locked in a tower to protect her. Shirahoshi, much like Vivi, is a princess in need who forms a bond with Luffy. However, in this case, we are still in that period where we're trying to see how much growth Luffy has experienced over the time skip. So he kind of acts like a mentor for her in a much more direct way than he had with Vivi. She is a frightened person who often cries, not so subtly similar to how Ace saw Luffy in the flashback we just had. And throughout their time together, Shirahoshi, like Luffy, learns to stand up for herself and become more confident. Now, we can flash forward a bit here, and the new Fishman pirates have managed to capture King Neptune and are holding him hostage with an army of 100,000 men. And this is where we finally get to see what the Straw Hats can do when they fully let loose to show off their new abilities. Luffy immediately uses Conqueror's Haki to knock out 50,000 fishmen, which is insanely badass, while also showing off that he has learned armament and observation haki. Zoro is just all around stronger, Sanji can jump through the air similar to how CP9 did, Usopp has an upgraded Kabuto as well as implementing pop greens into his attacks, Nami has the sorcery climb attack, Chopper can swap through all of his forms freely and only needs 1 Rumble Ball to enter Monster Point, which I guess allows him to control it, Robin can straight up make clones of herself and can use Fishman Karate, Frankie has a ton of upgrades and can fuse with the vehicles he has made to become the Iron General, and Brook can turn into a ghost, as well as having more powerful ice and music effects. There is so many cool things to show off here, but at the same time, it is such a blowout that there's no tension to go along with it. However, this isn't entirely true, as there is at least one fight with tension, that being Luffy fighting Hody Jones. Now, normally, Hody would not be a big issue, but he has been pumped up with energy steroids to become much stronger, and we're fighting him underwater, which puts him at an advantage while also disadvantaging Luffy. Despite this, he's taken down pretty quickly all the same, and Vanderdecken steps in. He launches an ancient ship called the Noah straight towards Shirahoshi, and Luffy tries to stop it, but Shirahoshi then shows off a special power. She can seemingly control Sea Kings, who manage to step in and stop the Noah without destroying it. And finally, now that Luffy sees everyone is safe, he allows himself to pass out from blood loss. So it turns out, just like Fisher before him, Luffy needs a blood transfusion, and it is Jinbei who steps up to offer his blood. As the fishman's blood flows into him, Luffy wakes up and asks Jinbei to join his crew, but unfortunately Jinbei says he needs to sever his ties with Big Mom before he can do that. Speaking of, shortly after this, 2 members of Big Mom's crew would show up. We learn that Yonko in general offer protection to different islands, and after Whitebeard died, Big Mom took over Fishman Island on the condition that they supplied her with candy. However, because of everything that had happened here recently, they hadn't been able to supply their tax. But rather than letting the fishmen take the blame, Luffy declares that he ate all the candy and declares war on Big Mom, saying that he will head to the New World and defeat her. And with all of that behind them, the Straw Hats are ready to set sail, promising to return one day and bring Shirahoshi back to the surface. Now, some stuff we skipped over here. A fortune teller, Madame Charlie, predicts that Luffy will destroy Fishman Island one day, leading many people to believe that maybe he will destroy the red line above Fishman Island and causing Marijois to fall. With no more celestial dragons and Fishman Island being destroyed, this would open up an opportunity for them to come to the surface and possibly cohabitate with humanity, inadvertently connect the 4 seas to create the All Blue, and opening a path for Brook to reunite with Laboon, completing like half of the Straw Hat dreams in the process, and it's definitely one of my favorite fan theories. On top of that, we have the poneglyph for Fishman Island. Robin reads this and learns about a promise that a man named Joy Boy made in the Void Century involving the Noah. As well, we find out a bit about the ancient weapons, but specifically, we learn the name of the third one, Uranos, and confirm that Shirahoshi's power to control Sea Kings actually makes her the ancient weapon Poseidon. Speaking of Sea Kings, Luffy is able to hear the voice of all things, being shown to hear what the Sea Kings are saying, something that Gold D. Roger was also able to do. I also want to take a moment to point out a discussion that Luffy and Jinbei had prior to the big fight. Jinbei tells Luffy that he can't defeat Hody as a foreign force of violence because this will just spread anti-human sentiment. Instead, he needs to achieve victory as the hero of Fishman Island. And Luffy explains that he isn't a hero, or he doesn't want to be one. Heroes are beholden to always doing the right thing. They have to act, whereas pirates are free to do what they want. They can save people, or they can just ignore them. Just because Luffy always does help others doesn't mean that he wants to be told he has to help them. I bring this up here because this is a viewpoint that will evolve throughout the second half of the story pretty drastically. Finally, that brings us to one of the most dreaded and exciting sagas of the story, Dressrosa. Plenty of great things happen in this saga. It is by far the longest that we've seen so far, coming in at 150 chapters. In fact, we spend more time in the arc of Dressrosa than we do in the entirety of the East Blue. And let me tell you, we definitely feel this change of pace almost immediately. And this is kind of something that happens a lot in the New World. We'll experience what is effectively the worst timeline version of things we saw in Paradise, or the opening half. For example, Drum Kingdom was an icy tundra with no doctors, and Punk Hazard is half ice, half fire, where we come across Caesar Clown, who is doing medical experiments on children. Alabasta was the story of a warlord trying to overthrow a kingdom, while Dressrosa is the story of a warlord who succeeded in taking over a kingdom. In the same way we got all the perspectives on fishmen and human relations, we are now getting the same experience with many other elements of the story that we have explored so far. It is a super unique method of storytelling that is only enabled because of this long-running style that One Piece exists in. Speaking of Punk Hazard, once our crew emerges, the log post directs them 3 different directions, but our crew follows none of them. Luffy hears a distress call coming from Punk Hazard and chooses to go there instead because adventure. And the Straw Hats aren't the only ones ones to hear this transmission, as Smoker is also nearby and heads to Punk Hazard as well. And Punk Hazard is a wild island split directly in half between a frozen tundra and inferno, made this way because after Marineford, Sengoku stepped down as fleet admiral, and Akainu and Aokiji fought on this island to determine who would take his place. The fight was so intense that it permanently changed the landscape of this island like this, which is incredibly badass, but also a little bit terrifying. The crew decides on splitting into an exploration party of Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Robin, who check out the fiery side of the island and fight a dragon, and a group which will stay on the sunny. However, they get captured and brought to a lab in the frozen half of the island. Here we meet gigantic children who have been experimented on, and the head of a samurai named Kinemon. We learn that his body had been separated by Trafalgar Law, who was now a warlord filling in Jinbei's spot, along with Buggy, who took over Blackbeard's spot. Law is a little bit of a bastard in this arc, but he's also extremely fun. He fights Smoker and removes his heart in a cube, then swaps around everyone's personality, leading to a very burly Tashigi, an adorable Smoker, and jumbling several of the Straw Hats as well. However, he doesn't remain the antagonist for very long as he approaches Luffy and tells him about a plan to take down the Emperor Kaido. Robin, who has the most level head on the crew, reminds Luffy that Law is a pirate and you probably shouldn't trust random pirates because they might betray you. So Luffy asks if he will, and Law says no, and Luffy puts on the dumbest I told you so face I've ever seen. He's so stupid, but I love him so much. Once the alliance has been formed, Law starts returning people to their correct bodies and Kinemon is reassembled. And now we can take the first step towards beating Kaido, that being to capture Caesar Clown. Caesar is a scientist experimenting on all the children on the island, and he also has the gas Logia fruit, which makes him a real threat considering how goofy he is. Beyond this though, he is producing dangerous chemical weapons, called SAD, a material being used to create artificial devil fruits, which he is selling to Doflamingo. Caesar himself can be a lot to take in, especially that horrible laugh, but he is more or less a stand-in for a darker version of something between Vegapunk, Kureha, and Hirolook, along with, as his name might suggest, a clown-like design like Buggy had. But whereas we saw Hirolook and Kureha working towards spreading Sakura snow in explosions to cure a sick nation, we see Caesar doing the inverse, blowing up a bioweapon that spreads through the island and petrifies anything it comes in contact with. Very much the opposite of what Hirolook was trying to do. Not only that though, Caesar is looking to sell this and spread it to other nations as well. Something really interesting that happens here though is that this weapon had a devil fruit, and once it dies, we see that fruit being reincarnated towards the nearest fruit that's available, giving us a clearer idea of how devil fruits work. Now, capturing Caesar does not go super smoothly at first, as Vice Admiral Virgo arrives as a double agent in support of him, and even Caesar himself has the ability to just remove oxygen from an area, which is a pretty difficult thing to deal with, but it's not a complete one-sided brawl as Luffy's actually able to hit him despite him being a Logia user, meaning our boy has made some progress. To take down Virgo and Caesar, the Straw Hats and Heart Pirates join forces with Smoker. Smoker, who was someone who saw all pirates as evil originally, is again in a position where he has to rely on them, even working directly with Law to take on Virgo, and eventually they manage to take him down. Tashigi and Zoro, though let's be real, it is mostly Zoro, manage to defeat a Snow Logia user named Monet, who is later accidentally killed by Caesar himself, and Luffy finds a young boy named Momonosuke who has eaten an artificial dragon devil fruit created by Vegapunk, and who is unable to control this new ability. Also, as it turns out, Momonosuke and Kinemon are together. And finally, of course, Luffy defeats Caesar and capture him towards the end of the arc. Doflamingo, who has now lost contact with his supplier, heads out to see what's going on Punk Hazard, as Law explains to the Straw Hats that the next step is to head to Greenbit, an island on Dressrosa where he can bargain with Dofi for the return of Caesar. Kinemon and Momonosuke also need to go there, so they tag along and effectively become our new VVs. As for Dofi, he arrives at Punk Hazard shortly after, sits on Smoker, implying he has butt hockey, and is about to kill him when the former Admiral Kuzan shows up to stop him. This arc is definitely not my favorite. We're in a bit of a rough patch in the story, but it does stand to set up a lot of the journey going forward. But more importantly, we set ourselves on a path towards taking down a Yonko. Notably, in the New World, we are traveling with intention more so than ever before. In the Paradise portion of the Grand Line, we almost always followed the log pose until Kuma split everyone up. There are a few exceptions in Paradise, like with Drum Kingdom, but those are the exceptions and not the rule. Now that we've actually crossed into the New World, we are choosing to go to Punk Hazard, and then to Dressrosa, and then to Zoe and Whole Cake, and finally Wano. There is never a reliance on the log pose. It's a lot more of an active story being told, and I think that's an element that can be very cool. But on the other hand, it does admittedly take away from a bit of the sense of whimsy and adventure that can come from being brought to any kind of magical place with who knows what kind of weird phenomenon going on. Like in Paradise, the log pose could take us anywhere. A prehistoric island of dinosaurs and giants, an island in the sky or at the bottom of the sea. In the New World, it often doesn't quite feel like an adventure so much as a mission. We aren't going to Dressrosa because we want to explore or because the log pose told us to. We're going because we need to stop Dofi. There's an obligation there. We are going to Whole Cake Island to save Sanji. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing in the grand scheme of things. It definitely makes it feel like there's a plan in motion, which can help Luffy feel like he's a more thoughtful leader, but it can also kind of make it not feel like One Piece, if that makes sense. And a product of this change is that we might also get some longer arcs. We aren't traveling to Little Garden just long enough for the log pose to adapt. We're traveling somewhere with a goal in mind that needs to be completed before we move on. And as we are on this mission, we obviously need to go to the Kingdom of Dressrosa next, which is the first single arc to cover over 100 chapters. This arc would continue the trend in the New World where, holy shit, there's so many cool things happening all at once. The Straw Hats go above and beyond what we've seen. Doflamingo is one of the best villains we've seen so far. The return of Sabo, a tournament for Ace's Devil Fruit, Revolutionaries, Senior Pink, the man. And do you know what's around all of those fantastic things? Just so many characters that I do not care about, and I could not if I tried. There are new characters constantly being introduced in this arc. Dozens of Colosseum combatants, the Doflamingo family, Fujitora, the Tontaras, the Revolutionaries, Bellamy is back. Like, be honest, do you really care about Dellinger or Kelly Funk? It seems like the further we get into the New World, the more and more Oda fills these arcs with wider and wider casts of characters. He also tries another twist on his typical writing style, which I think may have hurt the arc a little bit. I've mentioned plenty of times how there's a ton of overlap in the themes and plots of each storyline in the series, and of course, Dressrosa is a flip on Alabasta where the warlord actually won. And this repetition of themes allows us to explore different angles, which can be really cool additions. However, in Dressrosa, we are also copying things that don't give us new perspectives, and instead just feel like these flat imitations, with the worst example of this being Devil Fruits. Throughout the series, Devil Fruits have always been one of the most interesting and magical things to explore. Every time we see a new one, it's exciting and feels dynamic because they're all so unique. Well, except for when they're not. For example, we have several different heat or fire-based Devil Fruits throughout the series. Ace, Akainu, that one fat guy from the filler arc. And that's fine, but it can make some of them just feel strictly less impressive or interesting. Like, why heat things up when you could turn into or control fire? And with that in mind, let's compare the Devil Fruits between Baroque Works and the Don Quixote Pirates, which again, these are supposed to be selling points that make these characters feel unique and interesting. Daz Bones had the ability to turn any part of his body into a steel blade, and because of this, he was difficult for Zoro to cut. Baby 5 can turn any part of her body into any weapon, an upgrade on the blades, and Virgo could harden his body to the point where he could barely be injured. Miss Valentine could make herself light or heavy. Machweiss, same deal, but more. Mr. 5 could turn parts of his body into bombs. Gladius can make himself or any non-living things explode. Miss Merry Christmas could swim through the ground. So can Senior Pink. And Pika, kind of a similar deal. Mr. 3 had wax powers and traveled with a girl who could control people. Treble controls mucus and travels with Sugar, who can control people. On the one hand, I like that we're getting a view of the what if Baroque Works 1 perspective, and the similar Devil Fruits definitely leans into that. But on the other hand, it takes away from these abilities and characters feeling special in a pretty significant way. anime. And the final nail in the coffin for this arc, especially in the anime, is that it is, as I like to call it, tragically Toei. What I mean by this is that back in the day, One Piece managed to cover the first 100 chapters of the manga in 53 episodes of anime. We were moving at about 2 chapters per episode, and this has continued to slow saga by saga. By the end of Water 7, we were averaging about 1.5 chapters per episode, not including filler arcs. And certainly, since the time skip, it's gotten even worse, with it really coming to a peak in Dressrosa, where 101 chapters is covered in 117 episodes. Less than half the speed of the original saga, and less than 1 chapter an episode on average, spreading the content as thin as possible to keep profits as high as possible. To me, this is where the One Piece anime died. Many fans consider this the dropping point for the series, where it just isn't worth the time investment and where you should just pick up the manga. And as someone who typically doesn't like manga, I agree. And of course, there's the argument that why does it matter, it's just the anime, but this is the entry point for a lot of people into the series. You want the anime to be as good and as accessible as possible to as many people as possible. Slowing it down this way limits the audience that the series can reach, and when the first thought that jumps into people's head when you think of One Piece is, oh, it's so long, then making slower arcs just makes that problem that much worse. Now, that said, it seems that since landing in Wano, the anime has had a bit of a renaissance, with animation, illustration, music, and quality on a level that the series has never experienced before. But Wano is still a ways off, especially at the pace that we're moving at. And so, for now, back to Dressrosa, and we have so much to explore here. The group ends up starting with 4 different goals, and from there it kind of offshoots into more individual goals as well. Originally, we are trying to defend the Sunny, go to Greenbit to confront Dofi and trade Caesar Clown for his stepping down as a warlord. The samurai are looking for their lost friend Kanjuro, and a powerhouse group is tasked with sneaking into the country to destroy the Smile Factory. There's lots going on. But then Sanji falls into this whole subplot with Viola. Luffy gets lured into a tournament at Corrida Coliseum as Dofi set up Ace's Devil Fruit as a prize, and here we meet tons of people, most notably among them being the Luffy fanboy Bartolomeo, and the soon-to-be-revealed princess Rebecca, the former King Riku, and several major pirates like Cavendish, Harudin, Orlumbus, Hideo, Don Chinjao, and the return of both Bellamy, who has grown a lot of respect for Luffy, and Jesus Burgess. Though in total, we go on to learn the names of well over 50 combatants, which, like, dude... Come on. And it doesn't end there though, as Luffy's brother Sabo is revealed to still be alive and swaps places with Luffy to end up winning the Mera Mera fruit and inheriting Ace's ability. Sabo, by the way, is absolutely awesome. He is a high-ranking officer in the Revolutionary Army, and he comes back with Hawk and Koala from the Fisher Tiger story. On top of that, in this arc we see him taking on both the new Admiral Fujitora to a draw, and later Jesus Burgess to a victory. Very much comes in feeling like Ace did, and it's actually really nice. As for those who lose at the Coliseum, we later learn that anyone who goes to get examined after the battles are sent to see one of Doflamingo's officers, Sugar, and that she has the ability to turn them into toys and take control over them, while also removing the memory of them from everyone else. And that is horrifying. In fact, the island is covered with toys and is essentially a nation filled with slaves who are forced to work surrounded by the ones they love who have long since forgotten them. Which brings in another plotline, as Rebecca's father Kiros has become a toy soldier and is found by Frankie. Kiros' wife was also the daughter of the former King Riku. And speaking of Riku, we learn that he ended up here when years ago Dofi arrived and used his devil fruit to force him to brutally attack his own people, only for Dofi to step up as a hero who took down the Mad King and replace him on the throne. Very similar to Crocodile's plan, except, you know, successful. And while all of this is going on, the Straw Hats back on the Sunny get attacked by Giola, one of Dofi's pirates, who is easily defeated by Brook. Listen, I told you there's a lot going on in this arc, and we haven't even reached Greenbit. Law is originally supposed to go there to give Caesar back to Dofi once he steps down as a warlord, but before that, Robin and Usopp get captured by a group of small elf dwarf sprite dudes called the Tontadas. They too had an issue with Doflamingo, as he has enslaved many of their people and has been using them to produce smiles. As it turns out though, they are super gullible, and Usopp wins them over by saying he is a legendary hero, which winds up placing him in charge of of the mission, with Frankie and the toy soldiers soon joining. As for Law's trade, Dofi had faked his resignation, having CP0 explain this to the people. Dofi is then joined by Fujitora for a 2-on-1 battle against Law. Knowing this might be a trap, Law actually came without Caesar and had left him on the Sunny, and when things go south, he tells them to head to the next island, Zo, to ensure that Caesar stays out of Dofi's hands. Now, a point I keep harping on over and over again as Oda's biggest flaw as the story develops is that by expanding the crew, the plot becomes more and more convoluted. And I think the decision to cut the crew in half here is a method of alleviating that problem. We are about 60% through this arc when they leave, and while they haven't had a huge focus until now, doing this allows us to kind of focus in on what's really important. And I promise that if you ask people which part of Dressrosa they enjoy, it's Sabo showing up and then the last 40%. As they leave, they encounter the main ship of the Big Mom pirates, who are also trying to capture Caesar, and Luffy gives Sanji permission to return fire, especially considering they had already declared war against her on Fishman Island. So what's the worst that could happen with fighting them? From here, we simplify into much easier groups. First, Law has been captured by Fujitora and Dofi, so Luffy, Zoro, and Kinemon aim towards dealing with that. Second, Robin and Usopp are working with the Tontados to stop Sugar, and Frankie is making a lot of noise to distract Dofi's pirates. This is a far cry from where the arc started, and it is much easier to follow. Robin and the rest of her group, with the exception of Usopp of all people, are taken down by Sugar and Treble, and Usopp berates himself for lying about being a hero, pledging to become the real hero that he bragged he was and save everyone who had just been let down. While he loses at first, he does manage to fantastically terrify Sugar to the point of making her faint, which undoes all of her powers and releases everyone who had been turned into toys. And suddenly, we have an army of allies thanks to the Straw Hat Pirates and God Usopp. And so the crazy battle begins, and there are plenty of big moments here, from Zoro slicing up the mountain that Pika turns into, to Frankie's battle of machismo with Senor Pink, but the biggest focus is of course on Luffy versus Doflamingo. Feeling as though he is pushed into a corner, Dofi sets up the bird cage, essentially using his string fruit to create a massive, ever-shrinking cage on the island that would eventually slice through everyone in its path. Not only that, but he also puts out bounties on all of his enemies so that the citizens and his crew would be incentivized to attack them, with the biggest being given to Usopp as he had annoyed him the most by freeing all the toys. Fujitora gets deterred from hunting after Law and Luffy when he's stopped by Sabo, and instead aims to help as many citizens as he can. You know, almost something like a Marine might do. Go figure. Also of note here though is that Fujitora mentions throughout the arc that he is only helping Dofi because of his orders. However, in general, he opposes the warlord system and wants to see it abolished. And speaking of people who hate the warlords, we learn that Law has fooled Luffy and had never intended to go after Kaido, but instead was planning to use Luffy to help get revenge on Doflamingo. Naturally leads us into their backstory together. Basically, Law was born in a town that was filled with poisonous amber lead, causing everyone to become very sick, and the government's response to this was to quarantine the town and kill everyone within it, or at least to allow them to die. However, Law manages to escape by hiding in a pile of corpses that's being removed from the city, and eventually finds his way to the Don Quixote pirates. Here he would form a bond with Dofi's brother Rocinante, or Corazon, who was actually a double agent working for Sengoku and the Marines. We find out that Law's full name is Trafalgar D. Water Law, and Corazon realizes that Dofi would kill him in an instant for having a D in his name, and decides to take action to save him. He finds the Ape Ape no Mi and forces Law to eat it, this allowing him to cure himself of the amber lead poison, and this also being the devil fruit that Dofi is looking for, as its user can make someone else eternally youthful. And eventually, Corazon would even give up his own life so that Law would be able to escape from Doflamingo alive. Here, we also learn Dofi's backstory. The reason he would kill Law for being a D is that Dofi is a celestial dragon who lived on Marijua until his father Homing decided they should live among the people, and the D clan is supposedly the fated opposition to celestial dragons. The village that they moved into would not take well to the celestial dragons, taking out all of the rage that they had towards the otherworld nobles on the Don Quixote family, despite these celestial dragons having actually taken measures to better the relationship between themselves and humanity. They would torture them, lynch them, force them to eat garbage, eventually leading to the death of Dofi's mother. It would get so bad that Doflamingo as a child would vow to destroy the world and everything in it for what he has gone through. And that brings us back to the present, where we follow the thread started with Enel, where Luffy is put in a position where he needs to fight gods. And finally, we can get into our main action. Luffy shows off his new form, Gear 4th Bounce Man, which totally manages to overpower Doflamingo, but it's on a very tight time constraint, and it completely wears Luffy out once he's done with it. Because of this, he's eventually forced out of it, and it is actually up to the citizens of Dressrosa to keep him safe long enough for him to use Haki again. Meanwhile, Zoro, Kinemon, Frankie, Fujitora, and a bunch of the Colosseum dudes, and seemingly everyone else who can, is trying to push back the birdcage to slow it down. And while they barely managed, they do slow it down a bit. Even if it only bought a few moments, those moments were enough for Luffy to regain his strength, enter Bounce Man, and end things with one final massive attack. And with that, Dressrosa is free. Fujitora would have all of his men bow down and apologize to King Riku for allowing things to get so bad, despite being ordered to take credit himself, which mirrors Alabasta, where Smoker received credit for stopping Crocodile. Even so, he is still an admiral and moves to stop Luffy from leaving the island. But they become so swarmed by overjoyed citizens that it is unsafe for him to use his gravity powers, and he just allows him to go, stating that for the first time he is upset that he had blinded himself because he wished to see what Luffy looked like, having gained a massive respect for him. Before we leave the island, a few days pass, and in that time, many of the pirates from the Colosseum join together in wanting to join Luffy. However, Luffy refuses as he doesn't want to rule over others. This, as you might expect, just reinforcing their views of him being someone truly worth following, and begrudgingly, Luffy eventually allows for the creation of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, a group of pirates who were not subservient to him, but who vowed to arrive should he ever need them. And suddenly, Luffy's numbers jump from 9 to over 5,000. And along with that spike, we also get a spike in bounty, with Luffy's going up to 500 million, and Usopp's even briefly passing Sanji's. Speaking of Sanji, his bounded poster finally actually looks like him, and suddenly says only alive. I do want to remind everyone that Sanji, Brook, Chopper, and Nami have already left for Zou, but even well before that, all the way back in chapter 701 at the start of Dressrosa, that is the last time that the Straw Hats would all be together in one place for the next 250 chapters. That is from March of 2013 to October of 2019 for anyone who's curious. Add in that just before the time skip, we had another 2 years with just Luffy, and that's nearly a decade of separation, which is absurd to think about. Finally, we get our first glimpse at the final Yonko, Kaido, as he tries to end his own life by jumping from a sky island, only to land unharmed and surrounded by Kid, Apu, and Hawkins. And so we move on to the modern era of One Piece, where Whole Cake Island and Wano are sometimes grouped together as the Yonko Saga. But I'ma be real, that is just an unmanageable size, so we're going to split them up into the Whole Cake Island Saga and Wano Saga, respectively, as God Usopp intended. Speaking of Whole Cake Island, this is the first saga to be split into more than 2 arcs since Marineford. And while we do spend a long time on Whole Cake Island itself, having those little breathers on Zou and the Revelry arc are so refreshing. Speaking of Zou, this kind of fits into the genre of arcs like Skypiea and Fishman Island, which seem to happen every time we are drastically away from sea level. What I mean here is that we're looking at a lot of lore and expanding what we know about the world as a whole, especially when it comes to the poneglyphs. So, the remaining Straw Hats and the Samurai arrive thanks to a ride from Bartolomeo, and Zou isn't so much an island as it is a civilization on the back of a 10,000 meter tall elephant inspired by a Salvador Dali painting. And it is entirely inhabited by minks. These are animal people like Beppo. Quite a lot has been going on here since before the crew arrived, as Jack from Kaido's crew had demanded that the minks hand over a samurai named Raizo, but when they insisted that he wasn't there, it ultimately devolved into a battle between Jack and an alternating force of Nekomamushi and Inuarashi, who alternated between night and day for 5 days straight. Jack would eventually get tired of fighting and just resort to using chemical weapons made by Caesar to win. However, once it's announced that Doflamingo has been defeated, Jack leaves Zou and tries to free him, although he is stopped by Sengoku and Fujitora on the way, and as such, Luffy defeating Doflamingo inadvertently saves all the minks. Before the rest of the crew actually arrives, Capone Beiji shows up with some of Big Mom's crew and demands Sanji come with them, as Big Mom would like him to marry her daughter Pudding. And to the surprise of everyone, Sanji agrees to go to keep his crew safe and deal with the past that we knew nothing about, which is very similar to Robin in Water 7. Sanji, who throughout the series has been calling himself Mr. Prince and the like, well, as it turns out, he is a prince from the North Blue. specifically for the Germa Kingdom. And here we learn that his father, Judge Vinsmoke, had offered him up to form an alliance with Big Mom. Once Sanji's gone, the rest of the crew finally makes it onto the elephant's back, and it is revealed that Raizo, the ninja that Jack was looking for, actually was on the island, and despite everything that they had gone through, the minks were protecting him. And it isn't just Raizo that was being hidden, but we also find a poneglyph which decidedly looks different from everyone we've seen so far, as this is a rather deep red instead of the normal blue-gray that we're used to. This is a road poneglyph, one of the 4 which when combined mark where Laugh-Tale is. And this is kind of the marker towards the end of the series. As the minks are holding this one, both Kaido and Big Mom have one each, and the last one had disappeared from Fishman Island years ago. However, while others might have a head start, there is one thing that they don't have, and that is Nico Robin, the only known person alive who can actually read the ancient language. And on that note, since we've entered the North Blue, we have seen plenty of people working behind the scenes or hinting towards kidnapping her. And the more information that she gathers, the more vibrant a target will be on her back. What I do love here, though, is that when it's brought to her attention that she will be hunted, she just says, well, it's okay, my friends will protect me, clearly having learned her lesson from Water 7. Here, we also find out that Kaido had conquered Wano, and that the samurai we've met until this point are all looking for allies to save their country, starting yet another alliance between the Straw Hats, Trafalgar Law, the Minks, and the Samurai of Wano. However, now we have an issue. Wano is in severe danger, our friends are in trouble, but Sanji has been taken to Big Mom's kingdom, and our options are to focus on one, or take on 2 Emperors of the Sea at the same time. And with Luffy being Luffy, he makes the obvious choice of doing both and taking on the world. So half of the crew, Luffy, Nami, Brook, and Chopper, will be joined by a few of the minks, being Carrot, Pedro, and Peckham's, and head to Totland, Big Mom's kingdom. And the rest of the crew will head to Wano and get things started. As Luffy and the gang set sail to Totland, they come across 2 of Sanji's siblings, Reiju and Yonji. And thank God they did, because Luffy poisons himself again, and Reiju manages to save him. After they go their own ways, the Straw Hats then cross paths with a woman Sanji is meant to marry, Pudding. She seems pleasant enough, but ends up leading them into an ambush by Cracker and Brule. The group again splits up, Brook leading the charge towards finding Big Mom's poneglyph, the furries get caught up in the mirror world where they eventually overpower Brule and force her to help them, and Luffy and Nami fight Cracker, who is one of Big Mom's strongest children, managing to clutch out a very long-fought fight. And by clutch out, I mean he uses Gear 4 Tank Man and becomes very fat as he just keeps eating Cracker's soldiers. Also, Jinbei is in Totland, here to sever his ties with Big Mom so he can finally join the Straw Hats. It's still going to take a while, but our fishy friend is nearly on the crew. While all of this is going on, Sanji is dealing with his family. We learn about how when his mom was pregnant, his father had performed experiments to make their children superpowered, and how she managed to have Sanji born as a normal person at the very least. We learn about how he used to cook for his sick mother, how she would even eat food that had been ruined when he had fallen in the rain, and how she was just this really great mom who loved him very much, in complete contrast to his father. Judge saw Sanji as such an embarrassment that he would even fake his death to hide him from the people. He would place an iron mask on Sanji's head and keep him in prison. However, Sanji would eventually manage to escape and cross paths with Judge on the way out, his father telling him that as long as he promised never to tell anyone that they were related, he could go free. So I guess you could say it wasn't a great childhood. Now that Sanji has returned all these years later, things aren't really much better, with Judge even threatening to kill Zeph if Sanji ever opposed him. So Sanji does his best to just go along with things, sacrificing his life to the path that his family had chosen, and tries to be a good fiancé to Pudding. However, he soon overhears her calling him pathetic and plotting to murder his family. Around this time, he crosses paths with Luffy for the first time on this island, and knowing that he can't go with them and wanting to keep Zeph alive, he is forced to brutally attack Luffy. Luffy refuses to fight back, and even after Sanji lays him out, he calls out to him saying he refuses to eat until his cook is back on the crew. And from here, Sanji and the Vinsmokes leave, and an army of Big Mom's pirates march towards Luffy, capturing both he and Nami. And that leaves us with the final Straw Hat party party on the island as Brook and Pedro manage to find Big Mom's poneglyphs just as she arrives, leading to him being captured as well. Big Mom, by the way, has an interest in collecting weird people as well as trying to make a perfect society by having children from every race except giants. Eventually, Jinbei would arrive to free Nami and Luffy, mirroring Luffy freeing him in Impel Down, and everyone would jump into the mirror world to free Brook, who also snagged a copy of the poneglyph. Luffy alone, though, would go to the place he told Sanji he would wait for him, and speaking of Sanji, things continue to spiral downward as he learns that Pudding is going to kill him after they get married, along with having the rest of his family executed so that Big Mom can steal all of Germa's technology. And now Sanji is at his breaking point. He goes to reunite with Luffy in an absolutely beautiful moment, and finds that Luffy had just fought against an entire army of Big Mom's crew, and is basically on death's door. He is barely hanging on when Sanji arrives. And by the time that Sanji shows up, the basket of food that he brought for Luffy has been crushed, ruined by the rain, and probably tastes terrible. But just like his mother did, Luffy eats every single bite and says it's delicious, noting that Sanji had made the favorite food of each of the Straw Hats, and clearly he didn't forget where his real family was. Luffy asks Sanji to come with him, and Sanji finally explains his situation. Firstly, he made his captain go out of his way to save him. Then he attacked and insulted him, so now he feels like he can't go back to the ship. Second, Zeph is being held hostage, so he feels that he can't escape without putting the old man in danger. And third, his family is about to be slaughtered, and despite how much he hates them, he cannot bring himself to abandon them. So he tells Luffy to leave because he clearly is stuck and there's no hope for him, and Luffy lays into him, yelling for him to not tell him what his worries or problems are, but to tell him what he really wants and what he wants to do. So he tells Luffy that he's afraid to run and that he wants to save his terrible family, and Luffy just smiles and says, "Of course you want to save them. That's who you are." And as is tradition, now knowing what his crew wants, they can work on making that impossible thing happen, with this being a pretty direct parallel to both Robin in Enies Lobby and Nami in Kokoyashi Village. And that ultimately brings us back to Capone Beiji and Jinbei, who have plans to assassinate Big Mom along with the help of Caesar Clown. And again, I'm sure you're all thinking that Luffy being part of an assassination plan is pretty weird as he doesn't kill people, but just because he doesn't mean that he won't, especially if it's to save a friend. The general plan here is to show Big Mom a picture of the woman who ran the orphanage that she was raised in, who she had accidentally eaten. It's a long story, doesn't really matter, and then to smash it in front of her, hopefully shocking her and making her so angry that she becomes vulnerable for a few seconds. Things do not go as planned though, and they're forced to run, with the Big Mom pirates not very far behind. This including a very hungry and very angry Big Mom who is going on a rampage, and to escape they'll need to satiate her hunger, to which Sanji will make a massive wedding cake for. She isn't the only threat though, as Big Mom's son Katakuri ambushes the rest of the pirates at the Sunny, leading to a way too long fight between he and Luffy in Mirror World. We'll come back to that in a moment. First, another of Big Mom's sons, and if it seems like I'm saying she has a lot of kids because she has 85 of them, this one being Perospero, shows up and Pedro needs to sacrifice his life in an explosion to open an opportunity for the Sunny to escape. But that brings us to Luffy's fight. Katakuri has a devil fruit which seems to be an upgraded version of Luffy's in every way. This is the Mochi Mochi fruit, allowing him to bend and stretch his body, as well as produce floating arms or mochi weapons to attack with. But this isn't the biggest issue. The real problem is his observation haki, continuing a trend that we saw with Virgo, making haki a bigger problem than devil fruit. In this case, Katakuri is able to see a few seconds into the future, which gives him time to manipulate his body and kind of turns him into a phony Logia user. Essentially, if Luffy goes to make a punch, he can just bend himself around where the impact would be. And while Luffy has become much stronger since the time skip, he is no match for Katakuri at all, at least at the start of this fight. However, as I mentioned, this is a long battle, and Luffy refuses to stay down no matter what happens to him. He will continue to throw himself at Katakuri over and over again, studying him each time and getting closer and closer to figuring him out, being very similar to his experience being beaten by CP9, only to come back having integrated incorporated their techniques into his own skill set and creating Gear Second. Here though, there is no break in the middle. Luffy has to figure it out on the fly and slowly begins to learn how to improve his own observation abilities until he's able to see into the future as well. And this doesn't come from nowhere. We saw Luffy being able to peer into the future all the way back at Marineford as he goes in to attack Mihawk and gets a premonition of his arm being cut off, so he chooses to take a different course of action. And what is more, this being more of Oda showing us a glimpse of something that would come to reality 300 chapters later. Maybe Oda has observation hockey. Ultimately, a mutual respect would be built throughout this battle between Luffy and Katakuri as they both continue to push themselves beyond their limits. But on Katakuri's side, he sees Luffy as someone who endeavors. Katakuri himself was born with a super strange mouth and continues to hide it while trying to overcompensate by pressuring himself to be perfect at all times. He always needs to be the most powerful, he always needs to be the most capable, and he can never make a mistake. But Luffy, while strong, is not the strongest. While capable, he hasn't finished developing, and he never shies away from making mistakes, but learns from each one that he does make. Katakuri is always presented as better than Luffy in terms of ability, but Luffy in many ways is better than Katakuri in how he deals with himself and the world around him. He isn't holding himself to any standard, he's free. But most of all, it doesn't matter what is in front of him, he will endure until he can change any future that Katakuri sees. Speaking of pushing himself, we would see Luffy use yet another Gear 4th form in Snake Man during this fight, but ultimately the fight comes down to one final clash, leaving both of them completely exhausted. Luffy barely manages to get up after this 10-hour long brawl and finds Katakuri still standing in front of him. He asks Luffy if he really believes that he can beat Big Mom, and when Luffy says of course he will, Katakuri looks relieved and falls onto his back for the first time, almost seeming hopeful for a Totland without his mother's tyrannical rule, as well as saying that Luffy is seeing very far into the future himself. It is a great fight. It drags out a little bit, it's very long, but I think without a doubt Katakuri goes down as one of the most iconic opponents Luffy has ever had to face, and I'm curious as to see if he will always be an opponent down the line based on the respect he had garnered, with Luffy even using his extra hat to cover Katakuri's mouth and hide what he is ashamed of in the same way he had for the Boa sister. Outside of Mirror World, back with everyone else, there is chaos with the Big Mom pirates, but between Jinbei and the Germa and Jinbei's old crew, the Sun Pirates, the Straw Hats are managing to hold their own. Once Luffy arrives again, Jinbei finally agrees to join the crew, but asks Luffy if he can stay behind a little bit to help the Sun Pirates as they deal with Big Mom properly, and Luffy agrees on the condition that Jinbei must absolutely survive and make it back to them on Wano. From here, we actually manage to escape, and that's kind of the main of it for Whole Cake Island. This arc is nearly as long as Dressrosa was, and certainly some spots drag here and there, but it also has a lot of things going for it that Dressrosa did not. Despite Whole Cake having the whole Big Mom family, Capone Beiji, and the Sun Pirates, we don't really need to know many of them, and the plot is way simpler. The Poneglyph and the Brûlé subplots are resolved very quickly, as well as the Cracker fight, and from there we just focus on one or two things at a time. And if we do have to split our focus, most things are going on for quite a while. For example, when the world is in chaos during the escape, Luffy's subplot is just fighting Katakuri, and that goes on for about 20 chapters. We never need to think about what is going on there because we know it's still happening. Whereas in Dressrosa, things would change at the drop of a hat and there were like 10 plots to follow. Structuring the arc with these long through lines, while also simplifying the plots, make this arc a lot more digestible. Because of this, even though Dressrosa has a lot more exciting elements individually, I think that Whole Cake Island is actually a lot more enjoyable as a whole, at least for me personally. Add into that we get these short buffers with Zoe and Revelry on each end, and it feels much more balanced. It's still slow, but it's balanced. And it also brings back that magical feeling as everything in Totland is made of or covered in food. Totland basically asks the question, what if Candyland crossed with the Wizard of Oz? And it just feels whimsical and fun, even despite the heavier themes and tragedy around Sanji in this arc. Moving on from here though, we have something a bit different than we've seen before. A short arc involving very little of the Straw Hats at all, and instead focusing on the government as the world comes together at Revelry. And just a quick check-in with the crew before we head over to Wano. We get new bounties as Luffy's jumps up to 1.5 billion for embarrassing Big Mom in her own nation and defeating Katakuri, with some even calling him the 5th Emperor. Sanji's bounty surpasses Zoro's for the first time, and Nami has added the homie Zeus to her climate act, making her a hell of a lot stronger. And also, Chopper and Brook are there. Over at the Holy Land of Marijua, all the rulers under the world government are meeting at Pangaea Castle. This including Dalton and Kureha from the newly named Sakura Kingdom, Princess Vivi and her father, Shirahoshi and Neptune, and many more. There's a bit of a kerfuffle when Charlos sees Shirahoshi and wants to own her, as he tends to do. But another celestial dragon, Don Quixote Miasgard, who was saved by Queen Otohime years ago, steps in to save her. Because, as a celestial dragon, he can't get in trouble for attacking another celestial dragon, thus saving Neptune from imprisonment as he was just about to murder Charlos on the spot. Here, we also get a better look at CP0 and find several members of CP9 have joined, including, of course, Rob Lucci. And while all the political stuff is good and grand, the more interesting things happen behind the scenes. There is a symbolic empty throne in Pangaea Castle meant to represent a world of equal nations with no true ruler, but we soon find the Gorosei showing up to bow to a person named Im-sama, who is sitting on that throne that is meant to be empty, a secret ruler to rule the world nobles. Not only this, but we see Im looking through wanted posters and photos of Vivi, Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, and Luffy, and also opening a hidden vault where a massive straw hat is being kept, opening up plenty of questions as we approach the climax to the story. Meanwhile, several revolutionaries have infiltrated Revelry, including Sabo, though at this point, we don't know exactly what happened with them. And that's more or less Revelry in a nutshell, introducing us to a huge new force behind the scenes and setting up a powder keg waiting to go off. And do you know what the best part of this arc is? It is only 6 chapters and doesn't linger, making my job much easier as we head into the longest arc and saga of the entire series. Welcome to Wano, sitting at a monstrous 150 chapters. To put it lightly, this arc is f***ing long, and that is for better or for worse. This, more than anything we've seen before, is more filled with characters, excitement, battles, upgrades, alliances, history, depth, and growth. However, as is tradition, the wider the net that Oda casts, the more controversial the arc he produces. People love so much about Wano, but it is definitely mismanaged in some places. Things drag on, get it? Drag on, dragon. And it is filled with mini plot threads that can make it feel very messy. Now add into that Oda tried something new in modeling the arc in the structure of a kabuki play, and you have a melting pot of ideas that sometimes blends very well, and sometimes does not. Now, I'm not going to cover every little thing that happens here, obviously, but I do feel it's important to talk about the most important man in Wano, Kozuki Oden, who it turns out is Momonosuke's dad. Oden is basically Hercules. As early as 4, he was picking up boulders and throwing them at bears. He was drinking booze by 8 and picking fights with the Yakuza by 9. And some of his labors even directly mirror Hercules as he curves a river to solve a city's drought, much like how Hercules did this to clean the Augean stables. In Oden's case, this kind of backfired, flooding the capital. Oden would even be imprisoned in a quarry and forced to work, only to end up becoming a master stonemason and earning everyone's respect. By the time he was 18, his father disavowed him, and Oden slowly began amassing a small but loyal following, including people like Raizo, Kanjuro, Kinemon, and Izo, all while he dreamed of escaping this closed-off country. He wandered off one day and found himself in the lawless region of Kuri, defeating their leader Ashura Doji, and here, rather than killing him, Oden makes a stand and decides to become king, asking for the strength and wisdom of his followers and reforming the hellish Kuri region into a wonderful place and regaining his father's favor, even being given the title of daimyo of Kuri. One day, Whitebeard and his crew would crash onto the shores, and it was assumed that Oden would go to fight them off, but instead he asked for them to allow him to sail with them. Whitebeard immediately turned him down because Oden was clearly someone who couldn't be under others, but when he set sail, Oden attaches a chain to the Moby Dick and held on for dear life. Whitebeard would finally cave and offer a deal. If he could hold on for 3 days, Oden would be allowed on board. But of course, this is Oden, so of course he managed. Soon they would cross paths with Amatsuki Toki, a woman with the ability to leap into the future. She wished to go to Wano, and since eventually Oden needed to go home, she hitched a ride with the Whitebeard pirates. Together they would sail, and Odin would experience new animals and places and people and ideas that had never existed on Wano, all while building a name for himself that drew the attention of Roger. Roger would show up and tell Whitebeard about the road poneglyphs and the island beyond Lodestar Island at the end of the Grand Line, saying that he would go there to find the final island that the world government was trying to hide, and asking to take Odin with him for 1 year. Odin would join him and make it all the way to Laughtale, where Roger and his crew learned all that the world had to offer and laughed at what they found, apparently because they had arrived too early. Meanwhile, on Wano, a plot was being hatched for Orochi to take over the nation, and by the time Odin returns, he finds a hellscape conquered by Orochi and his new partner, Kaido. Normally, Odin would just be able to kill him, but Orochi was protected by the previous user of the Barrier Devil Fruit, which made him effectively invulnerable, and so Odin was forced to bargain. Orochi promised that if he would dance in a loincloth on the street once a week and humiliate himself, then he would not kill all of the citizens and leave after 5 years with Kaido. And so Odin did this, not telling anyone of their agreement. Those 5 years came and went, and Orochi broke his promise, deciding instead to turn Wano into a weapons manufacturing nation. And so Odin and his retainers, the 9 Red Scabbards, would finally set out to act. And it would go okay. He even managed to wound Kaido, but an old woman with the clone fruit would turn into Odin's son and pretend to be held hostage to distract him, giving Kaido the chance he needed to win, and leaving Odin and his men sentenced to be boiled to death. However, Odin struck a deal with Kaido, who felt bad for winning unfairly. If any of his men were to survive from being boiled for an hour, then they could go free. So Odin would get in first, grab a large plank of wood, and hold his retainers above the pot for a full hour, making them promise to open up the borders of Wano in his stead. As the retainers jumped off the plank at the end of the time period, he would challenge Kaido once more, only to be shot dead on the spot. The samurai would revolt against Kaido, but this ultimately led to the burning down of Kozuki Castle, and Toki sending Momonosuke and a few of the retainers 20 years into the future, where they would eventually meet Luffy and be able to fight back. And that brings us to the modern day and the beginning of Wano. A nation poisoned by pollution, a starving population forced to eat smile devil fruits and suffer their side effects, and a tyrant king Orochi actively trying to destroy the country and being emblazoned by his partnership with Kaido and the Beast Pirates. Now, a lot happens in the opening half of this arc. Zoro returns Shusui to Ryuma's grave and gets Odin's sword Enma. We see all of these starving people who are cursed to smile and laugh no matter how poor their conditions become. And of course, we take on Kaido for the first time in what is my favorite chapter title in the series. Remember, Luffy has been built up as the 5th Emperor, being held on the level of the Old Guard and even defeating Katakuri, as he is stronger than he has ever been. So we go into this thinking that, yeah, maybe he can do it. But then we reach chapter 923, titled Emperor of the Sea Kaido versus Luffy. And we are hit with the wall of reality. Luffy is not an emperor, and no matter how strong he is right now, he is certainly not strong enough to take on Kaido. In fact, no matter how hard he tries, he can't even leave a scratch. Meanwhile, Kaido takes him down with a single hit. Luffy would be imprisoned to work in a quarry like Odin had been, but rather than learning stonemasonry, Luffy treats this as a training arc, using the guards as fodder to train his observation haki so that he could more accurately see into the future. Not only that, but inspired by other forms of haki he had seen, he tries to learn a new form of armament which would allow him to make impact without contact, possibly allowing him to injure people with thick armor, even Kaido. Luckily, in this prison is an old Yakuza boss named Hyogoro, who knows a technique which is effectively Wano's version of haki, and it's exactly what Luffy is trying to learn. So Hyogoro would become the new Rayleigh. This, supplemented with Queen showing up to put Luffy through the Sumo Inferno, basically just throwing a bunch of dudes at him and hoping that they would eventually beat him down or wear him out, and you have a very good place for him to practice. While this is going on, we have more troubles. Zoro meets up with Momonosuke's older sister, the Beast Pirates, now aware of the Straw Hats, begin attacking. Sanji uses a raid suit given to him by his family to become superpowered like they are. Someone on our side is leaking information to Orochi, and Big Mom arrives on Wano, hitting her head and losing her memory briefly after a shipwreck. Chopper finds her and works her into their plans, using her to attack the prison that Luffy is kept in, only for her to take on Queen, regain her memory, and pass out before Queen brings her to Kaido. But with Queen gone, Luffy and the other prisoners are free to escape. Not all is good news here though, as Kaido and Big Mom realize that there's no point in fighting right now, and that they could just form an alliance to deal with their enemies and sort things out later. And it wouldn't be long from here until it was time for our own alliance to make its move, the raid on Onigashima, and things immediately fall apart as only the samurai show up. Despite this though, Kinemon still decides to press forward with the attack, with Kanjuro shortly after revealing that he had been the traitor and taking Momonosuke hostage. Luckily, Kid, Law, and Luffy show up shortly afterwards, and explain that they were late because Kinemon had made a mistake and told them to show up at the wrong place, which, oops, I guess. And that's not all though, Jinbei finally returns and becomes an official and present Straw Hat member. The raid enters full swing, and of course, Luffy winds up going on his own for a bit only to run into Kaido's kid, Yamato. Lots of stuff going on with Yamato's identity. They idolize Kozuki Oden as he opposed Kaido, and is a symbol of hope, and so they began to identify as Oden. While all this is going on, Momonosuke is set up to be executed by Kaido and Orochi, and the Scabbards show up to protect him, only to be crushed as they launch into what is, we'll say, lovingly called Roof Peace. A long, and did I mention long, stretch of battles between Kaido and Big Mom, standing opposed to Kid, Killer, Law, Zoro, and Luffy. Half of the Supernovas versus half of the Yonko, but despite this incredible tension being built up, Luffy walks right past the Yonko towards his fallen allies. And finally, he comes across Kinemon, who begs him to save Wano. Very reminiscent of Nami back in Arlong Park. From here, there are plenty of big matches, but the most important ones are Jinbei versus Who's Who, Sanji versus Queen, Zoro versus King, Law and Kid versus Big Mom, and Luffy versus Kaido. Also, just a heads up, spoilers from this point on, Jinbei's fight is not important because of the battle itself. However, this is the fight where we find out that Shanks stole the Gum Gum fruit from a marine ship that Who's Who was on. And more importantly, that maybe there is more to this fruit than meets the eye. In Sanji's fight, he is kind of getting bodied and refuses to use the raid suit because it makes him too much like his family, while Queen is specifically using Germa technology to attack him. However, the raid suit had already affected Sanji and empowered him to be like his brothers, making him so fast that Queen can't see him, so durable that he breaks Queen's sword against his neck without taking damage, and making him able to instantly heal after having every bone in his body broken. All of that on top of giving him enough power to beat Queen in one barrage of attacks. For Zoro's part, he fights King, the last of the Lunarians, which is a race of people who are more or less invincible depending on the state of the fires on their back. Zoro manages to fully master Enma during this fight, feeding it all of his armament haki and then entering the King of Hell stance, along with learning that he has Conqueror's haki, which ultimately allows him to defeat King. Kid and Law fight Big Mom, which is basically just a bunch of Unga Bunga, until they reveal that their devil fruits have awakened, and in a combo attack they take her out. And finally, Luffy versus Kaido. Luffy is finally in a point where he's able to damage Kaido because of his new training, but it is a slow process. And being real, he still is much weaker. Things eventually play out until Luffy is completely exhausted and one final attack comes out, just as a member of CP0 arrives to distract him, allowing Kaido to knock him out. And the fight is over. Until it isn't. Tsunesha, the giant elephant that Zou rests on, arrives and speaks to Momonosuke, saying that this is the first time in 800 years, but Joy Boy has returned, as we see steam come from Luffy as his hair begins to turn white. The Gorosei are the ones who really fill us in on what's happening here, as for centuries they have been looking for a specific devil fruit, but it had always slipped through their hands, seemingly having a will of its own. They had even gone so far as to give it a different name to avoid suspicion. And this is the mythical zone devil fruit, the human fruit model Nika, a devil fruit which was the embodiment of the sun god Nika, a warrior who had fought for liberation and freed countless slaves. The devil fruit itself works through imagination, giving the user a rubbery body that allows them to do whatever they want and to move freely, supposedly being why Luffy is able to do things that rubber should just not be able to do, like Gear 4th for example. or generating electricity like in Thor Elephant Gun. And as Luffy lays there next to dead, the fruit awakens within him, turning him into the reincarnation of Joy Boy. This new form, called Gear 5th, basically gives him cartoon powers. He can bend the ground, spin people so fast that their eyes pop out of their head, or even grow himself to be so giant that he can grab lightning bolts from the sky. And though it would still take a moment, this is ultimately the power which would allow him to defeat Kaido. Of note here is Luffy's idea of what he is has changed by this point in the story, as when he thinks of all these starving people of Wano, he says that he wants to create a world where all of his friends can eat as much as they want. A very far cry from not wanting to be a hero because he would have to share meat. And yeah, I skipped over some stuff here. Momonosuke becomes an adult to better help in the fight, Orochi gets killed, yada yada. But the big thing is that Kaido and Big Mom have been defeated, Momonosuke is instated as the new shogun of Wano, and now we have access to one final set of secrets. We learn that Odin's father, the old shogun, is still alive, and he brings Robin deep under the country where he shows an older Wano submerged under the water. But not just that, he also tells her that the ancient weapon Pluton is also here. The reveals do not stop though, as Luffy is declared an official emperor, and because he has teamed up with both Mihawk and Crocodile and been putting out bounties on Marines, Buggy is instated as the 4th Yonko, which I think is a fitting place to end things for now. What I wanted to get across with this retrospective is the ways in which Oda has changed over the years, focusing on the way in which his arcs are getting wider, longer, and more intricate with each passing saga. But what's more important is the way that things don't change. At the beginning of this video, I talked a bit about Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, long journeys that use allegories to teach lessons to the people of the ancient world about things that they should value: adventure, family, honor, duty, pride, and wisdom, to name a few. And these are the core values that even to the modern day hold a lot of weight, which is why these stories are so important and respected even to today. They show us that as humanity grows, there are still roots that reach back hundreds and thousands of years. They show us where we came from, what was important at the time, and what it means to be human. In the modern era, we still value things like honor and wisdom. Those are kind of commonplace virtues, but they aren't what we really need to be discussing anymore. The world has gotten more complicated and more interconnected. And One Piece, being a work that spans over 2 decades and about 30 arcs with dozens of characters and stories being spread throughout each, acts as a time capsule that explores what is important not just to the general human experience, but to the here and now. When we look at the Straw Hats, they each offer a note of interpersonal relationships in the world we live in. Jinbei is someone who has faced discrimination, who inadvertently hurt others in overcoming that for himself, and now he's trying to build a path forward for his people. Brook undergoes severe isolation and loss, which I think it's safe to say now more than ever is a present part of our world. Frankie explores our relationship with technology, how it can easily be used to help or hurt those around us, and how it's becoming more and more a part of who we are. Robin has the importance of knowing our history, of where we came from and how it shapes where we are, while also struggling with issues of self-worth and abandonment. Chopper shows us this idea of what it really means to be able to support others, and sometimes that means taking care of them, but in other cases it means helping them heal emotionally. Nami brings in economical issues, the sometimes life or death difference between having money, while also discussing the idea that groups are not monoliths, and just because one person or fishman had hurt you, it doesn't mean all of them are bad. And the important thing is recognizing that everyone is an individual. Sanji teaches us the value of a found family, and that the people that you're born with aren't always going to be the ones that you stay with for the rest of your life. At the same time, his character addresses plenty of things in regard to how women are treated and seen. Zoro brings us back to those classic ideas of honor, pride, and respect, and Luffy stands to challenge oppression and uplift everyone around him so that they can succeed. And outside of the characters, you have each arc focusing on more direct issues in the world. Corruption in police, government and religion, racism and discrimination, slavery, healthcare, propaganda, justice, and so much more, only to spin those around and get different perspectives on each topic. When I say that One Piece is the modern Odyssey, I am not saying that it is perfect or that it's the greatest story ever told. What I'm saying is that it addresses countless important themes to our current culture with an evolving perspective that is shaped throughout its writing. And just like the Odyssey has stayed the test of time, despite it being a story about returning from war, as it shows off things like cyclopses and a bag that holds the wind. In the same way, I also think that One Piece, this story of a rubbery boy setting off to become Pirate King despite all of its goofiness, will also carry with it a lot of weight and meaning as to what it meant to be alive in our era. This is a very special story that I don't think comes along too many times within a lifetime, and I'm glad I've been able to share it with so many people in my life, as well as all of you. Thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, remember to stay excellent.